Now we leave Azeroth and shift our focus to a planet that will play a significant role in the tales to follow. To do this, we need to go back to a time when the Titans had not yet been destroyed by Sargeras. Let us journey into the sad and tragic history of a world named Draenor. Now, Volume 2 opens with a little recap of Volume 1, so to get the new information out there quickly, I'm going to skip the recap because I've already gone over that stuff in the first series of videos that I've made. So, before the Burning Legion launched its crusade, a small world took shape in a distant corner of the Great Dark. In the coming ages, it would be known as Dagar by the Ogres, meaning the known earth in their language, and a race known as the Arakoa would later name it Rakshar, or the Sunstone, but we know it as Draenor. The difference between this world and Azeroth is that it didn't contain a world soul, but what it did have were elemental spirits, just like other worlds before it. And while similar planets dealt with the constant wars between the elements due to the lack of or outright non-existence of the fifth element, that being spirit, Draenor didn't have this problem. In fact, it had the complete opposite. An abundance of the fifth element, or rather the spirit of life, was very much present in this world. You could say that it was saturated with it. Because of this, the elements were calm and didn't manifest into physical forms. Apart from this, the fifth element also accelerated the growth of the flora and fauna located on the planet. Creatures of every shape and size roamed the land, vying for dominance, but Draenor's greatest predators didn't hunt with fangs or claws, but rather with roots and thorns. A carnivorous, invasive strain of plant life had sprouted on Draenor known as spore mounds. Their tendril-like vines strangled every primitive beast that they could reach. As they grew, they consumed more and more. There was no end to their hunger. These spore mounds blossomed into living mountains of tangled brambles and noxious pods. In time, their presence would create lush forests and swampy mires, creating a labyrinth of deep wilds stretching to the far corners of the world. Even the elemental energies were in danger. As the roots of the all-consuming vines dug deep into the ground in search for water, they tapped into the fifth element that suffused Draenor's stones and soil. Consuming this primordial energy ignited a crude communal sentience within the spore mounds and the surrounding wilds. This new intelligence allowed Draenor's plants to act as a single massive organism. The spore mounds and all other vegetation became known collectively as the Evergrowth. If a major threat arose, the Evergrowth could react in unison. That is, if there ever was a threat, which there wasn't. The Evergrowth dominated everything in sight, and nothing could hold it at bay. While Draenor was doing its thing, Agrimar continued his hunt for demons. Eventually, he would pass by this new world and be the first to discover it. After listening and not hearing the dreams of a world soul, he stayed because Draenor intrigued him. He had never seen a planet with such diverse plant life. But the more he observed the Evergrowth, the more he foresaw doom in Draenor's future. If the Evergrowth was left unchecked, it would eventually consume everything in the world. And when I say everything, that means the elemental spirits too. In the end, the Evergrowth would be forced to consume itself, turning the world into a wasteland devoid of primitive life. Even though Agrimar was eager to continue his war against the demons, he felt compelled to act and not leave Draenor to such a fate. He didn't want to destroy the plant life, only temper it. To do so, the spore mounds would need to be neutralized, because they were the heart of the Evergrowth's power. Agrimar considered doing the job himself, but due to his size and power, any physical interference might irreparably damage or even shatter Draenor. Feeling the pressure to move on to other parts of the Great Dark, he decided to create a mighty servant in his image to uproot the spore mounds and then maintain balance over the world. Sweeping his colossal hand over the planet, he wove the fire, air, earth, and water energies into a massive elemental storm, and directed it straight into one of Draenor's largest mountains. As it crashed into the rock, the large mound of earth groaned into life and stood up on two colossal legs. Agrimar named this new creation Grond, and he would serve as the Titan warrior's hand on Draenor. At Agrimar's command, Grond set out to divide and conquer the Evergrowth. As he walked the world, lakes of elemental fire formed in his footsteps. Seas were dredged out and valleys carved, and mountains were forged to separate the Evergrowth. Then he marched towards the nearest spore mound, which towered nearly as high as Grond did. The spore mound's roots exploded from the earth to entangle Grond and bar his way. The giant smashed through them with ease and stabbed his jagged fingers into the spore mound, tearing it from the world's surface with a single mighty heave. Upon seeing this, the other spore mounds shivered in agony at the destruction of their kin. It was obvious that mere roots and vines would be no match for Grond. They needed a new weapon. They needed to adapt. Drawing the life essence from the surrounding forests and jungles and leaving behind only withered tracts of land, the spore mounds arose to walk the world. In total, there were 3, each embodying a different region of the Evergrowth's domain. The first was called Zang. Swampy mires and mushroom thickets glistened across his hide. The second, Botan, was covered with primal forest lands, and the last of the spore mounds was known as Nanu, and it wore a fleece of dense jungles. Together, they moved against Grond. The fate of Draenor now depended on the outcome of this newly started war. Agrimar had not left yet. He watched as the 3 spore mounds converged on Grond. They called upon their primal fury and lashed Grond with tendrils hard enough to crack diamonds. Massive boulders crumbled away from the elemental giant's skin, crashing to the ground with enough force to carve out valleys and shatter mountaintops. The spore mounds moved in perfect unison, and Grond was on the verge of collapse. But like his creator, Agrimar, Grond possessed a will that was forged of steel. He would not give up until he had brought balance to Draenor. As he pummeled his enemies with fists that carried the weight of mountains, each blow sheared away pieces of the verdant giants. Broken roots and seeds tumbled from the spore mounds and fell to the earth. As the battle continued, the world's crust trembled and cracked beneath their feet. And even though the spore mounds were resilient, they could not hold out forever against Grond's attacks. Zang suffered the most from the elemental giant. It was the smallest of the spore mounds and the first to fall. Grond took a hold of Zang and tore the creature in half. The spore mound's shredded corpse toppled to the world's surface with a deafening thunderclap. In the ages to come, the rotting body would transform into a fungal region known as Zangar Sea. Grond then pressed his attack against Nanu and crushed the giant between his hands. The lifeless spore mound collapsed to the ground, and over time, its broken husk would slowly sink into the earth and become a region called Tanan Jungle. One spore mound remained, but But Grond had endured a lot through the battles. Having been chipped away, he now stood as a shadow of his former self, riddled with cracks and fissures. Botan, the last of the spore mounds, knew that his opposition was in a weakened state, but more power was needed to defeat Grond. Leeching the dwindling life essence from the bodies of Nanu and Zhang, Botan drew the energies from his fallen kin and grew to a monstrous size. Even with its new strength, Botan was cautious. While evading Grond's attacks, it entangled its foe in thousands of small vines. The thorny tendrils coiled around Grond and gradually burrowed into the cracks and wounds on his skin. This didn't come as a threat to Grond. To him, they were more of a nuisance than anything else. However, as the tendrils dug deeper, he realized the true threat they posed. By then, it was too late. The vines wrenched open the existing wounds and caused new fissures to erupt across Grond's body. The elemental giant collapsed beneath his own weight and crumbled to pieces. His body formed a mountain range at the edge of a region later known as Nagrand, or as others like to pronounce it, Nagrand or Nagrand. I'm sure there's a lot of ways that people have pronounced it, but these are the three most common, and I think we'll leave it at that. During the battle between Grond and the three spore mounds, pieces of the Leviathans fell to the earth, giving rise to new types of creatures. The seeds and roots that had branched off from Zhang, Nanu, and Botan contained a small piece of their life essence, and many unique beings sprouted from this plant matter. The strongest were the lumbering giants called the Genisar, four-legged creatures of enormous size that were still swift and agile. Grond even contributed to the birth of a new life on the planet. The largest boulders from his body became sentient beings called the Colossals. While not nearly as large as their maker, their shadows still loomed over the land. Not only did the boulders turn into a new form of life, but much of Grond's debris contained the primordial elements of fire, air, earth, and water. These energies formed pools of power from which elemental spirits took physical shape for the very first time on Draenor. And it was because of the spore mounds that this became possible, mainly because they had consumed most of the fifth element, the one element that kept the other four in check and prevented them from manifesting in a physical form. Without the element of spirit, earth, fire, wind, and water were now free to take tangible shape. At first, there were few, but over time the population exploded as vast quantities of elemental power bled from Grond's remains. Among these elementals were the Furies, regarded as the most powerful of the elements on Draenor, and they dwelled near what remained of Grond's head. They also had names. There was Incineratus, the Fury of Fire, Arboreus, the Fury of Water, Gordog, the Fury of Earth, and Calandrios, the Fury of Air. The four Furies lamented the death of Grond, and they vowed to dwell in his corpse's shadow forever. The place that these beings called home would be known by Draenor's future mortal cultures as the Throne of the Elements. The fight against the spore mounds wasn't quite done yet. Botan still roamed the land, but with the birth of the Colossals, hope swelled in Agrimar. He was confident that they could destroy Botan and bring the planet to balance, but they needed help. From Grond's remains, Agrimar crafted discs and branded them with Titan rune power. They were then fused onto the Colossals like plates of armor, which then flooded the giants with primordial energy, enhancing their strength and resilience. And while these remnants of Grond, or rather these Colossals, were becoming empowered, Botan and the Genisar had free reign over Draenor. The Spore Mound and its followers were cultivating the Evergrowth and reclaiming territories destroyed by Grond. But before Botan could fully restore the Evergrowth, Agrimar let loose the Colossals. The advantage that they had over Botan and the Genesaur was this. Agrimar had watched the battles between the Spore Mounds and Grond, so he knew the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, and this knowledge was imparted to the Colossals. As the Colossals began their march, Agrimar sensed a faint ripple of energy cascading through the great dark beyond. It was the death rattle of a Constellar, the celestial beings that kept watch over ordered worlds. One of them had perished. But why? If you remember from Volume 1, this is when Sargeras launched his crusade, and the first planet he invaded was the location where he personally killed this unknown Constellar. But at this time, Agrimar didn't know this. With his attention now set on finding out more information and having to leave his work unfinished with Draenor, he charged the Colossals with defeating the Evergrowth in his absence. He bade them farewell, vowed to return one day, and launched himself into the stars. He would never see Draenor again. The Colossals would never know that their master's brother Sargeras would obliterate not only Agrimar, but also the entire Pantheon. They fully expected their master to return, but until then, their task was clear: bring balance to Draenor. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be an easy thing to do. The Evergrowth had enveloped much of the world. Botan had grown not only in size that eclipsed Grond's original form, but also it had become stronger. The Colossals debated how to defeat the Spore Mound. The idea of running headfirst into the Evergrowth where Botan and the Genesaur followers were most powerful would be considered suicide. The only other option was to draw their enemies away from the wilds, if they had any chance of succeeding. Arriving at the edge of the Evergrowth's borders, the Colossals hacked away at the forests, thus drawing Botan's attention and anger. Gathering its Genesaurs, Botan stormed towards the meddlesome Colossals. As the Spore Mound's shadow loomed closer, the stone giants retreated into the hills beyond the Evergrowth, using the terrain to their advantage. Without hesitation, Botan followed. When the Spore Mound strayed beyond the Evergrowth, the Colossals attacked. What Botan and the Genesaurs didn't know was that a large number of Colossals had hidden in the hills before all this started, thus falsifying their true numbers. Now the true war for Draenor was on, and would rattle the world for thousands of years. Control of Draenor constantly switched sides. As the war continued, many of the Colossals perished. Their broken bodies that littered the ground gave birth to new creatures called Magneron. Though not as large or intelligent as the Colossals, they still commanded great power. The remaining Colossals called on them to join the fight, but they didn't obey. Sure, by nature, the newly formed Molten Giants opposed the Evergrowth, but they felt no loyalty to their progenitors. Some fought any Genesaur that they encountered, while others wandered into the barren areas of Draenor in search for volcanic activity. The Colossals were losing. Their numbers were dwindling. And all the while, Botan was spreading the Evergrowth. Unless the stone giants took drastic action, they were doomed to fail. It was at this time that the majority of the Colossals gathered to make a final stand. After millennia of fighting, their hides were worn and cracked. The only thing that remained and contained immense power was the Titan relic fused to their skin. With that very power, they would sacrifice themselves to bring balance to their homeworld. Forging into the Evergrowth, they swarmed Botan. Digging their rocky hands into the Spore Mound, they clung tight to the giant. In unison, the Colossals unleashed the energy stored within their Titan relics, channeling its power through themselves and directly into Botan. The explosion that followed ripped through the Spore Mound and the Colossals that clung to it, shattering their bodies and hurling the pieces across Draenor. Botan's death rattle affected every root and leaf in the world. Hundreds of Genesaur dropped dead where they stood. Even the entirety of the Evergrowth trembled with the shared agony of Botan's annihilation. Then there was silence. The sentient nature that linked the plant life in the world was destroyed upon Botan's death. This meant that no thoughts or emotions passed among the world's plant life. The Colossals had won, but at a terrible price. No creature would ever arise from their remains. Their choice to draw upon the power of the Titan relics attached to their bodies had burned away all life essence. Over time, their broken bodies would sink into the earth and become veins of a nearly indestructible metal called black rock ore. But unlike the Colossals, Botan's fallen body contained potent life energies. Wherever fragments of the spore mound fell to the earth, forests and jungles bloomed. The bulk of Botan's corpse formed a vibrant region that would later be known as Farallon. As for the Genosaur and other plant creatures, they would continue to thrive in the areas in which they lived, but their spore mound was gone. The one thing that united them in purpose and guided their collective will. The Evergrowth was no more. But that did not mean peace for Draenor. For ages after the fall of the Evergrowth, the Magneron and Genosaur fought for dominance over the world. But it wasn't just them that roamed the planet. New creatures of stone and root emerged to join the war. Now you're probably wondering, how can stone creatures be created when the life essence of the Colossals vanished with the use of their relics? I asked the same question. When Botan exploded, its body released countless spores that were filled with the spirit of life, and those spores warped whatever they touched. It's rumored that some of the spores attached themselves to a few remaining Colossal after the fall of Botan, turning their bodies into a flesh substance. Later, mortal civilizations would find these colossal creatures long dead and use their bones to fashion weapons, dwellings, and trinkets. But let's not get ahead of ourselves and get back to when Botan was destroyed. Some of these spores clung to the hides of Magneron and weakened their bodies, devolving them into half-flesh, half-stone giants called Grown. These massive predators stalked the edges of the wilds, terrorizing lesser life forms and devouring anything they could find. They were moderately intelligent creatures, but exceptional hunters. Due to the lingering effects of the spores, some of the Grown continued to degenerate into the one-eyed Ogron. They were more intelligent than the Grown, but not as strong. Because of their lack of strength, the Ogron feared the Grown, viewing the jagged spike-backed beasts as gods. Now, if this hasn't gotten confusing yet with the de-evolution of creatures, we've still got more to go. Over thousands of years, the residual spores would transform several Ogron into fleshy creatures called ogres. They were smaller than their progenitors, and many of them would become slaves to the Ogron. So, to break this down in a way that's somewhat memorable, from the Magneron, we got the Grown. From the Grown, we got the Ogron. From the Ogron, we got the Ogres. And from the Ogres would arise the race that many of you have been waiting to hear about, the Orcs. The smallest of Gron's line, but what they lacked in size and strength, they made up for with a fierce intellect and a sense of community. Their ability to band together would allow them to survive in the harsh wilds. Now, don't go grab your popcorn and get cozy thinking that we're going to dive deep into orc lore. We will, I promise. But per the Chronicle Volume 2 book, we've still got a bit to talk about. Don't worry, we're getting closer to the really good stuff. Now, the first few generations of stone-born creatures, that being the Magneron, the Grown, and the Ogron, were collectively known as the Breakers. They laid claim to the mountains and rocky places of the world. Even though they were different amongst each other in many ways, what they had in common was that they were all descendants from Grond. That didn't mean that they instantly became allies, but it did give them common dislike for the verdant wilds. The Genosaur and other plant-based life were known as the Primals, tracing their lineage back to the spore mounds. And like the spores that devolved the Magneron, the opposite happened with the plant life. Sentience was given to existing forms of plants, and the jungle stirred as new beings took shape and walked the land. Creatures like the podlings and sporelings. But the most intelligent and prolific new race was called the Botani. They spread through Draenor's wilderness while faint memories of the Evergrowth lingered in their minds. What they didn't know was the full truth of the spore mounds or their battles with Grond and the Colossals. Still, what little they did know about the Evergrowth had a profound impact on their culture. The Genosaur were revered as gods because they saw them as echoes of the spore mounds. The Botani were more invested in the idea of a collective spirit that interlinked all plant life in Draenor. They were caught up in this way of thinking so much that they rejected the idea of self or individualism. For many long ages, the Primals and the Breakers would erupt in sporadic battles, but neither faction could ever destroy the other. It was their endless conflict that slowly carved out the borders of the world, bringing balance to Draenor. In time, it would be the Breakers that would control the lands of Gorgrond, Frostfire Ridge, Nagrand, and Arak, while the Primals tended to the wilds of Tanaan Jungle, Zangar Sea, Farallon, Shadowmoon Valley, and Talador. These two factions would dominate the majority of Draenor. But now, with the Evergrowth gone, another species would try its hand at existing. Creatures who sought the heavens while the soil turned to ash and silence.
Now that Draenor had become balanced, the spirit of life, or rather the fifth element, would now be able to produce a variety of different creatures. Apart from the Primals and the Breakers, there was another race that took to the skies. Let us dive in and learn a little bit more about the inhabitants of Arak. Before we begin, I want to warn a lot of you that this video may trigger those out there who are very sensitive to the pronunciation of names. I've scoured the internet to look for the correct way to pronounce these names, and I've done my best. If any of them are not to your liking, there's no need to comment on it. I would ask that you be forgiving, as this episode is filled with a lot of names that could have interchangeable vowels. If you're a fan of the Arakoa, then this section is definitely for you. Like the Pandaren material, this isn't my favorite thing, but it's part of the lore, so we do need to talk about it. Now that the Evergrowth had ended, animal life had a chance to take hold in the world again, mostly thanks to the scattered remains of Votann. The first beasts to arise were enormous creatures that wielded extraordinary power over the land. Some tapped into Draenor's elemental energies, some had a natural affinity to nature magic, and still, these giant animals struggled to survive, since they were hunted for game by the Breakers and enslaved by the Primals. The beasts that had a better chance of surviving were those that could take the skies. Far from the reaches of the two main factions in the land, most of Draenor's avian races, that being humanoid beings with bird-like features, were developed in Arak, an area where a massive spire towered over the land. There, 3 godlike creatures took form: the firebird Rukmar, the wind serpent Seath, and the raven Anzu. Each of them had their own connection to some sort of power. Rukmar's spirit was touched by the force of light, allowing her flames to destroy or nourish life. Seath while not being able to physically fly as high as Rukmar, had an affinity to the void, and Anzu, being the smallest and weakest of the three, was very intelligent. His curiosity led him to investigate the magical ley lines and discover arcane magic. The three usually kept to themselves and spent a lot of time fending off attacks from the primals and breakers, but it was Anzu who dreamed of a better future, not only for himself, but for those of his kind. This pushed him to call upon Rukmar and Seath and form a sanctuary for birds of all kinds. Together, they drove the two factions away from their land, those being the primals and the breakers. And it was then, and only then, that their region began to flourish. Rukmar developed close ties with the Kaliri, birds with stunning color and presence, and they would be treated as Rukmar's own children. The problem with Rukmar was this: she was arrogant and thought of herself as the epitome of grace. And while she placed herself literally above ground, never having her talons touch the dirt, Anzu stayed below and watched over the ravens that lived in Arak, frequently visiting them in the forest canopies below the spire. And then there was Seath, who ruled the wind serpents, living with them in the shadowy nooks and crannies at the spire's base. He didn't treat his followers the way Anzu treated the ravens, though, that being with respect. No, instead, Seath was cruel and demanding of the wind serpents. But all in all, things were well in Arak. That is, until darkness began to stir near the spire. If there was one person who was jealous of Rukmar, it was Seath. His wings weren't as great as hers. He couldn't soar through the clouds as she did. Seath was doomed to constantly live in her shadow. Eventually, it got to the point where Seath planned to kill Rukmar and steal her powers, but he couldn't do this alone. So, he reached out to Anzu and asked for help, pitching the idea that once the deed was done, they would both fly higher than before and reign as the twin kings of Arak. What Seath assumed was that the same hatred for Rukmar dwelled in Anzu, but that just wasn't the case. Anzu adored the Firebird in all her glory, so much that he had harbored a secret affection for her, but he never managed to muster the courage to express his feelings. Now that Seath's secret was out in the open, Anzu warned Rukmar of his intentions, which sparked the pact between Anzu and Rukmar to work against the Wind Serpent. On the day that Seath attacked, the other two were ready. Rukmar engulfed Seath with fire, burning his wings to ash. And to add to the damage, as he fell to the earth, Anzu fell upon him and clawed out his eyes. With his dying breath, Seath wove a terrible curse through his own flesh and blood, a curse that would seep from his body and spread into the land itself. Fearing that the curse would destroy Arak, Anzu took it upon himself to remedy the situation, or at least attempt to. Surprisingly, Anzu devoured Seath whole, locking away the Wind Serpent's dark energy within himself. The pain that surged through the raven was excruciating, so much that the curse twisted his body and soul. Anzu's form shriveled and warped, and he lost his ability to fly. Even though the price was costly, he had contained the curse. Only a small portion of Seath's blood was left behind. It corrupted the area where the Wind Serpent had fallen. But that was it. It never spread as intended to. This shadowy region would later become known as Sethic Hollow, or Seathic Hollow if you follow that pronunciation of his name. Anzu, now permanently changed, could not find it in his heart to physically stand in Rukmar's presence. If she could not find him worthy as a mate before, then how could she now, with his new form? With that, he disappeared into the deep regions of the forest, ignoring Rukmar whenever she called for him to show himself. Anzu may have been weakened by Seath's curse, but that didn't mean that he wasn't granted new powers. He now had command over dark magic. As he grew more familiar with these new abilities, he hid himself in a realm of shadow to hide from Rukmar forever. The Firebird eventually gave up looking for Anzu, and becoming disgusted with the curse that now darkened her home, she took to the skies and abandoned Arak, and would find herself settling atop the highest peak of Gorgrund. All she wanted to do was thank Anzu for his sacrifice, but if she couldn't do that, then she would reward his acts by creating a new race in his honor. Drawing on her own life energies, Rukmar transformed some of her Kaliri followers into a winged people called the Arakoa, or the heirs of Arak. What this new race embodied was Rukmar's grace and majesty, as well as Anzu's intellect and cleverness. The intention was that the Arakoa would one day return to Arak, but not quite yet. Seith's curse still lingered in the area, and Rukmar didn't want her children to suffer from it. So, the Arakoa would remain with Rukmar and grow to maturity. And after they had become wise, she would lead them back to their ancestral home. The problem was that she had expended much of her own life essence to create the Arakoa. So, the fear that she would not live long enough to escort them back was very valid. Never again would she be as powerful as she once was. It was inevitable that Rukmar would one day grow old and pass from this world. But before that happened, she was determined to help shape and guide the Arakoa's culture. Now we bring back the milestone that helps us establish a timeline within this story, the Dark Portal. 3,000 years before the big event, Rukmar watched the Arakoa develop from afar. Now and then she would visit and share stories of Arak, what Seith did to try and ruin everything, and how Anzu's nobility saved the land from destruction. More importantly, this is when she would teach the Arakoa the rudimentary ways of commanding the light. And because they were such quick learners, they became skilled healers and seers. Many of their primitive customs revolved around the worship of Rukmar. They revered her as the goddess of the sun, which they considered the source of their light magic. But it wasn't just Rukmar that influenced their powers. The Arakoa wanted more. So they also revered Anzu as a deity, much in the same way they did the sun goddess. This led many of the Arakoa to discover arcane magic and become extraordinary sorcerers. As knowledge flowed through this new race, their creator, Rukmar, felt her time coming to an end. She communed with her children one last time and urged them to claim Arak for themselves. She took to the skies and flew south with the Arakoa following behind. As they reached Arak, the Firebird breathed her last breath. Flames consumed her form, and she burned like a second sun in the sky. Her death was taken as a sign of ascendancy for the Arakoa. It was then that they vowed to create a grand civilization in Arak to honor her. Claiming the highest peaks of Arak's spire, they called themselves the Apexis. Using metals and timber from the surrounding region, they built gilded structures around their towering new home. Adding to that, they used their mastery of the light to craft enormous lanterns infused with enchanted flames, and placed them along the length of the spire. This is when the Arakoa sorcerers let their curiosity expand. Guided by the mythical tales of Anzu and his noble sacrifice, they investigated Sethic or Seithic Hollow. The pool of cursed energy was still there, allowing them to unravel the secrets of shadow magic. These sorcerers developed a unique ability to combine their knowledge of the arcane with the darker powers found at the cursed site. The Apexis embraced both light and void. To them, embracing both was a natural part of life. This led to the Apexis forming two separate factions, one for the void and one for the light. The Anhar Order studied the arts of wielding holy magic. The Scalix dedicated itself to studying shadow and arcane magic. Both groups occupied the upper echelons of the Apexis society, and they shared equal prestige and influence. The Arakoa solidified their position in Arak and began exploring the world, not to expand their empire, but rather to satisfy their curiosity. Outposts were created across Draenor to observe the local flora and fauna. And as they studied the planet, they realized that many of these places were the ancient remains of creatures that had once walked on Draenor's soil. Rukmar had passed down stories regarding the primals and breakers and how they were the offspring of the primordial giants. The Arakoa observed the other creatures of the planet with fascination and pity, but they never intervened. The Arakoa were Rukmar's children and had inherited a touch of her arrogance. To play a part in the lives of land dwellers was seen as beneath the Apexis. The rise of the Arakoa was not a quiet one. Other inhabitants of Draenor noticed their actions. One of them happened to be their neighbors in Talador. Mainly comprising of primals, the leader of this group was known as Gnarlgar. Imagine this powerful treant on the same level of authority that Rukmar was, except this being had a vast amount of knowledge regarding the evergrowth, spore mounds, and communal sentience that had bound the forest as one. All this knowledge was learned from the Genesaur. Over time, and I mean for millennia, Gnarlgar strengthened the primals through its immense connection with nature magic and the spirit of life. In time, the treant would be able to manipulate other primals and guide their actions. But out of all the plant life creatures, the Botani were the ones who caught its attention. Gnarlgar became their caretaker and teacher. It educated them on the truth about the spore mounds and convinced them that they would one day restore the evergrowth to its former glory. In Talador, the Botani thrived. They created pools of nature energy that, when used, transferred the spirits of fallen Genesaur into new bodies. And while the battle against the Breakers was raging on, Gnarlgar became aware of the Apexis. Everything about the Arakoa was against nature. The magic they used, the destruction of woodlands to build their temples and cities, everything. Because of this, Gnarlgar saw them as a bigger threat than the Breakers, one that could eventually conquer the whole of Draenor. To stop this new nation, Gnarlgar set out to find a new weapon, something from the primordial days. It would eventually find a fossilized root that contained a few pieces of Botan, the spore mound. Once returned to the Botani, Gnarlgar made a proclamation to restore the evergrowth. But to do so, the Apexis needed to be destroyed. This is when the treant revealed the fossilized root that had been discovered. With it, Gnarlgar and the Botani would craft a new spore mound, one that was greater than its predecessors, one that would lead at the head of their army. Planting the root in the ground and infusing it with magic, along with a few thousand Botani sacrifices, the new spore mound began to grow and was given the name Tala. As it took shape, new Genesaur were born from the pools. Trees were given intelligence and will from Gnarlgar. They also were given the name of Gnarled. In short, a large army was on the rise. The Apexis ignored the happenings in Talador at first. To them, anything that was forming or building up was to combat the Breakers. But as the forest near the edge of a rock grew thicker, the Arakoa began to question Talador's activity. The Anhar and Skalax sent scouts into the forest, but very few ever returned. Those that did reported horrifying news. The woods were preparing to attack. Tala had been observed as a creature that was related to those that shaped the infant world, and if that creature awoke, it would annihilate the Arakoa and bring devastation to the rest of Draenor. Instantly, the Anhari and Skalaxi formed an invasion force made up of Anhari priests and Skalaxi sorcerers. Storming through the skies, the Arakoa ignored the mass population of primals and focused on the monstrosity forming deep in the forest. As they descended into Tala's location, brutal fighting broke out between the Arakoa and primals. But even with their magic, the Apexis could not overcome the living plant creatures that dominated the forest. Gnarlgar touched the minds of the primals and with perfect unison drove the Arakoa back to the skies. Nearly half of the Anhar and Skalax forces had fallen in battle. Now, the Arakoa scrambled for a means to defeat the primals. This is when the Anhar proposed a solution. They had created plans for a new weapon called the Breath of Rukmar, a device that could channel the energies of the sun and allow the Arakoa to wield its destructive powers. Construction of this device immediately began at the top of the spire's highest point. Gnarlgar knew the time had come to attack the Arakoa. It quickened Tala's growth, ordering more Botani to sacrifice themselves for the cause. Finally, Tala stirred and rose to its full height, towering over the forest canopy. The woods trembled as the creature took its first step. Gnarlgar entered a trance once again, reaching out its mind to Tala and the other primals. At the treant's command, they marched toward the spire. The Arakoa were doomed. With the Anhari's weapon not finished, they watched as the awakened spore mound peaked over the horizon. What they needed was time that they didn't have. This is when 6 Skalaxi sorcerers volunteered to waylay the primals and give their Anhari allies the chance to complete the Breath of Rukmar. What they had learned during their defeat in Talador was that Gnarlgar was the key to the primals' actions. Since it was Gnarlgar that guided the actions of the treants and Botani, if they could assassinate it, then that would be a great blow to their enemy. While shrouded in shadow, the Skalaxi eluded the primal army as they entered Talador and reached the location of their leader. The plan was working until the massive treant sensed their presence. Breaking its trance, Gnarlgar disposed of the Skalaxi, but not before the sorcerers used their dark powers against the creature. A curse bloomed within Gnarlgar, and from this curse a creeping rot spread through the treant's roots. Gnarlgar withered into a blackened husk and collapsed beside the bodies of its assassins. This broke the united connection within the primals. As confusion spread through Tala and its kin, they halted at the edge of a rock before continuing their march. Taking out Gnarlgar only delayed the attack, but it was just enough for the Arakoa priests to finish their work on the new weapon. As Tala reached the spire, the Anhari ignited the Breath of Rukmar. A beam of white-hot fire exploded from the machine and lanced through Tala's chest, blasting the spore mound apart in a cloud of ember and ash. Then the Anhari focused on the rest of the primals. The Botani, Gnarled, and Genesaur that comprised the invading army were incinerated by the thousands in the blink of an eye. Those that somehow survived retreated back to Talador in terror. The Anhari gave no quarter. They engulfed the fleeing primals in flames and scoured the forest that had crept into Iraq. When it was all said and done, blackened earth and smoldering roots stretched out from the spire as far as the eye could see. The Apexis victory permanently blunted the might of nature. The Evergrowth would never return in any form. And with this victory, a new golden age of mortal civilization dawned on Draenor. Centuries after defeating the resurgent Evergrowth, the Apexis grew into a flourishing empire, and with nothing to threaten their existence, they devoted themselves to the advancement of science and magic. Knowledge became the most coveted resource in their culture. This led the Anhar and the Skalax orders to becoming caretakers of wisdom and catalog historical events, the study of magic, and information about the world and its various creatures. Normally, this knowledge would be kept in tomes or scrolls, but the Apexis decided to take a different route. They created crystalline storage devices. By simply touching one of these crystals, an Arakoa could consume all of the knowledge stored within it. They could even experience the memories of whoever had crafted the device. Apart from their wondrous inventions, religion became important, defining who they were and how they conducted their daily lives. The Anhari priests even sought out the remains of Rukmar. What they found were charred bones near the spire, and with those, they used their magic to resurrect the great bird, but only to a small degree of the original deity's power and intelligence. Nonetheless, the Apexis worshipped her as the goddess reborn, and infused her with their light powers, granting the firebird a long life so she could soar the skies for millennia. They even built a sun temple around the mechanism that was used to annihilate Tala. Hundreds of Arakoa would gather at this site each year to commemorate the Apex's victory and honor Rukmar. Other Arakoa visited shrines carved into the solid rock near the foot of the spire. There, Skalaxi sorcerers performed rituals to honor the raven god Anzu and his ancient sacrifice. The Apex's culture presented itself as one that would continue to grow, but it would be their arrogance that would play a small role in their downfall. Over time, a bitter rivalry developed between the Anhar and the Skalax orders as each vied for the support of the greater populace. The Anhari knew that to seize power over their race, they would need to control knowledge. Their leader, Priest Lord Velthric, pushed his followers to gather as many of the Apex's crystals as they could, but to do it in secret. Over several years, they did so and stored them within their sun temple atop the spire. The Skalaxi and their leader, Sorcerer Lord Salavas, eventually uncovered what was happening. Their belief was that every Arakoa was entitled to basic knowledge, and that this knowledge should be available to every member of their race. Salavas called for the immediate release of the crystals from the Sun Temple. Velthric ignored the demand and declared the Anhari the sole rulers of the Apexis, stating that the order would decide who could access the crystals and the knowledge that was stored within. More so, he claimed that he and the Anhari were the living representatives of Rukmar herself, and that only through the order's teachings the Arakoa could attain the sun goddess's favor. Salavas knew that if he and the Skalaxi didn't act fast, the Anhari would assume total control over the entire empire, so they attacked the Sun Temple. If the Anhari would not share the Apexis crystals, the Skalaxi would take them by force. Battle erupted between the two orders, which would then lead to a civil war lasting for many months. To turn the tide of the conflict, the Anhari ignited the breath of Rukmar, with intentions to use it on their own kind, and incinerate the Skalaxi along with their followers. Salavas led a handful of his most gifted sorcerers to the top of the spire until they reached the destructive machine. As the Anhari guardians cut down the intruders, Salavas wove a spell to destabilize the breath of Rukmar. It worked, but the result was catastrophic. The mechanism exploded, instantly killing most of the Arakoa on the spire and shattering the land. The explosion had split Arak's single spire into numerous smaller stone towers, turning the surrounding region into a barren wasteland. In time, it became known as the Spires of Arak. It would take generations for life to bloom in the area again, and even longer for the surviving Arakoa to recover from what had happened. The Apexis society was no more, but from its ashes, new cultures would rise. When the Apexis Empire permanently shattered the power of the new Evergrowth, new races were given the opportunity to grow free from the threat of the primals. Conflicts between these new cultures and the Arakoa were rare. They didn't occupy the same land, nor did they survive on the same resources. The Arakoa soared the skies, while those on the ground didn't fear them. However, the descendants of Grond did not live peacefully with one another. By the time the Arakoan civilization had fallen, the children of stone had grown in number and spread across the land. Small populations of Grown lived in solitude. No place on the planet could sustain the hunting needs for multiple Grown at once. When they met, they often fought to the death over territory. Other cultures, like the Ogren, quickly learned the value of working together. Strength in numbers meant the conquest of their rivals. Most of the world's other races were beneath their notice, save when they could serve as food or slave labor. Ogres learned to fear the attention of the larger Ogren. The best fate a conquered ogre clan could hope for was to be sent into battle as disposable combatants to fight against other Ogren tribes. But there was one race that stayed far away from the Ogryn lands. In a massive cave network beneath Gorgrond, a race was living free from the enslavement of the Ogryn. A race that would later change the history of Draenor forever. With the Arakoa nation destroyed, we now turn our attention to the one race whose actions would change the world of Draenor forever. Let us finally dive in and learn about the beginning of the Orcs. Before we jump into the deep end and start talking about the Orcs, we need to wrap up a few things that were left out in the last episode, mostly regarding the Arakoa. Driven by the thirst to reclaim the lost glory of the Apex's civilization, the Arakoa leader Yanzi led his Skalaxi followers to the coastal ruins of Talador, only to find the site guarded by the massive and primitive Ogryn. Realizing that the Arakoa lacked the physical strength to displace these brutes, Yanzi devised a cunning plan to empower the Ogryn's downtrodden ogre slaves by teaching them the secrets of arcane magic. The ogres, possessing a natural affinity for the earth and a lineage tracing back to the Titan-forged Grond, proved to be terrifyingly efficient students. Under the secret tutelage of the Skalaxi, a sorcerer named Gog emerged as a symbol of hope. He did not initially strike at the Ogryn, but instead performed the impossible by slaying 5 Groan, the titanic, godlike predators that the ogres had feared for generations. This act of Groan slaying shattered the psychological chains of his people, igniting a worldwide rebellion that saw the ogres utilize their newfound sorcery to tear their former masters limb from limb, scattering the remaining Ogryn to the wilds. The victory, however, proved to be a bitter one for the Arakoa. As Yanzi and his kin moved into the ruins to claim their coveted crystal relics, they were met not by grateful servants, but by an emboldened king. Proclaiming himself Gorgog, the Sorcerer King established the capital city, Goria, and ordered the Arakoa to leave the land they had paid for in blood. When Yanzi attempted a desperate midnight raid to seize the city by force, he was captured and met a slow, gruesome end at the hands of his former pupil. With the Arakoa threat silenced and their former masters broken, the Gorian Empire entered a golden age of expansion, establishing massive militant strongholds like Highmaul and Bladespire Hold. Goria became the world's premier center for arcane study, where ogre mages eventually learned to magically induce the birth of 2-headed children, spellcasters who would ensure that the Empire's intellectual and mystical power remained unchallenged across the continents. Now, the moment many of you have been waiting for, the rise of the Orcs. The downfall of the Ogryn and Groan hierarchies at the hands of the Gorian Empire inadvertently sparked a transformative era for the Orcish race. As they emerged from their subterranean refuges to claim the surface of Draenor, this newfound freedom triggered a massive population explosion that quickly strained the resources of Gorgrond, forcing the Orcs to diversify or migrate to avoid internal collapse. Within the ancestral cradle of Gorgrond, the Blackrock clan rose to prominence by mastering the secrets of metallurgy and Blackrock ore, while the Dragon Maw gained infamy for taming the winged Rylax. They were joined by the Laughing Skull, who embraced a manic survivalism, and the Lightning's Blade, both of whom carved out territories in the harsh volcanic landscape. These clans turned Gorgrond into a hub of industry and martial development, forever changing the orcs from cave dwellers into a dominant surface power. As overcrowding reached a breaking point, a great migration fractured the orcs into distinct cultural groups defined by the perilous environments they settled. In the treacherous Tanan jungle, the Bleeding Hollow developed a superstitious and savage culture to survive poisonous flora, while the exiled Bone Chewers descended into madness and cannibalism. To the west, in the frozen wastes of Frostfire Ridge, the Frost Wolves and White Claws chose to live in harmony with the land by befriending native wolves, contrasting sharply with the Thunderlord clan, who sought to dominate the region by hunting the remaining Grown. Meanwhile, those who ventured south into the fertile valleys of Talador split into the Burning Blade, Redwalkers, and Blade Winds, clans that would eventually become legendary for their martial prowess and distinct traditions of combat. The southern reaches of the continent saw the birth of the most specialized orcish societies, ranging from nomadic warriors to celestial mystics. In the sweeping prairies of Nagrand, the Warsong clan established a nomadic, battle-hardened lifestyle, constantly engaging in bloody skirmishes with the Gorian Empire to defend their roaming grounds. Far to the southeast, the Shadowmoon clan sought a more peaceful existence in the valley that shared their name, turning away from constant warfare to focus on the movements of the stars and the whispers of their ancestors. By the time the dust of the migration settled, the Orcish race had evolved from a singular people into a complex tapestry of clans, each uniquely adapted to the diverse and dangerous biomes of Draenor, from the mountaintop areas of the Dragon Maw to the starlit temples of the Shadowmoon. Driven by prophetic visions and celestial dreams, the Shadowmoon mystics embarked on pilgrimages that led them to the northwestern mountains of Nagrand, the sacred final resting place of the Titan giant Grond. At the base of these mountains, where the giant's massive head formed a serene island within a tranquil lake, the orcs discovered the primordial spirits of fire, air, earth, and water. This site, christened the Throne of the Elements, became the cradle of orcish shamanism. Unlike the Gorian ogres who violently bent the world to their will through arcane sorcery, the orcs approached these spirits with profound reverence and harmony. The Shadowmoon were the first to formalize these teachings, transforming Grond's remains into a crude but holy temple, and demonstrating that those who moved in concert with the elements could perform miracles, diverting floods or summoning gales to repel Arakoa raiders, miracles that no orc had ever witnessed before. As shamanism spread across Draenor, it became the spiritual backbone of the orcish race, fostering a rare sense of unity among the disparate and often territorial clans. Young orcs were raised to be allies of the spirits, eventually journeying to the Throne of the Elements to seek a blessing through ritual trances. However, the path was not without peril. A few unfortunate souls accidentally peered beyond the physical veil into the terrifying void, a glimpse that shattered their minds and led to their exile. These outcasts, marked with white skull tattoos to signify they were dead to their kin, lived in the caves beneath Nagrand. For the worthy, however, the role of shaman carried immense political weight, as they served as the highest advisors to the chieftains and mediators between rival groups. This spiritual kinship culminated in the Kashharg Festival, a biannual gathering established by the Shadowmoon, where all clans put aside their blood feuds to feast, share news, and honor their shared heritage in peace. While the Gorian Empire and Orcish clans flourished elsewhere, the Spires of Arak remained a forbidden territory, guarded by the now labeled High Arakoa, a proud yet superstitious remnant of the fallen Apexis civilization. These winged beings lived under a rigid theocracy led by the Anhar order, who twisted the worship of the sun goddess Rukmar into a tool of oppression. They utilized the cursed land of Seethic Hollow. Yes, it's pronounced Seethic Hollow per Wowpedia and other sites. You don't have to like it, like I don't, but that's how it is. Anyways, they utilized the cursed Seethic Hollow, which was a valley tainted by the blood of the serpent god Seath. They used it as a site for religious purges, casting down heretics to be deformed into flightless outcasts. These cursed exiles were left to the mercy of the Saberon, a feline race of apex predators. The conflict escalated when Pride Lord Karash of the Saberon Bloodmane tribe developed sophisticated hunting tactics using nets and harpoons to bring down flying Arakoa, launching a full-scale war that brought the High Arakoa to the brink of collapse. The tides of war were turned only by the legendary king Turok, who personally led daring raids and eventually slew Karash in single combat. In the aftermath of his victory, Turok's popularity soared, prompting him to commission the glorious Sky City of Skyreach, an attempt to reform Arakoan society by stripping the Anhari priests of their power. Fearing their loss of influence, the priests, rebranding themselves as the adherents of Rukmar, orchestrated a midnight coup, kidnapping Turok and his daughter Lithik. Both were cast into the cursed pools of Seethic Hollow. While Lithik perished, Turok survived, though he emerged as a twisted, flightless outcast. The adherents seized total control, abolishing the monarchy and declaring that Turok's bloodline had been cursed by the sun goddess herself, ensuring a future defined by religious zealotry. In the shadows of the Hollow, the broken Turok found a new patron in the dread raven god Anzu, who was revealed to still be active within the world. Under Anzu's tutelage, Turok and his fellow exiles mastered the forbidden arts of shadow magic and sorcery, giving rise to the Talon Priests. They established the city of Skedis upon Apex's ruins and claimed the surrounding territory, which would come to be known as Terakar Forest. However, the curse of Seath eventually drove Turok toward a homicidal madness, forcing his own Talon priests to seal him away in a shadow realm for his people's protection. Despite this tragedy, the outcast society continued to expand in secret, bolstered by every so-called heretic that the adherents threw from the spires, eventually growing into a population that rivaled their winged oppressors. For generations, the Gorian Empire viewed the Orcish clans with a mixture of indifference and amusement, regarding their shamanistic traditions as quaint trickery compared to the structured, codified arcane might of the imperators. This dismissive attitude vanished when the ogres witnessed the raw power of an elder shaman commanding the elements to thwart a catastrophic flood. Driven by a desire for dominance rather than spiritual humility, Imperator Moloch dispatched an army to seize the throne of the elements by force. The ogres, lacking any reverence for the sanctity of the site, began to aggressively dissect the area with arcane spellwork, entirely unaware that they were tampering with the volatile, Titan-empowered remains of the giant Grond. The Gorians' reckless experimentation eventually triggered a cataclysmic resonance between their arcane magic and Grond's residual Titan energies, culminating in a massive explosion that obliterated the ancient Skull Temple and killed every sorcerer within. When the dust settled, the grand temple the orcs had carved into the giant skull was gone, leaving behind only a few standing stones that remain as a haunting monument to the disaster. This catastrophe threw the elemental spirits of Draenor into a state of violent turmoil, manifesting as world-lashing storms and spiritual agony. Undeterred by the carnage, Imperator Malak viewed the blast as definitive proof of the power he craved, and immediately sent a second wave of sorcerers to occupy the ruins. This final desecration, coupled with the desperate pleas of the tormented elements crying out from the wreckage, forced the traditionally divided Orcish clans to finally abandon their isolation and mobilize for an all-out war against the Gorian Empire. Before we continue, I'd like to mention that if you're enjoying this episode, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like this video. And if you ever feel like supporting the work that I do here, you can check out my membership options here on YouTube or over on Patreon. I really do appreciate the support from everyone who has already done so. I'm not really in a position to offer much in return, but what I do offer is early access to the videos when I publish them. But now, having said that, let's get back to our story. The traditional revelry of the Kashharg festival was replaced by a somber council of mourning for what had happened at the Throne of the Elements. The Orcish clans faced the terrifying reality of a world in collapse, with the elemental spirits so rattled by the Gorian explosion that the natural cycles of Draenor were broken. This spiritual turmoil manifested in destructive, unceasing storms and the looming threat of a global famine that, without the spirit's balance, might never end, potentially starving every clan into extinction. Driven by the impassioned plea of the Shadowmoon Elder Shaman Nelgarm, the fractured clans achieved an unprecedented unity, marching as a single people to reclaim the Throne of the Elements and silence the meddling Gorian sorcerers. While the orcs initially drove the ogres back with ease, Imperator Malak retaliated with a campaign of total war, ordering the slaughter of every Orcish man, woman, and child to strike terror into their hearts. This cruelty backfired, as the resilient clans launched a sophisticated guerrilla campaign, using small, mobile raiding parties to dismantle the Gorian Empire's fortresses and trade networks, ultimately pushing the ogre armies back to their own capital, Goria. As the siege of Goria commenced, the unified orcs opted for a strategy of attrition rather than a costly frontal assault. Surrounding the capital's landward side, while the ogres relied on their massive seaport for supplies, Imperator Malak and his sorcerers initially believed they could outlast the blockade. But as their land-based trade networks crumbled, desperation took hold. Delving into the dark lore of Apex's crystals, the Gorian mages unearthed the legend of the Curse of Seath and engineered a horrific biological weapon known as the Red Pox. This wasting, highly contagious disease tore through the Orcish encampments, killing thousands and leaving the healthy warriors too few to maintain the siege or launch an attack. Realizing their traditional tactics were failing against this unseen sorceress plague, the Orcish chieftains faced an existential crisis. They were being systematically hollowed out by a disease that showed no signs of stopping. In a desperate, unprecedented move, the elder shaman Nelgarm and his peers beseeched the elemental spirits to move beyond defense and commit an act of total annihilation. The elements, still reeling from the ogre's earlier desecration of the throne, responded with a terrifying, coordinated fury that lasted for hours. A monstrous storm battered Goria from above, while violent earthquakes shattered its legendary fortifications and interior structures. Fire engulfed the city, incinerating the escape ships in the harbor and ensuring no one could flee. Finally, the earth itself fractured open like a giant maw, swallowing the ruins, the remaining population, and Imperator Malak whole. leaving nothing behind but ash and a scarred landscape. The destruction of Goria signaled the end of the Gorian Empire as a global superpower, as its remaining strongholds like Highmall and Bladespire Hold fractured into isolated city-states, too terrified of elemental retribution to seek vengeance. Though the orcs emerged as the dominant race on Draenor, their victory was somber and haunted. They had witnessed a level of elemental wrath that frightened even the shaman, leading the clans to dissolve their union and return to their ancestral lands. The scars of the war remained permanent, however, as the Red Pox began a lingering curse that would resurface to plague the orcish people for generations. While the ogres retreated into their remaining fortresses, the orcs seized vast swaths of former imperial territory, unaware that their era of undisputed dominance was already approaching a new, unforeseen threat. The Draenei's final journey to Draenor ended in a nightmare when the Naru Kara lost its connection to the light and was consumed by the void. This transformation turned the holy being into a creature of shadow that attacked the other Naru within the Genadar, threatening to destroy everyone on board. Velen stepped in to save his people by using the light to shield the survivors and cast the corrupted Kara out of the ship, where it was left to drift in the skies of Shadowmoon Valley. However, this act of bravery came at a heavy cost. Velen was badly injured and exhausted, causing him to lose the ability to see future events. This loss of foresight was a massive blow to the Draenei, and it would take him centuries to fully recover. The Genadar, pilotless and crippled, plummeted into the plains of Nagrand. The impact killed the Naru Dore and many Draenei, leaving the remains of the ship as a jagged, crystalline mountain known as Oshigan. The dying Naru Kure warned the survivors to leave the site immediately to avoid the spreading void energy. Stranded on a strange and dangerous world, Velen led the survivors into the unknown, determined to build a new life despite his weakened state. His first major act was to form the Rangari, an elite order of survivalist scouts and eyes of the prophets, tasked with mapping the mysteries of this strange new land and identifying the various threats, from the predatory wildlife to the crumbling Gorian Empire that lay hidden in the wilds. This first act of governance transformed the refugees into a structured society, one that would soon build a secret civilization under the shadow of the world's most dangerous inhabitants. After centuries of relying on Velen's near-perfect foresight to escape the Burning Legion, the Draenei faced a terrifying new reality on Draenor, where their leader's gift of sight was shattered. Velen's injuries rendered his visions unfocused, leaving him drifting between conflicting possibilities and, more disturbingly, nightmarish glimpses into the Void's desired future of a corrupted universe. Realizing that his judgment was no longer infallible, and that he could not distinguish true prophecy from the Void's dark dreams, Velen made the strategic decision to decentralize his power. He established a ruling council of 4 exarchs, each tasked with overseeing a vital pillar of Draenei society, to ensure their survival without total reliance on a single prophet. This new leadership structure was composed of specialists who could address the immediate physical and spiritual needs of the refugees. Nayeli led the Rangari scouts to master the wilds, while Hataru guided the artificers, who were the engineers, in creating Arcanite crystals to power their new civilization and protective constructs. Akama was appointed to lead the Vindicators, the elite warriors of the light charged with defending the people from Draenor's many threats. Finally, Othar was placed in command of the Shatari, an order dedicated to studying the remains of the fallen Naru, such as Dore, to determine if they remain dangerous, and to find a way to re-establish contact with the light beyond their new home. In their search for a permanent home, the Rangari discovered a geographically ideal site protected by towering mountains with strategic access to the sea. Unaware that this land was the cursed site where the ogre capital of Goria had been swallowed by elemental fury, the Draenei felt none of the superstitious dread that kept the orcs and ogres away. Velen led his people to these ruins and founded the city of Shatrath, which translates to dwelling of light. Under the guidance of the artificers, the Draenei labored tirelessly to transform the scarred landscape into a sprawling metropolis of crystal and stone, establishing a radiant foundation for their new civilization to thrive. As the city grew, a profound spiritual phenomenon was discovered by a member of the Shatari named Maladar. He realized that the decaying remains of the Naru Dore, which had drifted further into a void state, were acting as a mystical beacon for the souls of the Draenei who had perished in the Genadar crash. For the first time in the history of their race, the living were able to communicate with their departed kin. As the spirits of the dead lingered near the Naru's darkening essence, recognizing the sensitivity and potential danger of this connection, Velen ordered the Naru's remains to be moved to a secluded location on the outskirts of Turakar Forest, far from the prying eyes of Draenor's other inhabitants. To house the remains of Dore and the gathering spirits of their ancestors, the Draenei constructed a massive, ornate mausoleum known as Akendun, or Home for the Honored Dead. This grand tomb city served as a sanctuary where the dead could rest and the living could seek their wisdom and peace. To oversee this sacred duty, Velen appointed Maladar as the 5th member of the council, granting him the title of Exarch. He was placed in charge of the Auchenai, a specialized order of priests and protectors dedicated to communing with the deceased and shielding their souls from any external harm or dark corruption. While Velen initially hoped to keep the Draenei isolated within the walls of Shatrath to avoid disturbing the native orcs and ogres, he was forced to reverse this policy upon discovering the ecological catastrophe caused by the Genadar's crash. The vessel's impact had hemorrhaged a volatile mixture of light, void, and arcane energies that violently warped Draenor's flora and fauna, inciting a frenzy among the ancient primals and breakers. Realizing the Draenei had a moral obligation to heal the world they had inadvertently scarred, Velen sanctioned an expansion across the continent, deploying artificers and vindicators to establish a network of outposts linked to the world's ley lines. The pinnacle of this effort was the construction of the Temple of Karabor in the east of Shadowmoon Valley, a holy sanctuary that used concentrated light to stabilize the environment and eventually quiet the aggressive primal forces. This expansion inevitably brought the Draenei into the awareness of the native races, particularly the Shadowmoon orcs, whose culture obsession with the heavens led them to a dangerous misunderstanding of the Draenei's arrival. The orcish mystics became fixated on the remains of the fallen Naru Kara, which hung in the sky as a terrifying eclipse they dubbed the Dark Star. Despite Velen's desire for peace, several ambitious orc shaman attempted to harness the Dark Star's power, only to have their minds shattered by the raw void energy within. Horrified by these results, the Shadowmoon leadership declared the Dark Star's power forbidden, instituting a strict law of exile for any who dared to touch its shadowy essence, a decree that inadvertently created a class of outcasts, while the Draenei continued to build their shimmering civilization in the valley below. The decaying Naru Kure, trapped within the crystalline wreckage of the Genadar, unintentionally revolutionized orcish spirituality by attracting the souls of their departed ancestors. Much like Dore had for the Draenei, the orcs christened the crash site Oshugan, or the Mountain of Spirits, and began making frequent pilgrimages to its base to seek the counsel of their dead, who were often imbued with newfound wisdom from the ship's lingering light energies. This development deeply unsettled the Draenei. While the orcs celebrated this connection, the Shatari observed that Kure was a massive, intact engine of potential corruption. Velen and his council feared that any attempt to intervene or purify the mountain would spark a holy war with the orcs. Yet they knew that as Kure's light faded, the bleeding void energies would eventually poison the very spirits the orcs held dear. The most immediate and horrific consequences of Kure's decay was the birth of the Pale, a society of orcish outcasts. If you remember, they were the shamans who had been driven mad by the void and tattooed with white skulls. They began tunneling beneath Oshugan to feast upon the dark energies seeping into the earth. This exposure mutated their bodies into a sickly white and allowed them to commune with void lords, entities that filled their minds with visions of the apocalypse and taught them the art of shadow magic. While the broader orcish clans remained blissfully unaware of this subterranean threat, viewing the reclusive Draenei as little more than a peaceful, divine curiosity, the Gorian ogres watched from afar with a much more predatory lens. To the remaining ogre imperators, the Draenei's peaceful isolation was not a sign of holiness, but a glaring invitation for conquest. With the orcs now dominating the lands of Draenor, and the newly arrived Draenei establishing their home in the city of Shatrath, it was only a matter of time before war enveloped the planet once again. But in order for all of this to happen, the orcs would need to be unified. This would be done through lies and manipulation. This would be done through the actions of an orc named Gul'dan. I've struggled on how to pitch this episode, and Gul'dan seemed like the right person to focus on. He plays such a vital part in the destruction of Draenor and the formation of the Horde. Now, he won't show up at the beginning of today's story because there's a lot that we need to talk about leading up to his entrance. Let's just say that there are a lot of important events that need to be told. In fact, things are about to get messy on Draenor. Manipulation, lies, battles, and anything regarding high emotions are about to kick off, and they just don't stop. The Horde didn't just form overnight. It was complex. So bear with me and get ready. We have a lot to discuss. The arrival of the Draenei sparked deep-seated resentment within the ogre aristocracy of Highmaul, particularly after the newcomers constructed the magnificent city of Shatrath atop the ruins of Goria, the Gorian Empire's ancient capital. Despite the obvious technological and magical superiority of the Draenei, the ogre leader, Imperator Haklan, framed them as usurpers. He claimed they had supposedly stolen their power from the site's hidden Gorian secrets. Driven by a mix of insulted pride and the desire to reclaim their ancestral seat of learning, Haklan rallied the Highmaul sorcerers and a massive army to launch a conquest. He promised that the ogres would inherit the Draenei's sleek infrastructure and establish a new, enlightened empire. The ensuing conflict proved to be a humiliating brief testament to the Draenei's military precision and restraint. Although the ogre forces possessed a significant numerical advantage, Shatrath's advanced defenses easily repelled the initial surge, followed by a devastating efficient counterstrike led by Akama, Morad, and Nobundu. This elite force decapitated the ogre leadership by killing Haklan and his generals. Yet, the Draenei deliberately halted the slaughter. to allow the leaderless army to retreat. The conflict concluded with a massive display of the light from Prophet Velen, whose merciful decree of "go home and you will not be harmed" effectively shattered the ogre's imperial ambitions. It ensured they would never again attempt a frontal assault on the Draenei. The Draenei's decisive victory over Hymal fundamentally shifted Orcish perception, replacing indifference with deep-seated suspicion and fragmented hostility. During a tense Kosharg festival, the clans debated how to handle these technologically superior neighbors. While some chose total avoidance, others viewed the Draenei's restraint and mercy toward the ogres as a sign of cowardice. They assumed the Draenei would shrink away from a truly worthy warrior race. This lack of consensus left the Orcish clans in a state of uneasy peace, with the notable exception of the Bladewind clan. Exploiting their knowledge of trade routes between Terokkar and Nagrand, the Bladewinds launched violent raids, slaughtering traders and taking prisoners. These captives were forced into lifelong slavery, resulting in the birth of half-breed offspring. These children were tragically scorned by both Draenei and Orc cultures alike. Despite the brutality of these raids and calls for retaliation from the Exarchs, Prophet Velen strictly forbade an offensive campaign. He feared that the Orcs' refusal to surrender would lead to a genocidal war that might provoke all of Orc kind. Instead, he opted for a strategy of armed deterrence, heavily guarding caravans with Vindicators and deploying Rangari scouts for covert rescue missions. This defensive posture eventually earned the Bladewinds begrudging respect, as they learned that the Draenei were formidable combatants. While the raids never truly stopped, they became limited to opportunities that would strike against poorly defended targets. This left a permanent scar on the relationship between the two races. It created a legacy of suffering for those trapped in Orcish captivity. In a rare departure from the growing racial tensions on Draenor, two young orcs forged a rare and unheard of bond: Orgrim Doomhammer of the Blackrock and Durotan of the Frostwolf. While exploring the forbidden wilds of Terokkar Forest, the pair was nearly killed by a rampaging Hymal ogre. They were saved by a band of Rangari scouts who had been tracking the beast. The Draenei commander, Restalan, was impressed by the youth's courage and offered them sanctuary in the hidden city of Telmor. This marked a significant moment in history, as very few orcs had ever stepped foot inside a Draenei settlement. The two youths were left awestruck by the hospitality, advanced craftsmanship, and otherworldly technology they witnessed. The visit took on a prophetic weight when Prophet Velen requested an audience with the young orcs. Velen had been haunted by disturbing visions of a unified Orcish army marching under a great shadow. Despite his fears of a creeping darkness over the planet, Velen found no malice or corruption in Orgrim or Durotan. Instead, he observed them to be proud, honest individuals who embodied the best traits of their race. Velen eventually ordered his scouts to escort them safely back to the borders of Gorgrund. The youths returned to their clans with stories of the Draenei's kindness and wonders. Tragically, this diplomatic anomaly would go down in history as one of the final peaceful interactions between the two species. It occurred just before the Legion's corruption took hold of the Orcish people. For millennia after fleeing Argus, Sargeras and his Burning Legion decimated countless civilizations until they encountered the nascent world soul of Azeroth. Recognizing that a void-corrupted Azeroth would be an unstoppable weapon against him, Sargeras launched the War of the Ancients to claim the world's power before the Void Lords could, which is what we covered back in Volume 1. Despite the Legion's overwhelming fell might, the native defenders, led primarily by the Night Elves, achieved the impossible by banishing the demonic host back to the Twisting Nether. This humiliating defeat left Sargeras obsessed with a second conquest, but he faced a massive hurdle in bringing his armies back to the physical world. Opening portals between the nether and the physical universe requires astronomical amounts of energy to keep them stable enough for an invasion force. Now, the destruction of the original Well of Eternity, which is the massive arcane fount used in the first invasion, deprived the Legion of their primary gateway. To ensure the success of a future invasion, Sargeras pivoted toward a strategy of subversion and long-term preparation. He sought to soften Azeroth's defenses by scouring the universe for a new race or races to corrupt and add to the Legion's ranks. Simultaneously, the fallen Titan focused his attention on the planet itself, seeking a powerful individual to serve as a vessel for his return. While a second Will of Eternity had been secretly created by Illidan's Stormrage using stolen waters, it offered no easy path for the demonic host. This new fount was capped and protected by the enchanted world tree Nordrassil, keeping its vast energies out of the Legion's immediate reach. Consequently, Sargeras was forced to wait and plot, determined to break the inhabitants of Azeroth before his demons ever set foot on the world again. Before we continue, I'd like to mention that if you're enjoying this episode, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like this video. And if you ever feel like supporting the work that I do here, you can check out my membership options here on YouTube or over on Patreon. I really do appreciate the support from everyone who has already done so. I'm not really in a position to offer much in return, but what I do offer is early access to the videos when I publish them. But now, having said that, let's get back to our story. While the Legion prepared for its next strike against Azeroth, Gul'dan the Deceiver dispatched Talgath to hunt the Draenei. This mission finally succeeded when Talgath tracked waves of holy energy from the Crass Genadar to the lush world of Draenor. Upon discovering that Velen's people were effectively trapped by the destruction of their dimensional ship, Talgath reported the find to an elated Gul'dan. The Demon Lord viewed the Draenei's earlier flight from Argus as a personal betrayal, demanding retribution. However, Gul'dan chose to delay his revenge to fulfill Sargeras' mandate of finding new races for the Legion's ranks. He set his sights on the indigenous orcs as potential weapons for the crusade. Talgath was commanded to remain hidden and gather intelligence on orcish customs and the world's other inhabitants. This shifted the mission from a hunt of renegades into a strategic reconnaissance to determine if the orcs could be the vanguard needed to soften Azeroth. During his reconnaissance of Draenor, the demon Talgath identified the orcs as a resilient and violent race, focusing his scrutiny on the most influential factions. In the plains of Nagrand, he observed the Warsong clan, led by the bold warrior Grommash Hellscream. Despite being outnumbered by the Highmaul ogres, Hellscream utilized highly mobile wolf riders and hit-and-run tactics to shatter the ogres' regional dominance. This campaign successfully seized their lands and drove the ogres back to their stronghold, cementing Hellscream's legendary status among all orcs. The Highmaul ogres also faced an internal catastrophe spearheaded by a slave named Kargath. To escape his chains in the brutal arena pits, Kargath famously tore off his own hand and incited a bloody uprising that slaughtered the ogre masters. This group of former slaves founded the Shattered Hand clan and settled in the Spires of Arak. Twisted by years of torment, they embraced traditions of self-disfigurement and scarification, attaching weapons to their severed limbs. Kargath himself became known as Bladefist, leading an embittered people who defined themselves through their shared pain. In Gorgrund, Talgath watched the Blackrock clan, which functioned as the most organized and well-equipped military force on the planet. Led by the charismatic and power-hungry chieftain Blackhand, the clan commanded immense respect and total loyalty from its soldiers. The Blackrocks distinguished themselves through advanced metallurgy, using elemental fire to forge near indestructible armor and weaponry from rare Blackrock ore. Under Blackhand's leadership, they successfully crushed the local ogre populations, turning Gorgrand into an industrial military powerhouse. Deep within the Tanaan jungle, the superstitious Bleeding Hollow clan survived under the rule of the fearless Kilrog Deadeye. Kilrog ascended to power by murdering his father after a gruesome rite of passage in which he gouged out his own eye to see a vision of his death. Because he knew exactly when he was gonna die, Kilrog lived and led without fear, transforming his clan into a dominant force that eradicated their many jungle enemies. In stark contrast to the more aggressive factions, the Shadowmoon clan of Shadowmoon Valley offered a spiritual and peaceful perspective. Led by the wise and universally respected chieftain Ner'zhul, the Shadowmoon served as the religious heart of the Orcish race. Their shaman frequently communed with elemental spirits at the throne of the elements and sought guidance from dead ancestors. Ner'zhul acted as a critical advisor to all shaman, serving as the primary bridge that held the otherwise fragmented Orcish society together through spiritual tradition. Finally, Talgath observed the Frost Wolves in Frostfire Ridge, a clan led by chieftain Garrod or Garad that prioritized family and harmony with the environment. While Garad's sons Duratan and Garnar embraced these noble ideals, his eldest son Fenris grew restless and eventually abandoned his family. Fenris joined the rival Thunderlord clan, a group that defined themselves by dangerous hunts for massive Groan and Magnaron. Fenris eventually rose to lead the Thunderlords, adding to the regional tensions as Talgath watched the Orcs prepare for an inevitable clash with the local Bladespire ogres. Following the decline of the Gorian Empire, Imperator Kelgrok of the Bladespire ogres sought to restore dominance by expanding his control over Frostfire Ridge. To overcome their low population, Bladespire sorcerers engineered a new slave race called the Mok'Nathal through the forced breeding of ogres and orcs. These half-breeds possessed the physical power of ogres and the intelligence of orcs, kept in submission through brutal threats against their families. Kelgrok eventually unleashed the Mok'Nathal as the primary vanguard of his army, seizing resource-rich territories from the local Orcish clans. In response, Chieftain Garad of the Frostwolves attempted to unify the regional clans against the growing Bladespire threat. While the Whiteclaw clan joined the Frostwolves, the Thunderlord clan rejected the alliance to conduct their own dishonorable night raids. During the conflict, Garad captured the Mok'Nathal leader Leorox and discovered that the half-breeds were tortured slaves rather than willing participants. This revelation led to a secret alliance, culminating in a coordinated strike where Leorox ignited an internal rebellion, while Garad's forces assaulted the outer defenses. The bloody battle of Bladespire resulted in the total defeat of the ogres and the death of Imperator Kelgrok, whom Leorox strangled with his own slave chains. The victory was bittersweet, as Garad's son Garnar was killed during the siege, leaving the chieftain permanently heartbroken. Following the war, Leorox refused Garad's offer of land in Frostfire Ridge, predicting that the orcs would never truly accept his kind. The Mok'Nathal migrated to a remote corner of Gorgrand to establish a reclusive society committed to isolation and defensive combat only. Kil'jaeden analyzed Talgath's observations and concluded that the orcs' pride and spiritual reliance on ancestors made them the perfect targets for manipulation. He envisioned using them as a proxy force to annihilate the Draenei before formally inducting the race into the Burning Legion. This plan infuriated Talgath, who demanded his master reconsider after he had spent millennia personally hunting the renegades. Kil'jaeden refused to tolerate this insubordination and banished Talgath from Draenor, ensuring he would play no part in the Draenei's downfall. The Demon Lord then searched for a specific Orcish agent to facilitate the corruption, eventually identifying a physically deformed exile named Gul'dan. Born into a small clan in Gorgrond, Gul'dan had been cast out by his superstitious people who viewed his twisted form as an ill omen. Following the advice of a sympathetic elder, a starving Gul'dan sought purpose at the throne of the elements in Nagrand. The elemental spirits sensed the darkness and vengeful fury within his heart and rejected him, leaving him broken at the brink of death. At this moment of total despair, Kil'jaeden reached out and promised Gul'dan godlike power to punish all who had wronged him. Gul'dan eagerly accepted the Shadow Pact, fueled by a deep-seated disdain for the Orcish traditions that had caused his suffering. Kil'jaeden began instructing his new servant in the ways of fell magic, while teaching him to mask these energies to avoid drawing Draenei attention. Gul'dan mastered these destructive powers with disturbing speed, becoming the first orc warlock in history. Kil'jaeden realized that while he had secured Gul'dan as an agent, the Orcish clans were not yet desperate enough to be unified into a single genocidal force. To create the necessary conditions of despair, he planned to recreate an ancient elemental upheaval. Under the Demon Lord's guidance, Gul'dan traveled to the Throne of the Elements and cursed the site with fell magic. When the four elemental furies, Gordog, Arboreus, Calandrios, and Incineratus, manifested to defend the holy site, Gul'dan used his unprecedented warlock powers to drain their life essence. The Furies were nearly destroyed and forced to flee, marking the first time Gul'dan had ever dominated other living beings, a victory he found deeply intoxicating. The resulting corruption of the Throne of the Elements threw Draenor's climate into a state of total chaos, leading to extreme droughts, devastating floods, and freak snowstorms in regions like Tanaan Jungle and Terakar Forest. As the rivers dried up and thousands of the animal life on the planet died, the orcs faced a massive famine that their shaman were powerless to stop, as the tormented spirits had ceased communicating with them. Compounding this environmental disaster, Gul'dan used his magic to engineer and spread the Red Pox, the most virulent and deadly plague in Orcish history, which quickly began to decimate the population across all clans. The plague reached a critical turning point during the Kosh'har festival in Nagrand, where many orcs, including the noble chieftain Garad of the Frostwolves, became infected. To prevent a total outbreak, the elder shaman Ner'zhul convinced those infected to remain in Nagrand and establish a quarantine camp. Garad accepted this fate to protect his family, ordering his son and sole heir, Durotan, to return to Frostfire Ridge to lead the clan in his absence. Within weeks, the Red Pox claimed Garad's life. In honor of his leadership and sacrifice during his final days, the survivors named their permanent quarantine settlement Garadar. Desperation and violence began to consume the Orcish clans, and Kil'jaeden realized it was time to unify them under a public figure. Since Gul'dan lacked the ability to inspire or lead by example, the Demon Lord commanded him to find an ally who could. Before proceeding with this new task, Gul'dan returned to his original village and used Fellfire to burn every inhabitant to ash, effectively erasing any evidence of his true history and physical weakness. Once his past was obliterated, he set out for the Shadowmoon clan, intending to find a respected shaman whom the Legion could use as a perfect pawn. Gul'dan infiltrated the Shadowmoon clan by posing as a victim of an ogre attack, carefully masking his warlock powers and the true nature of his village's destruction. The Shadowmoon took pity on the outsider and accepted him into their fold. allowing Gul'dan to observe their leaders. He eventually targeted the clan's chieftain, Ner'zhul, a dedicated and persistent leader whose obsession with his goals made him an ideal target. Gul'dan recognized that Ner'zhul was deeply vulnerable due to the silence of the elemental spirits, which had reopened the raw wounds of grief he felt for his long-dead mate, Rulkan. By feigning shared sorrow over lost family, Gul'dan successfully manipulated Ner'zhul into granting him his friendship and trust, even becoming the chieftain's shamanic apprentice. This position gave Kil'jaeden direct access to a respected public figure whose mind he could begin to twist to his own will. While the Demon Lord worked on subverting Ner'zhul, he dispatched Gul'dan on a new mission to turn the desperate and agitated Orcish clans against the Draenei. Gul'dan set out to ensure that the Orcs would soon see their neighbors not as neighbors, but as their primary enemies. To incite conflict between the Orcs and the Draenei, Gul'dan targeted the desperate Bladewind clan, whose village sat near the Draenei capital of Shattrath. The Bladewinds had already suffered immense losses, with 70% of their population decimated by the Red Pox and their resources depleted by elemental upheaval. Gul'dan, acting as a representative of the Shadow Moon, manipulated the clan into believing that the Draenei were responsible for the plague and the world's environmental woes. He convinced them that only spilling Draenei blood would appease the elemental spirits, leading the Orcs to launch aggressive raids on caravans and take numerous prisoners. One of the captives taken during these raids was Lurin, the sister of a prominent Draenei Vindicator named Marad. As the Bladewind's violence escalated, Marad and other Vindicators demanded military action, but the Prophet Velen initially appealed for calm. Velen was troubled by unreliable and indecipherable visions of a looming shadow guiding the Orcs' actions. To investigate, the Draenei leadership dispatched the Rangari scouts, who discovered that the Bladewinds were performing gruesome ritual executions of their prisoners to appease the elements. Upon learning that Lurin was among the few captives still alive, Morad made an impassioned plea for an attack, which Velen and the Exarchs reluctantly approved. Morad led a force of Vindicators and Rangari in a desperate storming of the Bladewind village, but they arrived too late to save the prisoners. Discovering the mutilated body of his sister, Morad was consumed by rage and led a rampage through the settlement. The battle resulted in the near-total destruction of the Bladewind clan, with the desperate Orcs fighting to the death in hopes of saving their world from the elemental silence. Gul'dan watched the massacre from a distance, ensuring the violence served his ultimate goal of total war. A few Orc survivors managed to flee the destruction and headed east towards Shadowmoon Valley, but they never reached their destination safely. Gul'dan intercepted and murdered these survivors to ensure that no one could contradict his narrative of the events in Terakar Forest. By silencing the witnesses, he ensured that only his manufactured version of the story would reach the other Orcish clans. Returning to the Shadowmoon clan, Gul'dan fabricated a report of a horrific, unprovoked atrocity committed by the Draenei. He claimed that the Draenei had launched a senseless slaughter against the Bladewinds, murdering everyone regardless of age or gender. This false account spread rapidly through the Orcish territories, painting the Draenei as a genocidal threat rather than peaceful neighbors. Gul'dan's lie successfully planted deep seeds of hatred and suspicion among the Orcish people. The tragedy of the Bladewind village provided the proof the clans needed to view the Draenei as their enemies. This manufactured grievance became the catalyst for the unification Kil'jaeden desired, setting the stage for the Orcs to eventually consolidate into a single, vengeful force against the Draenei.
With Gul'dan's lies spreading like wildfire, the orcs began to blame the Draenei for what had happened with the Red Pox and other horrible things happening on the world of Draenor. Eventually, the orcs would form a unified force to combat their opposition. We know this as the Horde. While Gul'dan was stirring the pot of emotions with the orcs, Kil'jaeden manipulated the vulnerable Ner'zhul by appearing in his dreams as the spirit of his deceased mate, Rulkan. This false spirit claimed that the Draenei were responsible for the spread of the Red Pox and the elemental instability plaguing Draenor, insisting that the reclusive race intended to wipe out the orcs. While Ner'zhul was initially skeptical of these claims due to the peaceful history between the two races, Gul'dan's well-timed report regarding the Bladewind clan massacre seemingly confirmed Rulkan's warnings. Convinced of the threat, Ner'zhul accepted the spirit's guidance that the only way to ensure Orcish survival was to unite the clans into a single, massive army. A feat not seen since the war against the Gorian Empire centuries prior. To consolidate power, Ner'zhul shared these ancestral revelations with the Shadowmoon clan, who followed his lead due to their deep-seated superstition and respect for spirits. Gul'dan acted as a vocal supporter during this time, helping to solidify Ner'zhul's position as the destined savior of the Orcish people. An urgent summons was sent to all other clans to gather at the sacred mountain of Oshugan for a grand council. Meanwhile, Kil'jaeden ensured the deception remained unchallenged by using his immense power to block communication with real ancestral spirits at Oshugan and by telepathically impersonating ancestors to other elder shaman across the planet, reinforcing the lie that the Draenei were preparing for a violent crusade. Over several weeks, the legendary chieftains of the Orcish clans, including Gromosh Hellscream, Kilrog Deadeye, Kargath Bladefist, Blackhand, and Fenris, gathered at the base of the Crystal Mountain Oshugan. Among them was the Frostwolf chieftain Durotan, who arrived with his mate Draka and the shaman Drekthar. This gathering provided a rare opportunity for Durotan to reunite with his longtime friend Orgrim Doomhammer, who was then serving as the second-in-command to Chieftain Blackhand. As the clans assembled, the air was thick with tension and the weight of the impending decision that would alter the course of their history. Ner'zhul finally addressed the massive assembly, relaying the prophetic warnings he claimed to have received from Rulkan and other spirits. He blamed the Draenei for the Red Pox and the elemental instability, citing the Bladewind massacre as proof that the Draenei intended to annihilate the entire Orcish race. He proposed that the only hope for survival was for the clans to abandon their independence and unite as a single army to destroy the Draenei. To allow the weight of this proposal to sink in, Ner'zhul granted the chieftains a full day and night to deliberate on whether to merge their people for the sake of total war. The ensuing debate exposed deep rifts among the leadership, with warmongers like Gromosh and Blackhand favoring immediate unification, while others like Chieftain Zagril of the White Claw clan argued that such bloodshed might further offend the elements. Durotan remained deeply conflicted, remembering the hospitality and peace he had witnessed years prior from Velen and the Draenei, yet he felt unable to openly challenge the supposed wisdom of the ancestral spirits. Drekthar and other elder shaman further complicated matters by confirming they had seen similar visions, leaving Durotan and other skeptics with little ground to stand on against the divine mandate for war. During the deliberations, Gul'dan moved through the ranks, using his own perceived physical weakness as a psychological weapon to shame others into supporting the cause. He framed the unification as a matter of absolute honor, implying that anyone who refused to fight alongside even a wretch like himself was a coward. While he successfully swayed the majority, Gul'dan carefully noted the identities of those like Zagrel who remained stubborn in their opposition. At dawn, the vote was cast, and the vast majority of chieftains agreed to unite under a single banner, officially forming the entity known as the Horde. Amidst this political shift, the history of Orgrim's family weapon, the Doomhammer, loomed in the background. An ancient prophecy stated that the last of the Doomhammer line would bring both salvation and doom to the Orcish people before the hammer passed to an orc outside of the Blackrock clan. This future wielder, not of Orgrim's bloodline, was destined to use the legendary weapon to lead a cause of true justice. This prophecy served as a grim reminder that while the Horde was being forged in deception and blood, the ultimate fate of the orcs and their greatest artifacts remained tied to a destiny beyond Ner'zhul's current machinations. In the months following the Horde's formation, the orcs transitioned from political unification to active warfare, launching sporadic and violent attacks against Draenei hunting parties. Velen and the Council of Exarchs received news of these skirmishes with confusion, yet they initially rationalized the aggression as a desperate byproduct of the elemental turmoil and the Red Pox. They believed the orcs were merely lashing out due to environmental suffering, much like the Bladewind clan had previously done. Despite Velen's efforts to send emissaries to negotiate a peace, the orcs either ignored these gestures or responded with lethal hostility. When Rengari scouts finally confirmed that the disparate clans had consolidated into a unified standing army, the Draenei leadership realized diplomacy was no longer a viable option. Despite the mounting threat, the Draenei opted for a purely defensive strategy, still viewing the orcs as fellow victims of Draenor's natural disasters rather than as agents of a greater evil. Because they were unaware of the Burning Legion's invisible hand in orchestrating the conflict, Velen and the Exarchs focused on fortifying their existing holdings rather than launching preemptive strikes. Exarch Akama, leading the Vindicators, was tasked with coordinating global defenses, while Artificers bolstered the fortifications of major hubs like Shatrath City and the Temple of Karabor. Velen remained preoccupied with investigating the root cause of the elemental unrest. While he suspected the Legion's involvement, the lack of physical demonic evidence led him to watch the stars for an invasion that had, unbeknownst to him, already begun from within. Ner'zhul watched the unfolding war with growing apprehension, noting that the orcs were becoming increasingly bloodthirsty while the world's elemental spirits had fallen completely silent. When the false visage of Rulkan reappeared in his dreams to suggest seeking out powerful new allies to restore balance, Ner'zhul desperately agreed. Soon after, Kil'jaeden appeared to him in the form of a radiant elemental entity, urging the shaman to push the Horde toward a total victory to please the elements. However, Ner'zhul grew deeply unsettled by this new benefactor's obsessive violence and singular focus on murdering the Draenei leader, Velen. Realizing that Rulkan's spirit had vanished since this entity's arrival, Ner'zhul decided to secretly journey to Oshugan to seek the true counsel of his ancestors and his dead mate. Kil'jaeden, fully aware of Ner'zhul's wavering loyalty, realized the Elder Shaman was not the pawn he required and ordered Gul'dan to seize control of the Shadowmoon clan. Gul'dan began recruiting allies, starting with a young and respected shaman named Terran Gore, who had grown frustrated by the element's silence. Gul'dan seduced him with the power of fell magic, deceptively labeling it as a higher form of shamanism that could finally save their people. Terran Gore became the first of many Shadowmoon shaman to abandon their old ways for this new power. As the corruptive fell energy began to twist their minds and darken their hearts, these new warlocks abandoned their noble intentions and shifted their absolute loyalty to Gul'dan alone. Upon reaching Oshugan, Ner'zhul exerted a massive force of will to break through the spiritual barriers Kil'jaeden had erected around the mountain, finally making contact with the real ancestral spirits. Among them was the true spirit of Rulkan, who revealed the devastating truth. Ner'zhul had been a pawn in a grand deception. She explained that the Draenei were never the enemy and that Kil'jaeden's true goal was the absolute corruption of the Orcish race, facilitated by Gul'dan's betrayal. The encounter ended in tragedy for Ner'zhul, as Rulkan and the collective ancestors turned their backs on him in silent condemnation, a spiritual rejection that left the shaman crushed by an overwhelming sense of shame and the realization that he had delivered his people into the hands of evil. Driven by a desperate hope to sabotage the plans of Gul'dan and Kil'jaeden, a shamed Ner'zhul attempted to return to Shadowmoon Valley, but he was intercepted and captured by Gul'dan and his newly trained warlocks. Although many of the warlocks demanded his execution, Gul'dan spared him under strict orders from Kil'jaeden, who wanted the shaman to live as a witness to the downfall of his race. Additionally, keeping Ner'zhul alive prevented the other clans from becoming suspicious of the sudden change in leadership. Over the following months, Ner'zhul was reduced to a broken slave, subjected to constant abuse, and rendered too fearful to resist, allowing Gul'dan and his followers to effectively usurp the voice of the Shadowmoon clan as Ner'zhul faded into obscurity. While Gul'dan consolidated his power, the Horde's war effort against the Draenei stalled. Though they could crush small outposts, they lacked the unity to breach major settlements. Rivalries between chieftains like Blackhand and Gromosh Hellscream frequently devolved into inter-clan skirmishing, leading Kil'jaeden to conclude that the clans were a horde in name only. The Demon Lord realized the orcs required a singular war chief to impose discipline. Although Gul'dan coveted the position, Kil'jaeden denied him, decreeing that the warlock's talents were better suited for the shadows and manipulation. Fearing his master's wrath, Gul'dan began searching for a suitable puppet to lead the front lines, eventually setting his sights on the ambitious chieftain Blackhand of the Blackrock clan. Blackhand was chosen because his clan already possessed the military discipline and elemental forges necessary to create the war machines needed to break Draenei defenses. To secure Blackhand's allegiance, Gul'dan offered otherworldly strength, initiating Blackrock Shaman into fell magic and demonstrating a horrific process of magically transforming the orc children into so-called proper soldiers. This fell infusion left the young orcs, including Blackrock's own sons Dalrend and Maim, physically powerful, but psychologically unstable and prone to violence. Seeing the efficiency of these new weapons, Blackhand agreed to become war chief, believing he was using Gul'dan's sorcery to cement his own legacy as the greatest leader in Orcish history. To maintain control over the newly unified horde, Gul'dan established a clandestine organization known as the Shadow Council. He invited Blackhand to be a member to give the war chief an illusion of total authority, while secretly ensuring the council's inner circle consisted only of Shadowmoon warlocks loyal exclusively to Gul'dan. This created a relationship of deep mutual distrust. Gul'dan intended to use Blackhand as a disposable puppet ruler to shield his own machinations, while Blackhand was confident he could outmaneuver the warlock and use his magic to secure a permanent place of power. With this fragile alliance in place, the Horde finally had the centralized leadership required to wage a coordinated war of extinction. As Blackhand intensified the offensive against the Draenei, Gul'dan formalized the Shadow Council, primarily composed of Shadowmoon warlocks like Terrangor, but expanding to include individuals from various clans sworn to absolute secrecy. To enhance the council's reach, Gul'dan looked beyond the Orcish race, recruiting two pivotal figures, Garona and Cho'Gall. Garona, a half-orc, half-Draenei survivor of the Bladewind clan, had been forged into a ferocious warrior and skilled linguist through years of abuse and her time as an interpreter. Gul'dan feigned sympathy for her status as an outcast to lower her guard, only to have his warlocks magically bewitch her, transforming the brilliant and strong half-breed into a mindless, highly effective assassin for the Council's dark interests. Cho'Gall, a two-headed ogre mage from Highmall, offered a different set of skills rooted in his mastery of the arcane and his natural status as an omen of fortune. After narrowly escaping an assassination attempt by the Highmall aristocracy, who feared his rising influence, Cho'Gall sought the power necessary to exact his revenge. Gul'dan was drawn to the ogre's arrogance and insatiable ambition, making Cho'Gall his primary apprentice and schooling him in the secrets of fell magic and the existence of the Burning Legion. While Cho'Gall pledged loyalty to the Council, his commitment was purely transactional. He viewed Gul'dan and the Legion merely as tools to facilitate his own ascension and was prepared to betray them the moment they were no longer useful to his personal quest for power. In addition to these specialized recruits, Gul'dan worked with Kil'jaeden to establish the Necrolites, a morbid sect of orcs dedicated to the study of necromancy. These dark practitioners were tasked with spreading the virulent plagues among the Draenei and utilizing their powers to raise the fallen as undead soldiers for the Horde. This diversification of the Shadow Council's assets, ranging from political manipulation and physical assassination to arcane mastery and necromantic warfare, ensured that the Horde possessed a multifaceted arsenal. Through these clandestine efforts, Gul'dan successfully laid the groundwork for a shadow government that could dictate the fate of Draenor, while the chieftains focused on the visible carnage of the front lines. While Gul'dan had secured Blackhand's personal support, he understood that the other Orcish clans would not immediately accept a Blackrock chieftain as their supreme leader. To bridge this gap, he deployed Shadow Council agents across all Orcish territories to conduct a sophisticated propaganda campaign, spreading tales of Blackhand's legendary deeds and claiming his shaman had tapped into a mysterious power far greater than the elements. This coordinated effort was designed to manufacture a sense of awe and destiny around Blackhand, making his eventual rise to war chief appear inevitable. Simultaneously, these agents acted as spies, identifying any dissenters who threatened the Horde's unity and reporting them directly to Gul'dan to ensure any sparks of rebellion were snuffed out before they could catch fire. Chieftain Zagril of the White Claw clan emerged as the warlock's primary target, as he vocally advocated for ending the war and returning to traditional shamanic rituals to heal the orcs' relationship with the elements. Fearing that Zagril's influence would sway other skeptical leaders like Durotan of the Frostwolves, Gul'dan ordered his magically ensorcelled assassin Garona to execute the dissident leader. Garona successfully infiltrated the White Claw encampment and stabbed Zagril through the heart without leaving a trace, triggering a violent internal power struggle among his family that permanently crippled the clan's influence. While Durotan suspected that Zagril's untimely death was a targeted assassination intended to silence the Horde's opposition, he lacked the proof to challenge the unseen forces moving against those who clung to the old ways. Gul'dan convened the chieftains and shaman at Oshugan to finalize Blackhand's rise, utilizing the shamanic community's desperation to secure total support. He argued that the elemental spirits had abandoned the orcs and presented fell magic as their only salvation, a power he claimed was a gift from benevolent beings, while carefully concealing the existence of Kil'jaeden and the Burning Legion from everyone except his inner Shadow Council. To prove its efficacy, Blackrock warlocks publicly executed Draenei captives by siphoning their life essence, a display of power that led the once pious shaman to beg for instruction in these dark arts.
Even the skeptical Duratan, fearing his clan would be vulnerable if they remained powerless, reluctantly permitted Drekthar, the Frostwolf shaman, to embrace the corruptive energy. With the clans now spiritually and martially indebted to the Blackrock clan's mastery of fell magic, Gul'dan moved to centralize command by warning that the Draenei were mobilizing a massive defense. He insisted that even with their new magic, the Horde would fail without a singular war chief to oversee all military operations, positioning Blackhand as the only logical choice due to his string of victories and his clan's superior war machines. Though many chieftains viewed Blackhand as a dangerous rival, they were seduced by the prospect of he and his warlocks transforming their own clans into unstoppable forces. This atmosphere of awe and dependency ensured that the proposal for a war chief was met with the consensus Gul'dan required. The final vote for the title of war chief was unanimous, though it was driven as much by fear as it was by respect. Duratan begrudgingly cast his vote for Blackhand, whom he recognized as a tyrant, primarily to protect the Frostwolf clan from the certain retribution of the Blackrocks and their new allies. With his coronation complete, War Chief Blackhand assumed absolute command, promising to replace the clan's previous disarray with precise, genocidal purpose. Under this new leadership, the Horde was no longer a loose collection of families, but a singular, focused engine of war dedicated to the total annihilation of the Draenei race in the name of the ancestors, for the clans, and for the Horde. War Chief Blackhand initiated the structural transformation of the Horde by ordering his Blackrock Masons to construct a massive capital in the western Tanaan jungle known as the Citadel. This imposing stronghold served a dual purpose. It functioned as a neutral meeting ground for chieftains to coordinate strategy and as a centralized hub for the Horde's growing number of warlocks to refine their fell magics. Within its walls, Gul'dan and the Shadow Council established their secret headquarters, operating in the shadows to monitor the inhabitants and ensure total control over the begrudging military state. As the foundations were laid, Blackhand replaced the previous chaotic raiding style with a rigid military hierarchy, assigning specific roles to each clan based on their inherent strengths. To optimize the Horde's efficiency, Blackhand divided the clans into specialized divisions, designating smaller, mobile groups like the Bleeding Hollow, Shattered Hand, and Shadow Moon as scouts and auxiliary raiders. He even formed a personal scouting arm for the Blackrock clan called the Blacktooth Grin, composed of hand-picked warriors loyal to his vision. The primary bulk of the army, the main fighting force, was anchored by the heavy-hitting Blackrock, Warsong, and Frostwolf clans. This restructuring turned the loose collection of Orcish families into a professional war machine, with every soldier and chieftain integrated into a global strategy for the first time in their history. Blackhand's rise to power was marked by brutal authoritarianism, as many orcs initially bristled at the idea of an outsider commanding their ancestral clans. The war chief crushed this dissent through public executions and the threat of total annihilation of entire clans, using the superior might of the Blackrock clan to enforce his will until the remaining clans fell into line. To maintain this strict discipline, he appointed highly capable lieutenants such as Eichrig, Varrock Saurfane, and Orgrim Doomhammer to oversee the transition. Under their supervision, the Blackrock forges of Gorgrand operated relentlessly, choking the sky with smoke as they produced the massive quantities of armor, weaponry, and siege engines necessary to finally break the Draenei's defenses. War Chief Blackhand sought to maximize the Horde's numbers by incorporating ogres and the half-ogre Mok'Nathal into his ranks, but his most disturbing expansion method involved the systematic use of fell magic on Orcish children. He dispatched his most formidable warlocks to the various clans to magically accelerate the growth of adolescence, imbuing them with the physical strength and unbridled fury of adult warriors. While most chieftains welcomed this rapid recruitment method as a necessary boon for their military power, Gul'dan remained deeply unsettled by the practice. Ultimately, he was forced to submit to the process to avoid the annihilation of the Frostwolf clan, watching in horror as Blackrock warlocks flooded his clan's youth with green energy, warping them into hulking, bloodthirsty soldiers. Beyond the physical transformation of the youth, Gul'dan observed a more pervasive corruption taking hold of the entire Orcish race. Their natural brown skin was becoming splotchy and turning a sickly green. Although the specific mechanics of this change were unknown to him, he correctly suspected that the rampant use of fell magic was the cause, viewing it as a dire omen of the power's sinister origins. However, the majority of the Horde remained indifferent to this metamorphosis, considering the change in appearance a negligible price to pay for the immense power granted by their new masters. This physical shift served as the outward mark of the orcs' deepening connection to the demonic forces that were quietly steering their destiny toward total war. While the Horde consolidated its power, a secret society of outcasts known as the Pale flourished within the catacombs beneath Nagrand. These exiles had spent generations siphoning void energies from Kure, the decaying Naru residing in Oshigan, granting them dark powers that rivaled the potency of fell magic. Although Gul'dan initially dismissed the rumors of their abilities, Kil'jaeden was intrigued and pressured the warlock to investigate the Pale as a potential asset for the war effort. Consequently, Gul'dan dispatched his apprentice, Cho'Gall, to evaluate the exiles and, if their strength was genuine, bring them into the Horde's service. Cho'Gall ventured into the subterranean caves of the Pale, where he was met not with resistance, but with a fanatical eagerness to share a prophecy called the Hour of Twilight, a cosmic apocalypse where shadow would extinguish all life. While Cho'Gall was indifferent to the prophecy itself, he was captivated by the sheer power of their shadow magic and recognized its potential as a devastating weapon. He manipulated the exiles by framing the Horde as the ultimate instrument to trigger the Hour of Twilight, prompting the Pale to pledge their loyalty. This union resulted in the formation of a new Orcish clan called the Twilight's Hammer. And though it would take years to manifest fully, Cho'Gall himself slowly began to find truth in the dark prophecy he had initially used as a tool of deception. Under War Chief Blackhand, the Horde transitioned from sporadic raids to a massive coordinated offensive, using advanced siege engines and weaponry to systematically topple Draenei outposts and strongholds. These victories dealt a crushing blow to Draenei morale, but the psychological impact was worsened by the undeniable realization that the Burning Legion was orchestrating the Orcs' aggression. The evidence of demonic influence was everywhere. The land itself was dying as forests withered and water sources became polluted with foul energies from the rampant use of fell magic. Velen was particularly devastated by this discovery, realizing that while his prophetic visions were beginning to return, the Legion had already successfully infiltrated and corrupted the Orcs right under his watch. Faced with the impossibility of escaping the planet, Velen and the Council of Exarchs recognized they could no longer protect their outlying settlements and ordered a full-scale withdrawal to their most formidable bastions, Shatrath City and the Temple of Karabor. The Draenei focused all the remaining resources on fortifying these two locations, hoping to survive the Horde's onslaught while dreading a direct invasion by the Legion's demonic forces. Simultaneously, the elemental spirits of Draenor reached a breaking point as the world's life force was drained by fell sorcery. In a desperate final act of defiance, the remaining spirits pooled their collective strength to manifest as Siruk, the Fire Lord, a colossal being of pure elemental fury, destined to confront the Horde and halt the desecration of the world. Warchief Blackhand gathered the unified clans for their largest offensive to date, targeting the Temple of Caribor to break the Draenei's spiritual morale and pave the way for an assault on Shatrath. As the Horde camped near a volcano outside the temple, Searuk the Fire Lord manifested within the peak and unleashed a devastating firestorm that decimated the Orcish ranks. This display of raw elemental fury terrified the Orcs, particularly all the former shaman who interpreted the catastrophe as divine retribution for their reliance on fell magic. Fearing a mass desertion that would end his campaign, Gul'dan realized that the elements had made themselves vulnerable by concentrating their power into a single physical form, and he moved to exploit this weakness to cement the Horde's dark path. Gul'dan led his most loyal Shadow Council warlocks onto the slopes of the volcano to perform a massive ritual that would permanently sever the Orcs' ties to the natural world. Together, they channeled immense fell energy into Searuk, shattering the Fire Lord's physical form and causing the earth to tear open in a violent upheaval of elemental and demonic power. Gul'dan siphoned these energies to further empower the Horde's soldiers, effectively replacing their ancestral connection to the spirits with a permanent dependency on fell corruption. This act of spiritual desecration transformed the volcano into a monument of demonic dominance known as the Hand of Gul'dan, leaving the Orcs more powerful than ever, but entirely isolated from the world's natural balance.
With the Horde established and a war chief chosen, the destruction of the Draenei was on the horizon. But they weren't the only ones threatened. The other civilizations of the planet would soon learn and feel the destructive power of the Horde. These are the last events before the dominating inhabitants of Draenor would invade Azeroth via the Dark Portal. Prophet Velen and the Exarchs watched as the massive Horde army marched through Shadowmoon Valley towards the Temple of Caribor, prompting the Draenei to bolster the temple's defenses with artificers, vindicators, and Rangari from Shatrath City. Fear struck the defenders when a volcano erupted with fell energy, providing undeniable proof of the Orcs' alliance with the Burning Legion. Despite being outnumbered, Velen stood on the front lines, imbuing his people with the light as they faced relentless bombardment from the fell-infused siege engines. The Draenei fought with unprecedented ferocity, successfully pushing back the initial waves of howling Orcs and nearly securing a miraculous victory. The tide turned when Gul'dan and the Shadow Council bypassed traditional Orcish laws to tap into the Dark Star, a decaying Naru named Kara that radiated potent void energies. By conducting a massive ritual, the warlocks channeled a pillar of shadow magic directly onto the Draenei positions, instantly killing many and driving others to madness. Velen used his immense willpower to hold the void at bay long enough to lead a group of survivors in a daring escape through the harbor. The stronghold, once a glorious temple, was forever darkened by the influx of shadow and became known as the Black Temple. Following the victory, the Horde desecrated the holy relics and took many surviving Draenei as prisoners. Gul'dan claimed the Black Temple as a base of operations for the Shadow Council, deceiving Warchief Blackhand by claiming it was merely a fortress for interrogations, while actually seeking distance from the Warchief's oversight. The Shadow Council subjected their captives to brutal torture to extract intelligence regarding the defenses of Shatrath City. They soon realized that Shatrath with its massive garrison, would present the greatest challenge the Horde had ever faced in their campaign. Kil'jaeden reflected on the fall of Erebor with mixed emotions. While he craved the personal humiliation of Prophet Velen, he remained focused on the ultimate conquest of Shattrath City. Recognizing that the Horde's reliance on the Darkstar was a one-time tactical advantage and that previous Felon fusions were reaching their limit, the Demon Lord proposed a more permanent solution. He instructed Gul'dan to have the orcs drink the blood of a demon, a process that would grant them overwhelming, otherworldly power, while simultaneously shackling the entire race to the Burning Legion's will forever. Gul'dan, driven by the promise of godhood, readily agreed to orchestrate this mass corruption and convinced War Chief Blackhand to assemble the clans at a mountain near Hellfire Citadel under the guise of receiving a new form of fel magic. To provide the necessary catalyst for this transformation, Kil'jaeden opened a temporary gateway to the Black Temple to summon Manaroth the Destructor, a massive pit lord and legendary legion general. Manaroth radiated a level of malice that even the power-hungry Gul'dan found terrifying. Despite the warlock's efforts to keep the demon's presence a secret known only to the inner circle of the Shadow Council, the elder shaman Ner'zhul discovered the truth. Having been kept close by his former apprentices as a broken witness to his people's downfall, Ner'zhul finally found the resolve to act against the looming doom of his race. Ner'zhul recognized that he could not openly defy the Shadow Council, nor would most chieftains, blinded by their loyalty to Blackhand, listen to his warnings. He identified Chieftain Durotan of the Frostwolf clan as the only leader with the necessary moral compass and growing skepticism toward the war to potentially resist Gul'dan's influence. Seizing a moment of transition, Ner'zhul secretly planted an anonymous message within a batch of official Shadow Council orders destined for the Frostwolves. The letter contained a dire warning. If Durotan followed Gul'dan's commands at the upcoming gathering, he and his people would suffer a fate far worse than death. The Shadow Council remained entirely unaware of Ner'zhul's subversion as they finalized the preparations for the gathering. This secret act of rebellion by the former Great Shaman set the stage for a fracture within the Horde's unified front, just as the Legion prepared to claim its prize. While Gul'dan moved toward his goal of total control and demonic ascension, the anonymous missive reached the Frostwolf clan, planting the seed of doubt that would eventually challenge the Burning Legion's designs for Draenor. Atop a mountain near the Citadel, Gul'dan presented the gathered Orcish clans with a pool of Manaroth's smoldering blood, deceitfully labeling it a gift from their fell patrons that would grant them the strength of gods. Gromosh Hellscream, the chieftain of the Warsong clan, was the first to step forward and drink, undergoing a violent transformation as his muscles bulged and his eyes took on a hellish red glow. His bloodthirsty war cry ignited a frenzy among the other orcs, most of whom scrambled to consume the liquid and experienced the same intoxicating rush of power. Amidst the chaos, Chieftain Durotan and Orgrim Doomhammer stood as notable exceptions who refused the so-called gift. Having taken Ner'zhul's anonymous warning to heart, Durotan simply declined the drink, an act that deeply infuriated Gul'dan and raised his suspicions about the Frostwolf leader's knowledge of the Legion. Orgrim, horrified by the ecological decay caused by fel magic, used a clever political maneuver to avoid drinking. He claimed he was not worthy to share the same cup as War Chief Blackhand, a feigned act of servitude that satisfied both the War Chief and Gul'dan. The demonic blood instantly stripped the orcs of their fear and hesitation, replacing their remaining humanity with a singular, violent obsession with destroying the Draenei. Even those who did not drink, such as Durotan and Orgrim, were not entirely spared from the corruption. The fell energy radiating from their transformed kin acted as an invisible aura that began to seep into their bodies, ensuring that over time, the skin of every orc in the vicinity would eventually turn the telltale shade of green. That same night, a jubilant Black Hand ordered the Horde to march en masse toward Shatrath City to begin their final assault. To bolster their courage, Gul'dan channeled fell energy into the very mountain they stood upon, causing the earth to split and erupt in gouts of fire. He proclaimed this destruction a divine omen of victory, mirroring the eruption at Karabor. This sacred peak, forever changed by the Warlock's ritual, would eventually be remembered as the throne of Kil'jaeden. While the majority of the race fell into darkness, a small group of orcs remained uncorrupted due to their physical isolation. These were the victims of the Red Pox quarantined in Garadar, including Gromosh Hellscream's son, Garrosh. Because they were removed from the immediate presence of the fell-infused horde, they did not undergo the green-skinned transformation. In time, this isolated group would be known as the Moghar, standing as the last remnants of the orcish race untainted by the Burning Legion's influence. Prophet Velen, haunted by the apocalyptic visions of a red sky and the total slaughter of his people, realized that Shatrath City was destined to fall. Understanding that a full evacuation would only lead to a relentless hunt by the orcs, the Draenei leadership devised a grim strategy. A large portion of their military would stay behind to die in a final stand, tricking the Horde into believing the Draenei race had been completely extinguished. Although Velen initially insisted on staying to defend the city, the Exarchs eventually persuaded him that his survival was essential for the future of their species. While Velen led many civilians to the remote island temple of Tel'Rador in the Zangar Sea, Rangari scouts and Vindicators prepared for the inevitable siege. As the Horde approached, Kil'jaeden finally revealed his true form to the orcs, no longer needing to hide now that their souls were bound to the Legion. He bestowed the warlocks with knowledge of terrifying new destructive spells to ensure the city's downfall. Simultaneously, Gul'dan and the Shadow Council introduced a horrific biological weapon, bombs filled with a volatile concoction of fell magic and the Red Pox. When launched against Shatrath's walls, these bombs released a corrosive, choking red mist that blinded the defenders and rotted their flesh, providing cover for the advancing Orcish army. The assault was brutal and supernatural, as warlocks used Kil'jaeden's teachings to rain fiery green meteors from the sky, which transformed into massive demons known as Infernals upon impact. High-ranking defenders like Morad, Akama, and Nobundu fought with desperate courage against the overwhelming tide. The Vindicators' primary goal shifted to buying time for the remaining refugees to escape. While some, like Morad, managed to lead groups to safety, thousands of others, including women and children, were cut down as rivers of blood filled the city streets and courtyards. The fall of Shatrath was the costliest victory the Horde had ever achieved, leaving a staggering number of Orcish dead alongside the slaughtered Draenei. Despite the devastation, the city was successfully reduced to a ruin of fellfire, fulfilling Velen's dark premonitions. The Horde celebrated the supposed extinction of their enemies, but the reality was a hollow victory that left the city a haunted shell of its former glory. Gul'dan, however, remained deeply uneasy because Velen had once again vanished. Fearing Kil'jaeden's wrath over the prophet's survival, the warlock dispatched his elite assassin, Garona, to hunt him down. Though Garona would spend years scouring the wilds of Draenor for any sign of the prophet, Velen and the survivors at Tel'Rador remained hidden, ensuring that the light of the Draenei was not entirely snuffed out by the Horde's conquest. Thousands of Draenei perished, yet their sacrifice enabled many civilians and military remnants, including Vindicators, priests, and Rangari, to retreat to the tomb city of Auchindoun. This site was the holiest location for their race, housing both their ancestors and a sacred Naru. Exarch Maladar took command of these forces, fortifying the ancient catacombs to prevent the Horde from desecrating their dead. Gul'dan, fearing the Draenei might weaponize the spirits of their ancestors against the Horde, dispatched the powerful warlock Terrangor and his Shadow Council agents to eliminate the holdouts. The ensuing battle within Auchindoun saw the Shadow Council met with fierce resistance as Maladar's forces, bolstered by the aid of ancestral spirits, slaughtered many of the warlocks. Realizing that victory was slipping away, Terrangor and his surviving allies used the dark knowledge provided by Kil'jaeden to pool their powers. Their goal was to summon a demonic entity powerful enough to crush the defenders, but in their reckless desperation, they tore a hole in reality and pulled something far more catastrophic into Draenor from a distant corner of the universe. The entity that materialized was Murmur, an otherworldly elemental of primordial sound. The sheer force of its arrival triggered a massive shockwave that ripped the earth asunder, instantly killing the majority of the Draenei and shattering the architecture of the Tomb City. The destructive energies surged outward in waves, leveling the surrounding lush forests and leaving behind a scorched, lifeless landscape. Exarch Maladar and a small group of his followers managed to survive the blast only by using their magic to shield themselves, but they were left too weakened to continue the fight. Following the explosion, Terrangor and his warlocks easily overwhelmed the remaining defenders and bound them in chains. The Shadow Council then worked to contain Murmur deep within the ruins of Auchindoun, leaving behind a contingent of warlocks to ensure the volatile creature did not escape to threaten the Horde's interests. The vast ruined area surrounding the Tomb City was permanently transformed into a desolate graveyard known as the Bone Wastes, serving as a grim monument to the final destruction of the Draenei's holiest refuge. The destruction of Auchindoun marked the definitive collapse of Draenei culture on Draenor, leaving Prophet Velen and the remnants of his people as refugees on a dying world teeming with Legion agents. To protect the largest surviving enclave at Tel'Redor, Velen's artificers utilized a sophisticated network of Arcanite crystals to magically shroud the temple's presence from the Horde. As survivors like Vindicator Marad trickled into the refuge, they brought with them the silent, permanent trauma of the horrors witnessed at Shatrath. Meanwhile, the environmental decay accelerated by fell magic began transforming the landscape. The Zangar Sea eventually receded to form the swampy mire of Zangarmarsh, further isolating the hidden temple. A more tragic fate befell those like Akama and Nobundu, who were physically mutated by the Horde's red pox into shriveled beings known as the Krokul, or Broken. This affliction not only deformed their bodies but also severed their vital connection to the Holy Light, causing the healthy Draenei at Tel'Redor to fear and eventually exile them despite the pleas for compassion from Velen and Marad. While many Broken, including the lost ones who descended into insanity, were forced to fend for themselves in the wilds, Velen spent the following years moving between various secret enclaves to provide aid and evade capture. The surviving Draenei remained in a state of constant terror, never knowing when the Horde might discover their final hiding places. After the fall of Shatrath, Warchief Blackhand shifted the Horde's focus toward the total conquest of Draenor's remaining civilizations. Chieftain Kilrog led the Bleeding Hollow clan on a difficult naval campaign to the isolated island of Farallon, the last unsullied bastion of the Primals. To overcome the dense forests, Orc warlocks drained the life force of the Botani and Genesaur to fuel massive wildfires, allowing Kilrog's army to slaughter the inhabitants and destroy the ancient ecosystem. Simultaneously, the Warsong and Twilight's Hammer clans laid siege to the ogre capital of Highmaul. This battle was deeply personal for Cho'Gall, who sought vengeance for his past exile. He confronted the city's leader, Imperator Margok, in a duel of two-headed sorcerers. Despite Margok's prowess, Cho'Gall utilized his superior knowledge of fel and void magic to bind the Imperator to his own throne and burn him alive, effectively breaking the back of ogre resistance. In other regions, Black Hand ordered the Frostwolf, Thunderlord, and Whiteclaw clans to exterminate the world's Groan, Ogryn, Magnaron, and any remaining independent ogres. While the Frostwolves and Whiteclaws hesitated, finding the hunt dishonorable, Chieftain Fenris and the Thunderlord clan embraced the slaughter of their ancestral enemies. However, they met their match in Gorgrond, where a cunning and powerful Groan named Gruul successfully repelled multiple Thunderlord assaults from his mountain lair, forcing Fenris to eventually abandon the campaign due to staggering casualties. Amidst these purges, the half-breed Mok'Nathal were spared through the intervention of Rexxar, the son of the chieftain Leorox. Rexxar had joined the Horde seeking glory and resources for his people, defying his father's nature of isolation to prove the Mok'Nathal's worth to the war chief. Though Black Hand stayed his hand against the tribe, Rexxar would eventually come to realize that the Horde's true nature was far from the noble cause he had initially envisioned. By the end of these campaigns, the Horde had asserted dominance over nearly every corner of Draenor. Most of the planet's native giants and independent sorcerers had been systematically eliminated or forced into hiding. With the primals burned, the ogres subjugated, and the Draenei scattered, the orcs stood as the undisputed masters of a world that was rapidly dying under the weight of their fel-fueled conquest. The high Arakoa of the Spires of Arok presented a formidable obstacle to the Horde due to their mastery of ancient Apex's technology. From their capital of Skyreach, they deployed a massive solar cannon that harnessed the power of the sun to incinerate approaching invaders. When Warchief Blackhand sent Kargath Bladefist and an army comprising the Shattered Hand, Burning Blade, and Dragonmaw clans, the initial orcish assault was devastated by a searing beam of fire that destroyed dozens of soldiers instantly. Recognizing that a direct frontal assault was suicide, Kargath sought out the wingless outcast Arakoa in Terakar Forest, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for their high-flying kin. Kargath struck a deceptive bargain. The outcasts would infiltrate Skyreach and sabotage the solar weapon, and in exchange, they would be allowed to claim the city for themselves once the Horde finished the slaughter. The outcasts successfully used their shadow powers to reach the summit and destroy the mechanism, triggering a massive explosion that permanently disabled the High Arakoa's primary defense. True to his vicious nature, Kargath betrayed the outcasts as soon as the High Arakoa were defeated. After casting the bodies of the Skyreach defenders from the spires, the battle-crazed orcs turned their blades on their wingless allies. Kargath viewed the outcasts as a long-term threat and took personal pleasure in the betrayal. He ordered the systematic execution of nearly all Arakoa, viewing the extinction of both factions as the only way to ensure the Horde's future security in the region. Kargath's cruelty extended to the survivors of the ruling class, whom he chose to transform rather than kill. Taking inspiration from the outcasts' own legends of Seathic Hollow, he forced High Arakoa prisoners into the region's cursed shadow pools. The chieftain watched with delight as the shadow energy withered their bodies and severed their connection to the sun, forcibly turning them into the very wingless creatures they had always loathed. This act effectively annihilated the High Arakoan culture and lineage in a single stroke of sadistic irony. Following the massacre, the remnants of the Arakoa race were forced into hiding to avoid total extinction. A small group of newly transformed outcasts followed a former Skyreach guard named Grizzik, who led them to the haunted ruins of Auchendoun, a place the orcs feared to enter. From the safety of the shadows in Terakar Forest, Grizzik and his followers nursed a bitter hatred for the Horde, biding their time and waiting for an opportunity to avenge the destruction of their civilization. After the victory at Shatrath, Kil'jaeden presented the corrupted, blood-addicted Horde to Sargeras, who recognized the orcs as the perfect weapon to weaken Azeroth's defenses before a full Legion invasion. However, Sargeras ordered Kil'jaeden to sever all contact with Gul'dan. He intended to let the orcs spiral into such a state of starvation and desperation that they would be willing to embark on any quest, including invading another world, simply to survive. This deliberate silence left Gul'dan in a state of secret panic, fearing he had been abandoned by his benefactor after delivering on his promise to exterminate the Draenei. On Draenor, the consequences of the Horde's fel-fueled conquest became catastrophic as the planet's ecosystem collapsed. Tanaan Jungle withered into a barren wasteland of red dust and bone, earning the name Hellfire Peninsula, while the Horde's capital was renamed Hellfire Citadel. Warchief Blackhand, witnessing the rapid depletion of food and water, demanded answers from Gul'dan. Unaware that the Demon Lord had abandoned them, Gul'dan deceived the Warchief, claiming that Kil'jaeden was simply preparing their next path, while secretly fearing that his influence and his life were at risk if his silence was discovered. As a year of famine took hold, the orcs were forced into desperate measures, hunting Draenor's native fauna to extinction and even consuming their own mounts, such as the Dragon Maws Rylax and the Warsong's wolves. The combination of starvation and unspent bloodlust led the clans to turn on one another in violent internal skirmishes. Minor clans like the Lightning's Blade, Whiteclaw, and Redwalker suffered heavy casualties in these senseless conflicts, as the unity of the Horde began to fracture under the weight of its own predatory nature. The social order of the Horde disintegrated further as several clans succumbed to total madness, including the Warsongs, Bone Chewers, Laughing Skull, Shattered Hand, and Thunderlords. To prevent these volatile factions from destroying his core forces, Blackhand banished them from Hellfire Citadel, forcing them into the remote wastes of the peninsula to slaughter each other. Both Blackhand and Gul'dan realized that the Horde was on the verge of self-cannibalization, and without a new world to conquer, their race would soon be extinct. Sargeras watched from across the great dark beyond as the orcs reached their absolute breaking point, exactly as he had planned. With the Horde now sufficiently desperate, he prepared to offer them salvation through a vessel he had corrupted on Azeroth. This pawn was the human mage Medivh, one of the most powerful sorcerers in history, who was destined to bridge the gap between the dying world of Draenor and the lush lands of Azeroth. The Horde had exhausted the natural resources of Draenor. By forcing the orcs into a period of prolonged isolation, Sargeras cultivated their desperation until they were ready to conquer another world to secure their future. All that was needed was a vessel, someone who could bridge Draenor and Azeroth together. That person would be none other than the last Guardian, Medivh. Some of this may sound familiar to you at first. We've talked a bit about it back in Volume 1, but we can treat this as a refresher. So, the corruption of Medivh was rooted in events occurring millennia before his birth, centered on the Council of Tirisfal. This secretive order of Magi protected Azeroth from the Burning Legion by channeling their collective power into a single individual known as the Guardian. The fallen titan Sargeras, seeking a way to infiltrate the world, set his sights on the Guardian Egwene. Recognizing her pride and immense magical talent, Sargeras orchestrated a confrontation in the icy wastes of Northrend by sending a physical avatar of his power through a temporary gateway. During the battle in Northrend, Egwene successfully defeated the avatar of Sargeras, but the victory was a trap. As she expended her strength to vanquish the vessel, the Legion Lord transferred a portion of his spirit into her soul. While Egwene's will was too strong for total corruption, Sargeras subtly influenced her mind, fostering a deep distrust of her peers. This led to a fractured relationship with the Council of Tirisfal, as Egwene began to resent their political meddling in human kingdoms and eventually refused to relinquish her guardian powers to a successor. To rein in the defiant guardian, the council formed the Tirisguard, a group of mage hunters tasked with apprehending her. Among them was Nelis Aran, who, sharing Egwene's distaste for the council's schemes, chose to become her confidant rather than her captor. Meanwhile, Egwene sought a secure location to entomb the remains of the avatar she had defeated. She chose a sunken Night Elven temple protected by ancient seals that negated fell energy, reinforcing it with her own magic to create what would be known as the Tomb of Sargeras. Egwene eventually decided to have a child with Nelis Aran, intending to pass her powers to an heir who would be free from the council's influence. However, she was unaware that the spirit of Sargeras had moved from her own soul into her son, Medivh, while he was still in the womb. After his birth, Egwene, exhausted by centuries of service, retreated into isolation. Medivh grew up in the kingdom of Stormwind, developing close friendships with Prince Lane Rin and Anduin Lothar, while being tutored in the arcane by his father, the court conjurer. The latent darkness within Medivh remained hidden until the eve of his 14th birthday. As his immense guardian powers suddenly awakened, the resulting magical surge was so violent that it accidentally killed his father, Nelis Aran. The physical and emotional trauma of the event, coupled with the internal struggle against the spirit of Sargeras, plunged the young mage into a deep coma that would last for many years. While Medivh remained in a prolonged coma, the world of Azeroth experienced a period of relative prosperity and internal friction among its various races. In the Eastern Kingdoms, humans maintained a robust trade network with dwarves, gnomes, and high elves, while leading nations like Lordaeron and Dalaran focused on regional mediation and arcane advancement. However, ancient animosities persisted, particularly in Quel'Thalas, where the High Elves were constantly forced to defend their borders against encroaching Amani trolls. Across the sea in Kalimdor, the Night Elves remained vigilant for a cosmic return of the Burning Legion, never suspecting that the true threat would eventually manifest as a mortal race from a dying world, facilitated by the very Guardian meant to protect them. After nearly a decade, Medivh finally awoke and reunited with his childhood friends, Lane Rin, the heir to the throne of Stormwind, and the decorated military commander, Anduin Lothar. His return coincided with rising tensions in the south, as Stormwind's territorial expansion towards Stranglethorn Vale sparked a violent conflict with the Giribashi trolls. While King Barathan Rin favored a purely defensive stance to avoid a full-scale war, his son Lane pushed for aggressive, retaliatory strikes to break the trolls' resolve, leading to heated private debates between the two royals regarding the kingdom's military strategy. During this time, Medivh struggled to process the guilt of his father's death and was increasingly tormented by surreal, conflicting visions. He was frequently visited in his dreams by a mysterious woman urging him to travel to the Tower of Karazhan, while simultaneously feeling a darker, more malignant presence lurking within the recesses of his own mind. Despite these psychic disturbances and the feeling that his thoughts were being twisted, Medivh chose to suppress his growing unease. Seeking a sense of normalcy and peace, he ignored the omens and dedicated himself to supporting Lane and Lothar in their escalating struggle against the Girabashi. The conflict with the trolls reached a boiling point as Medivh used his awakening powers to aid the human forces. While his friends saw his recovery as a blessing for the kingdom's defense, the underlying corruption planted by Sargeras continued to fester in the shadows of his soul. Medivh's desire to be a loyal friend and a protector of Stormwind acted as a temporary shield against his darker impulses, but the internal battle for his sanity was only beginning. The geopolitical landscape of Azeroth remained blissfully unaware that the stability enforced by kingdoms like Lordaeron was a fragile mask, hiding the fact that their greatest defender was becoming their greatest liability. Ultimately, the period of relative peace served as the quiet before a massive transition in Azerothorian history. The various powers of the world, from the Druids in the Emerald Dream to the kings of the Eastern Kingdoms, were focused on traditional rivals and ancestral duties, leaving them blind to the unconventional invasion Medivh would eventually orchestrate. As Medivh integrated himself back into the society of Stormwind and its military efforts, the pieces were unknowingly being set for the opening of the Dark Portal, an event that would forever end the era of simple tribal squabbles and regional trade. Despite King Barathin's defensive strategy, a Girabashi raiding party managed to bypass patrol lines and devastate Westfall, burning 3 towns and brutally murdering dozens of citizens. This atrocity sparked a political crisis in Stormwind, where the king maintained his stance on de-escalation by only bolstering defensive patrols. Prince Lane Wrynn publicly challenged his father's perceived cowardice, leading to a humiliating rebuke in the royal court. Undeterred and supported by Andrew and Lothar, Lane decided to launch a secret, unauthorized mission into the heart of Stranglethorn Vale to decapitate the troll leadership, believing their close ties to the king would protect them from the consequences of insubordination. Lane and Lothar recognized that a successful strike against the trolls required more than conventional military force, so they turned to Medivh. Though the public knew him only as a powerful mage, Medivh had shared the secret of his guardian heritage and the Council of Tirisfal with his friends. They leveraged this destiny to pressure him into joining the mission, questioning his commitment to protecting the land. While Medivh was initially hesitant due to his lack of combat experience and the trauma of his father's death, he ultimately agreed, driven by a hidden, growing hunger to test the true limits of his vast guardian powers in a real battle. Under the cover of Medivh's cloaking magic, the trio infiltrated the jungle to assassinate the Girabashi warlord Joknon at his ziggurat. The mission spiraled into a desperate struggle for survival when they discovered the trolls were wielding forbidden blood magic derived from the ancient god Akar the Soul Flayer. During a fierce battle that nearly overwhelmed him, Medivh was forced to abandon all restraint and unleash his full, raw power. The resulting magical explosion was so catastrophic that it annihilated every troll within the ziggurat, sending echoes of their dying screams throughout the darkest reaches of the jungle. The aftermath of the battle left Lane and Lothar deeply unsettled, as the victory was overshadowed by the sheer horror of Medivh's capabilities. For the first time, they glimpsed a dark side to their friend that they could neither comprehend nor relate to, replacing their joy with a newfound sense of dread. Even Medivh was profoundly disturbed by the event. he realized he had cast a spell he had never been taught, and he could not determine the source of the knowledge or whether the energy he had summoned was purely arcane in nature. This secret excursion effectively silenced the Girabashi threat for the time being, but it fundamentally altered the bond between the three friends. While the Kingdom of Stormwind remained unaware of the illicit mission, the Shadow of Sargeras had used the conflict to further entrench his influence over the Guardian's soul. Medivh's successful, yet terrifying display of power served as a precursor to his future descent into madness, proving that the very magic meant to safeguard Azeroth could be twisted into a tool of absolute destruction. The death of Warlord Jok'non did not go unavenged, as the Girabashi trolls quickly united under their son, Xanon, to march on Stormwind. The humans were completely unprepared for the sheer scale of the troll fury, which hadn't been seen in such a unified force for centuries. Within days, the kingdom's southern defenses were obliterated, and the Girabashi began a brutal campaign toward the capital, butchering civilians and taking gruesome trophies along the way. King Barathin was forced to recall all his forces to the gates of Stormwind City, preparing for a final, colossal stand as the kingdom's survival hung in the balance. As the siege began, Lane Rin confessed the secret mission to his father, who met the news with deep disappointment rather than anger, realizing the trolls would likely provide the punishment themselves. The battle at the walls was horrific, especially as Xanon unleashed mutated berserkers imbued with forbidden blood magic that tore through the human defenders. In a desperate attempt to break the siege, King Barathin led a daring counterattack with his personal guard to slay the troll leader. Though he fought valiantly, the odds were insurmountable, and the elderly king was killed on the field of battle. Following his father's death, a guilt-ridden Lane took command of the disorganized forces and pleaded with Medivh to unleash the same devastating power he had shown in the jungle. Medivh, though terrified of his own potential, felt a dark excitement at the prospect of using his full might. Despite the isolationist history of Stormwind, which had made Barathin hesitant to seek aid from northern human nations like Lordaeron after they were ignored during the past Null attacks, Medivh became the city's sole hope. He took to the ramparts and began a catastrophic arcane barrage, incinerating and freezing the Girabashi in a display of pure magical violence. The power Medivh wielded was absolute, but it came with a sickening realization. He was intentionally making the trolls' deaths as excruciating as possible, and he was horrified to find that he enjoyed the sensation. By the time his spell work ceased, Xanon and the vast majority of the Girabashi army had been wiped out, leaving only a few survivors to flee the magical maelstrom. While the city was saved, the victory was hollow for the three friends, as they knew their own recklessness and Stranglethorn had invited this tragedy upon their people. In the aftermath, the public hailed Medivh as a hero and welcomed the coronation of King Lane Rin, and Anduin Lothar rising to a top military command. However, Medivh was haunted by the knowledge that he lacked the mental fortitude to control the guardian powers within him. Driven by the fear of what he might do if left unchecked, he finally decided to follow the mysterious woman in his dreams to Karazhan. He hoped that by traveling to the ancient tower, he could finally learn to refine and master the volatile energy that threatened to consume his soul. Upon Medivh's arrival at the Tower of Karazhan, he finally met his mother, Egwene, who was incensed by his delay and the resulting near destruction of Stormwind. Over the following year, she mentored him on the heavy burden of the Guardian, emphasizing a life of absolute secrecy and isolation. Egwene specifically warned him to distrust the Council of Tirisfal, whom she viewed as a self-serving organization that had drifted from its original purpose of protecting Azeroth. She explained that the Council would likely view him with suspicion, as he was the first Guardian to inherit power through blood, rather than their direct appointment. During their time together, Medivh confessed his fears regarding a strange darkness dwelling within his soul, but Egwene mistakenly dismissed these concerns as the natural weight of great responsibility. She did not realize that this was actually the lingering spirit of Sargeras twisting her son's mind, just as it had once subtly influenced her own. To protect Medivh from further council interference, Egwene eventually returned to her exile, leaving him in the care of her trusted friend Morose, who served as the tower's caretaker while Medivh immersed himself in the vast libraries of Karazhan to master his abilities. As Egwene predicted, the Council of Tirisfal eventually tracked Medivh to the tower after hearing of his exploits in Stormwind. Having learned from their failed attempts to control Egwene, the Council opted for a subtler approach, attempting to place spies within the tower by sending young magi to act as his apprentices. Medivh, however, proved to be an incredibly difficult and demanding mentor. He dismissed students for the slightest errors, and most lasted less than a week. This cycle of isolation only caused the internal darkness to grow, prompting Morose to suggest a change in strategy to improve the Guardian's deteriorating mood. To combat his loneliness, Medivh began hosting extravagant banquets and galas for the nobility of the surrounding regions, turning Karazhan into a hub for high society events. These parties thoroughly confused the Council of Tirisfal's spies, who reported that the son of the legendary Egwene appeared to be living a shallow life of luxury rather than fulfilling his cosmic duties. This public persona served as a convenient mask, as the council began to underestimate him, believing he was simply a pampered aristocrat with no interest in the ancient struggle against the Legion. Despite the influx of social activity and the presence of high society guests, the distraction was only superficial. Beneath the veneer of the enchanted feasts and the rigorous training of his few remaining apprentices, the corruption of Sargeras reached its zenith. Medivh was no longer truly alone in the physical sense, but the demonic presence within him had finally succeeded in engulfing every corner of his soul. The Guardian of Azeroth had been fully compromised, setting the stage for the dark turn his power would soon take against the world he was born to protect. Between his high society galas, Medivh became obsessed with studying demonic lore and the history of the War of the Ancients, leading him to a dark realization. He viewed the ancient unification of Azeroth's races against the Burning Legion as a peak that the world could never reach again. In his eyes, modern Azeroth had devolved into a collection of bickering nations and petty tribes, such as the humans and trolls, who wasted their strength on meaningless wars. This perceived weakness convinced Medivh that if the Legion were to return, the world's fractured state would ensure its total destruction, as no one seemed to remember that the demons were only temporarily defeated, not destroyed. Guided by the subtle, despairing influence of Sargeras, Medivh reached the radical conclusion that Azeroth was fundamentally flawed and would never change on its own. He decided that the only way to save the world was to break it entirely, destroying the nations, cultures, and kings that created such division. He believed that Azeroth required a firm hand to impose a new order, and as the Guardian, he felt uniquely entitled to be that force. To accomplish this massive undertaking, he realized he could not act alone. He needed a powerful, external army to serve as his instrument of change. Using his vast powers, Medivh began venturing into the cosmos and the twisting nether, searching for both signs of the Legion and a potential tool for his mission. Under the quiet direction of Sargeras, his attention was drawn to the world of Draenor. Taking the form of a raven, he spent years observing the inhabitants of this dying world, the Orcs. He watched their fearsome martial prowess and their systematic destruction of the Draenei under the Legion's influence. He noted that Once the Legion had finished using them, they were discarded, leaving the orcs desperate as their world withered under the corrupting effects of fell power. Medivh saw the Horde as the perfect weapon, a race already proven to be easily manipulated by the Burning Legion. He calculated that he could seize control of them, just as the demons had, using them to invade and transform Azeroth forever. There was a twisted sense of irony in his plan that he found particularly delightful. He would use the Legion's own former puppets to save Azeroth from the Legion's future return. During this period of planning and discovery, he meticulously documented his forbidden magical techniques and cosmic findings into a singular, powerful volume that would be remembered as the Book of Medivh. Ultimately, Medivh's descent into madness was framed by a warped sense of duty. He believed that by inviting a violent alien invasion, he was performing the ultimate act of guardianship. He saw the destruction of the status quo as a necessary reset for a world he deemed too weak to survive otherwise. In his isolation at Karazhan, the Guardian of Azeroth had fully transitioned from a protector into a conqueror, blinded by a shadow that had once brought a Titan to the same conclusion, that the only way to preserve existence was to unmake it. As the Horde teetered on the edge of self-destruction, Gul'dan faced increasing pressure from Blackhand, who was prepared to kill the Warlock if a solution for their dying world was not found. Before this could happen, Medivh intervened, appearing to the Shadow Council as a mysterious hooded stranger. When Gul'dan attempted to strike him down with fell magic, Medivh easily turned the Warlock's own power against him, inflicting a humiliating and painful defeat in front of his subordinates. This display of dominance deeply wounded Gul'dan's pride, creating a lasting resentment toward the stranger, though the orc was forced to acknowledge the visitor's overwhelming strength. Medivh presented the orcs with a way to escape Draenor by building a massive magical gateway to a bountiful new world called Azeroth. To entice the Shadow Council, he projected glorious visions of pristine rivers and lush grasslands into their minds, promising a realm ripe for conquest. Gul'dan, sensing a demonic essence within the stranger, incorrectly assumed Medivh was a direct messenger from Sargeras, sent to replace the absent Kil'jaeden. While Medivh believed he was outsmarting the Burning Legion by using their puppets to save his world through a forced evolution, he was unknowingly fulfilling the Legion's ultimate goal of bringing doom to Azeroth. Despite the desperate state of the orcs, Gul'dan refused to cooperate without a personal guarantee of power. In response, Medivh tempted him with a vision of the Tomb of Sargeras, ancient underwater ruins containing extraordinary power. Medivh felt safe sharing this secret because the tomb was buried at the bottom of the sea and protected by Aegwyn's powerful guardian seals, which he believed the Warlock could never bypass. He promised that if the Horde successfully conquered Azeroth, he would reveal the tomb's exact location and grant Gul'dan the power hidden within, a bargain the Warlock felt compelled to accept. With the deal struck, Gul'dan convinced Blackhand that a new world awaited their battle lust, provided they could bridge the gap between dimensions. He identified a convergence of magical ley lines on the eastern edge of the Hellfire Peninsula as the ideal site for the gateway. Under the command of Blackhand and the guidance of the Shadow Council, the orcs began the grueling labor of constructing a massive, enchanted stone frame. This structure, designed to stabilize the volatile magical rift between Draenor and Azeroth, would eventually be known as the Dark Portal. The construction of the portal marked the final stage of Medivh's descent into betrayal, as he prepared to tear a hole in the fabric of reality. While the orcs saw a chance for survival and the Warlock saw a path to godhood, the Guardian saw a necessary fire that would burn away the old world's weaknesses. None of them truly grasped that they were all pieces on a board controlled by the spirit of the fallen Titan dwelling within Medivh's soul. The stone frame in the desert was not just a door for an army. It was the physical manifestation of a corruption that had started thousands of years prior with Egwene and the Council of Tirisfal. As Medivh made secret trips to Draenor to oversee the Dark Portal, his frequent absences from Karazhan began to raise red flags. While the local nobility merely grumbled about their host missing his own lavish galas, the Council of Tirisfal grew deeply suspicious. They had previously written Medivh off as an immature socialite, a preferable alternative to his rebellious mother, Egwene, but they now realized his lifestyle of luxury was likely a calculated front. To uncover his true intentions, the council tasked the Kirin Tor with infiltrating the tower, using disguised guests and magical breaches to spy on his private libraries. Medivh easily thwarted these espionage attempts, but he realized the council's persistence posed a direct threat to his plan to save Azeroth. To end their meddling, he orchestrated the cold-blooded assassination of 4 council members in a single week. By appearing at his high society parties every night during the murders and ensuring no arcane magic was used in the killings, he provided himself with a perfect alibi. The surviving Magi, unable to fathom that a guardian would resort to such barbarity and lacking any physical evidence of his involvement, were left baffled and terrified by the sudden slaughter of their peers. Paralyzed by the belief that an unknown assassin was hunting them, the remaining members of the Council of Tirisfal abandoned their surveillance of Karazhan to focus on their own survival. This masterfully executed distraction removed the final layer of oversight standing in Medivh's way. With his domestic rivals looking for a phantom killer, the Guardian was finally free to finalize his pact with Gul'dan. The stage was now set for the opening of the Dark Portal, as the Protector of Azeroth had successfully traded the lives of his fellow sorcerers for the unchecked freedom to invite an alien invasion. The Dark Portal, the singular event that sparked the conflict between the orcs and humans. It was a war unlike any other, a war that cemented its place in history and changed the face of Azeroth forever. As the Dark Portal neared completion on Draenor, Warchief Blackhand staged brutal mock battles to sharpen the Horde's bloodlust, viewing the orcs' current state as too feeble for the impending invasion. While most orcs, particularly those corrupted by the blood of Mannoroth, embraced this savagery, Durotan of the Frostwolf clan publicly condemned Gul'dan and the use of fell magic. Durotan's plea to heal the dying world instead of abandoning it were met with accusations of cowardice and treason from the other clans. Despite this internal friction, Gul'dan and Blackhand successfully convinced the majority of the Horde that conquering the bountiful world of Azeroth was their only hope for survival, as the ecological collapse of Draenor left them with no other alternative. To bridge the two worlds, Medivh and Gul'dan coordinated a massive ritual that required an astronomical amount of raw power. Gul'dan obtained the necessary energy by sacrificing nearly every remaining Draenei prisoner, draining their life essences in a single instant to create a massive magical spike. Simultaneously, Medivh unleashed his full Guardian energies within the Black Morass, a swampy region east of Karazhan, to rip open the Azerothian side of the rift. Once the connection was stabilized, Blackhand deployed scouts from the Bleeding Hollow and Blacktooth Grin clans to establish a foothold. These pioneers, accompanied by warlocks, began constructing a matching stone frame on the Azerothian side to ensure the gateway remained open for the full might of the Horde to pour through. The massive magical surge required to open the dark portal sent ripples through the fabric of reality that were felt by every magic-sensitive creature on Azeroth. While most could not pinpoint the source, Egwene immediately traced the disturbance to the Black Morass. There, she was horrified to find a war camp of green-skinned orcs radiating the unmistakable fell energy of the Burning Legion. To her utter devastation, she recognized the specific signature of the Guardian's magic used to create the rift, confirming that her son, Medivh, had allied himself with the very demonic forces he was sworn to fight. Determined to stop him, Egwene traveled to Karazhan accompanied by her blue dragon ally, Arcanagos. They arrived during a high society gala, and Egwene entered alone, hoping to peacefully convince Medivh to relinquish his power. However, she quickly realized that she was not facing her son, but Sargeras himself. The Titan Lord seized total control of Medivh's form and revealed a soul-crushing truth. He had never been defeated in Northrend centuries ago. Instead, he had hidden a portion of his spirit within Egwene, eventually transferring it into her unborn son to wait for this exact moment of betrayal. The ensuing battle between mother and son shook the tower to its foundations, sending the terrified nobles into a frantic retreat. When Sargeras temporarily incapacitated Egwene, Arcanagos leaped into the fray to defend her, but the dragon was no match for the Guardian's corrupted might. Sargeras unleashed a horrific spell that incinerated Arcanagos from the inside out, leaving nothing behind but a charred skeleton. Witnessing the death of her friend fueled Egwene's rage, allowing her to draw on centuries of experience to break free and actually begin to gain the upper hand against the demon-possessed Medivh. Sensing his imminent defeat, Sargeras grew desperate and resorted to a depraved act of necromancy. Mirroring Gul'dan's sacrifice of the Draenei, he ripped the life essence out of the hundreds of fleeing nobles to fuel a final, overwhelming assault. He commanded Medivh to execute Egwene, but a small, flickering part of the real Medivh resisted the order. Instead of killing her, he used the massive surge of stolen life force to banish her from the tower and hurl her to an unknown location far beyond his senses, leaving the caretaker Morose as the only living soul within the walls. In the immediate aftermath, Sargeras retreated back into the shadows of Medivh's subconscious, leaving the Guardian confused and horrified. Medivh had no memory of the possession, but he was surrounded by the corpses of Stormwind's elite and knew he had fought his mother. Believing he had simply lost control of his powers again, he attempted to magically purge the traumatic memories from the mind of a nearly insane Morose. Despite his efforts, the Tower of Karazhan was permanently changed. It became a haunted, darkened place, forever prowled by the restless spirits of those Medivh had unknowingly slaughtered. While Egwene and Sargeras clashed within Karazhan, the first wave of the Horde began to solidify its presence in the Black Morass. Gul'dan was left frustrated when Garona reported that the hooded stranger from Draenor was nowhere to be found, as the warlock remained convinced the figure was a high-ranking demon in disguise. As the orcs slaughtered or captured local human hunters, Garona used her unique linguistic gifts to learn the human tongue from the prisoners. From their fearful ravings, she learned of a mage champion named Medivh residing in the Tower of Karazhan, and she set out alone to scout the location, unaware that she was walking into the lair of the very stranger she sought. Upon arriving at Karazhan, Garona was immediately captured by a vigilant and brooding Medivh. Though she sensed a terrifying darkness within him, Medivh chose to spare her life, finding her mixed heritage and status as an outcast relatable to his own isolation. He was impressed by her intelligence and helped her refine her mastery of the human language, eventually offering her a standing invitation to return to the tower as a potential ally. This budding relationship provided Medivh with a rare moment of connection, while Garona found in the Guardian a figure far more complex and sympathetic than the cruel masters of the Shadow Council. When Garona returned to the Black Morass to report her findings, she was unaware that Gul'dan had been telepathically spying through her eyes the entire time. The warlock was shocked to discover that the powerful demon he feared was actually a human mage, a revelation that led him to underestimate Medivh and plan for his eventual execution. However, because he still craved the location of the Tomb of Sargeras, Gul'dan ordered Garona to return to Karazhan as a double agent. Her mission was to embed herself in Medivh's life and extract every magical secret hidden within the tower's libraries, turning the Guardian's only potential friendship into a calculated act of espionage. As the Orcish presence in Azeroth intensified, unsettling reports reached the city of Stormwind regarding mysterious figures haunting the Black Morass. These sightings sparked frantic rumors among the citizens, with many speculating whether these invaders were vengeful spirits, magically empowered trolls, or an unknown race from across the Great Sea. In response to the growing confusion and fear, King Lane dispatched Commander Lothar and a specialized company of knights to the Black Morass to investigate the threat. It was during this scouting mission that the humans first engaged the Horde in a series of violent, bloody skirmishes. Although Commander Lothar's soldiers initially secured several tactical victories against the orcs, they quickly realized they were caught in a losing war of attrition. For every orc fallen in battle, 2 more appeared to take their place, leaving the human forces increasingly outnumbered and eventually forcing a strategic retreat. Because the region was so heavily fortified by the Horde, Lothar's scouts were unable to discover the existence of the Dark Portal, but the commander warned King Lane that the enemy was clearly receiving massive reinforcements from an unknown source. Simultaneously, Orcish scouts informed Warchief Blackhand that the humans were now fully aware of their presence, signaling that the period of scouting was over and the First War was beginning in earnest. The violent clash between Aegwynn and Medivh remained a secret to the world, as the brutal deaths of the Stormwind nobility were conveniently blamed on the begrudging Orcish invasion of the Black Morass. While the Council of Tirisfal and the Kirin Tor were fully preoccupied with the demonic nature of the Horde, they still viewed Medivh as a spoiled socialite rather than a threat. Hoping to finally secure the Guardian as an ally, the Kirin Tor dispatched a promising young apprentice named Khadgar to Karazhan. Despite his trepidation about serving the infamously temperamental mage, Khadgar obeyed his superiors, entering a tower that was now visibly cursed with haunting visions and a suffocating shadow of morbidity. Unlike the many apprentices who had fled before him, Khadgar proved his worth by maintaining his composure in the face of the tower's supernatural terrors and Medivh's erratic mood swings. Recognizing the young man's intellect and perhaps seeking a reprieve from his own profound isolation, Medivh chose to keep him as a student rather than driving him away. In a calculated move, Medivh revealed his true identity as the Guardian to Khadgar, explaining that the Kirin Tor had sent the boy as an unwitting spy for the Council. Rather than being deterred by the political intrigue or the immense power of his master, Khadgar was deeply intrigued, resolving to stay and to learn from the most powerful mage in existence. Shortly after arriving at the tower, Khadgar was haunted by a vivid vision of himself as an old man leading an army against the Orcish invaders, a premonition that prompted Medivh to feign ignorance of the conflict. To remedy this, the 2 flew griffins over the Black Morass, where Khadgar was horrified by the sheer scale of the gathering horde and forced into a life-or-death magical duel with an orc warlock. During this excursion, they encountered Anduin Lothar, who was leading scouting parties against the orcs. Unaware of his friend's betrayal, Lothar urged Medivh to join the fight. while secretly tasking Khadgar with acting as a caretaker for the increasingly erratic Guardian. Back at Karazhan, the tension escalated with the arrival of Garona, who Khadgar initially viewed with hostility until Medivh intervened and insisted on mutual respect. As the young mage and the half-orc moved from verbal sparring to an unlikely friendship, Khadgar began to notice disturbing inconsistencies in his master's stories. He realized that while Medivh had claimed to know nothing of the orcs during their fight over the swamp, he had clearly established a deep, long-standing rapport with Garona well before Khadgar's apprenticeship began. This calculated lie shattered Khadgar's trust in the Guardian, marking the first time the apprentice truly suspected that the Defender of Azeroth was hiding a much darker agenda. As the Horde's main force transitioned to Azeroth, Warchief Blackhand made the strategic decision to leave the most volatile and blood-crazed clans, including the Warsong, Shattered Hand, and Bone Chewers, behind on Draenor. He feared their uncontrollable bloodlust would turn them into liabilities that might attack their own allies during the invasion of a strange new world. While the more disciplined or manipulated clans like the Blackrock, Bleeding Hollow, and Twilight's Hammer poured through the Dark Portal, Blackhand intended to let the sequestered clans rot in the Hellfire Peninsula until they could prove they were capable of following orders. Among the arrivals was the Frostwolf clan, led by Durotan, who had continued his vocal opposition to Gul'dan's corruption despite the move to Azeroth. Seizing an opportunity to silence his critic without making him a martyr, Gul'dan officially exiled the Frostwolves from the Horde under threat of total annihilation. Seeking safety for his pregnant mate, Draka, Durotan led his people north into the unfamiliar wilds. During this perilous journey, the shaman Drekthar experienced a spiritual awakening upon sensing Azeroth's native elements. Renouncing his fell magic, he received a vision from the spirits guiding the clan toward a remote, snow-capped mountain range that mirrored their ancestral home. Warchief Blackhand officially launched his war of conquest by deploying rapid raiding parties to strike deep into Westfall, Brightwood, and the Red Ridge Mountains. These initial assaults were designed to sow panic among the human populace, as entire villages were razed and inhabitants were either slaughtered or forced to flee before Stormwind's patrols could arrive. Recognizing that this was a war of total annihilation rather than a local rebellion, King Lane discarded all hopes of de-escalation and appointed Anduin Lothar as the King's Champion, granting him the highest military authority to break the Orcish threat. Lothar proved to be a brilliant strategist by identifying the Horde's movement patterns and setting lethal ambushes along their retreat paths. Under the command of the loyal knight Gavinrad the Dire, human forces began to inflict significant losses on the Orcish raiders, sometimes wiping out entire parties without a single human casualty. The orcs were stunned to find that the humans were a formidable foe, utilizing heavily armored knights on horseback to run down scouts, while clerics mended the wounded with the holy light and the magi devastated the horde with arcane power, tactics and magics that differed significantly from those used by the Draenei. Despite these tactical successes, Stormwind found itself dangerously isolated on the political stage as King Lane's desperate pleas for aid were ignored by the other human kingdoms. Lordaeron, the most powerful potential ally, was misled by a visiting Stormwind noble who publicly mocked Lane and falsely claimed the conflict was merely a domestic peasant rebellion. Combined with Stormwind's long-standing reputation for arrogant isolationism, the other nations felt no obligation to assist. Consequently, the kingdom was left to face the full, encroaching might of the Horde entirely on its own. In an attempt to claim territory reminiscent of their ancestral home, Kilrog Deadeye and the Bleeding Hollow clan ventured into the western jungles of Stranglethorn Vale. They quickly found themselves embroiled in an unspeakably vicious conflict with the native Girabashi trolls. who viewed the orcs as a new violation of their sacred lands. While the Bleeding Hollow were seasoned survivors of Draenor's jungles, the trolls utilized their superior knowledge of the terrain to draw the orcs into deep, deadly traps. Despite being numerically weakened from their previous war with Stormwind, the Girabashi conducted a relentless guerrilla campaign that resulted in horrific losses for the encroaching orcish raiders. The stalemate in the south eventually reached a breaking point when War Chief Blackhand realized the Bleeding Hollow were dying in massive numbers for no apparent gain. Recognizing that the Horde's true prize lay to the north, he ordered a full retreat from Stranglethorn, redirecting Kilrog's forces to bolster the main front against the humans. Though the Girabashi lacked the numbers to pursue the orcs out of the jungle, they remained a fierce and isolated power within their borders, ever vigilant for the next invasion. This forced the Horde to postpone their plans for the southern jungles, focusing their full, combined might on the Kingdom of Stormwind. During the opening stages of the First War, the Holy Order of Northshire clerics became a vital beacon of hope for Stormwind's soldiers. Unlike previous conflicts with gnolls or trolls, where the clerics' pacifism and mercy sometimes earned them safety, the Horde recognized the strategic threat of their healing and ruthlessly targeted them. Despite being unarmored and largely defenseless, these clerics remained on the front lines, suffering massive casualties while trying to ensure that wounded soldiers could return to the fight. Their unwavering bravery in the face of certain death solidified their legendary status within the kingdom's military. The foundation of this faith dates back over 2 millennia to the Troll Wars, born from the ultimate sacrifice of a general named Lordain. His sister Merildar dedicated her life to his memory by caring for war veterans, eventually receiving divine visions of 5 ethereal forms. These entities bestowed upon her the pillars of the faith: holiness, protection, justice, retribution, and compassion. As she and others documented these wordless teachings, they discovered they could manifest actual miraculous power, leading to the birth of a religious movement centered on the belief that the light exists within all living things. This spiritual movement eventually became the predominant religion for humanity, centered in the northern kingdom of Lordaeron. Centuries after Merildar's time, the various traditions were formalized into the official Church of the Holy Light. Lordaeron evolved into the spiritual heart of the human world, serving as a sanctuary for those seeking wisdom or healing. The church established a complex hierarchy and built numerous holy sites across the continent to guide the faithful and preserve the tenets of selflessness that had defined the religion since its inception. Humanity's unique affinity for the Holy Light is deeply tied to their ancient lineage. They are the descendants of the Vrykul, a race of half-giants who were originally created by the Titanic Keepers. These mythic architects of Azeroth were known to command the powers of the light themselves, suggesting that the human's ability to channel this energy is a latent biological inheritance from their makers. This connection allowed them to master the light in ways that felt natural and intuitive, despite not being the first race on the planet to discover its power. To support the growing faith, the church constructed grand temples and shrines throughout the human kingdoms, particularly in the fertile region known as the Eastweld. This area became home to some of the most sacred locations in human history, including Light's Hope Chapel, Stratholme, Anderhall, and Tyr's Hand. These sites served as the bedrock of the faith, providing a structured environment where the king's champion and his soldiers could find spiritual resolve as the shadows of the Orcish invasion continued to lengthen over the south. During the early stages of the war against Stormwind, the Twilight's Hammer clan became a significant liability for War Chief Blackhand due to their rampant insubordination. Blackhand considered exterminating the entire clan as an example to others, but the ogre mage Cho'Gall intervened, offering to take official leadership and restore order. To the war chief's surprise, Cho'Gall transformed the clan into obedient and highly effective soldiers almost overnight, leading Blackhand to dismiss their previous failures and focus on the invasion. Cho'Gall's success was rooted in his understanding of the clan's obsession with the Void, an attraction that reached a fever pitch upon their arrival on Azeroth. The clan members began hearing the whispers of the old gods, monstrous entities of chaos imprisoned deep beneath the earth, far more clearly than they ever had before regarding the Void. This discovery drove the orcs into a state of religious ecstasy, as they believed they had finally found the world where they were destined to bring about the Hour of Twilight, an apocalyptic end-time prophecy. The history of these entities reveals that the old gods were physical manifestations of power sent by the Void Lords to find and corrupt Nascent Titans, just like we talked about back in Volume 1. As a little refresher, eons ago, they landed on primordial Azeroth, enslaved the elemental spirits, and began shrouding the world's soul in shadow. They were only stopped when the Titan Pantheon, led by Agrimar, arrived and waged a cataclysmic war against them. Unable to safely destroy the old gods without harming the planet, the Titans instead shackled them in massive subterranean tombs, where their influence continued to seep out and corrupt beings like the Black Dragon aspect, Deathwing. Now, back to Cho'Gall. Cho'Gall, once a skeptic of the clan's mad ravings, became a true believer after sensing the raw power of the old gods for himself. He successfully manipulated the fanatical clan into obeying Blackhand by convincing them that the Horde's path of destruction was the most efficient way to facilitate the Hour of Twilight. He taught them to maintain a facade of loyalty to the war chief while secretly serving their true masters, as the old gods themselves seemed pleased by the Horde's thirst for blood and chaos. To codify these dark teachings, Cho'Gall began a gruesome process of attuning the clan to their new deities. He branded the prophecies of the old gods onto the skin of pale orcs, then flayed the flesh to create pages for a macabre tome known as the Twilight Canticle. This book became a foundational source of power and motivation for the cult, ensuring that the influence of the Void would persist within the Horde's ranks for decades to come. After the Frostwolf clan settled in the frigid Alterac Mountains, Draka gave birth to a boy named Go'el, but the joy of the occasion was instantly replaced by horror when Durotan saw the infant's green skin. This realization that Gul'dan's fell corruption had biologically cursed the next generation was the last straw for Durotan, who decided he could no longer stand by while dark forces destroyed the orc race. Leaving their clan in the safety of the peaks, Durotan and Draka journeyed south to meet with Ogrim Doomhammer, while the shaman Drekthar used his powers to arrange a secret meeting in Loch Modan. During this meeting, Durotan explained everything he knew about Gul'dan's manipulation and his league with dark forces, while Ogrim revealed he had seen fell energies from the dark portal poisoning the Black Morass. Shaken by the truth, Ogrim and Durotan agreed that both Gul'dan and War Chief Blackhand needed to be dealt with at all costs to save the Horde from corruption. Ogrim returned to the Horde alone to play along with the leadership's plans, but he made a mistake he would regret forever by ordering his personal guards to escort the Frostwolf family home. These guards were actually loyal to the Shadow Council and, having overheard the entire treasonous conversation, they fell upon the three Frostwolves several days later in the wilderness. Though they fought bitterly and killed one attacker, both Durotan and Draka were struck down, and the infant Go'el was left to die in the frigid cold. Miraculously, the child survived and was found a day later by a hunting party led by Aedalis Blackmore, a human noble from the northern stronghold of Durnhold Keep. Blackmore was shocked to see creatures matching the description of the orcs from Stormwind's war reports and decided to take Go'el back to Durnhold to be examined and raised under his watchful eye. When the traitorous guards failed to return, Ogrim sent loyal scouts who discovered the bodies and tracked down the Shadow Council assassins before they could report back to Gul'dan. This stroke of luck saved Ogrim's life. as Gul'dan remained unaware of his rebellious intentions, allowing the Blackrock warrior to bide his time and wait for the perfect opportunity to avenge his friends. The Horde's relentless slash and burn campaign successfully crippled Stormwind's economy, systematically destroying the kingdom's farms, trade houses, and food supplies. With the capital city facing the prospect of starving within months, War Chief Blackhand launched the next phase of his invasion, a march through the Redbridge Mountains to establish a staging ground for the final assault on Stormwind City. The initial lack of resistance in the foothills emboldened the orcs, leading them to believe the humans were too broken to mount a defense. But this overconfidence was exactly what Anduin and Lothar intended to exploit. As Blackhand led a small raiding party towards the township of Lakeshire, Lothar and his knights sprung an expertly timed ambush, roaring down the mountain slopes and nearly annihilating the orcish force. The war chief himself came within inches of death at Lothar's hand, saved only by the intervention of 2 Shadow Council warlocks whose fellfire forced the humans to retreat. Although the Horde eventually mobilized a massive secondary force to successfully seize Lakeshire and the surrounding territory, the narrow escape left Blackhand feeling deeply humiliated and furious at the perceived incompetence of his magical advisors. In a display of absolute authority that further stained his relationship with Gul'dan, Blackhand personally executed the 2 warlocks who had saved his life, blaming them for failing to sense the human trap. This summary execution enraged Gul'dan, who viewed the warlocks as his private assets and resented the loss of increasingly scarce magical specialists. Blackhand, however, dismissed the warlocks' protests entirely. As war chief, he considered himself beyond question. Even as the internal rift between the Horde's military leadership and the Shadow Council began to widen under the pressure of Lothar's tactical brilliance. The ambush on War Chief Blackhand served as a sobering wake-up call for Gul'dan, who began to suspect that the upcoming siege of Stormwind City would be far more grueling than the Horde anticipated. He realized the orcs were currently a diminished force. Years of famine and the absence of the powerful clans left behind on Draenor had weakened their ranks. Furthermore, Gul'dan's research into the history of the Council of Tirisfal and Medivh's annihilation of the Girabashi trolls left him deeply paranoid. He found himself questioning whether the Guardian was a genuine ally of the Legion, or a wild card who might eventually decide to wipe out the orcs once they had served his mysterious purposes. Seeking a way to empower the Horde as he had on Draenor, Gul'dan turned his attention to Azeroth's potent elemental spirits, which were far more resilient than those of his dying homeworld. Shadow Council spies and the ogre mage Cho'Gall identified a massive surge of elemental energy coming from Blackrock Mountain, a smoldering volcano to the northwest of Redridge. However, Cho'Gall secretly discovered a darker truth that he withheld from his master. The spirits within the mountain were not merely elemental, but were in league with the old gods, the ancient enemies of the Burning Legion. The Shadow Council's attempt to subjugate the mountain's power ended in a violent disaster, as the orcs were unprepared for the sheer scale of Azerothian elemental might. Warlocks who attempted to dominate the mountain were incinerated from the inside out by gouts of flame, as they had unknowingly trespassed into the domain of Ragnaros the Fire Lord. The Fire Lord ruled over a vast nation of dark iron dwarves and lesser elementals who ruthlessly defended their territory. The situation nearly escalated into an all-out war that the Horde could not afford to fight while simultaneously invading Stormwind. Disaster was only averted through the diplomatic intervention of Cho'Gall, whose begrudging connection to the old gods allowed him to negotiate with Ragnaros' lieutenants. An uneasy accord was reached. While the old gods were pleased with the Horde's chaos, they harbored a deep hatred for the Legion and refused to grant the orcs any direct power. However, they allowed the Shadow Council to occupy a high-altitude refuge known as Blackrock Spire. This sanctuary provided the warlocks a place to operate in total secrecy, shielded from both the elemental lords below and the prying eyes of the war chief. Gul'dan was ultimately satisfied with the acquisition of the spire, blissfully unaware that his most trusted lieutenant was now serving a different set of masters. As tensions with Black Hand continued to mount, having a secure base of operations away from the main Orcish encampments became a strategic necessity. For the moment, Gul'dan decided to postpone his quest to harness the volcano's raw power, focusing instead on the final preparations for the conquest of Stormwind, while the seeds of a three-way betrayal continued to grow within the heart of the mountain. As the last bastions of the Red Ridge Mountains fell, the people of Stormwind looked out from their battlements to see a tide of iron that stretched as far as the eye could see. A chilling realization dawned on every defender that the ancient walls of their ancestors may soon become their collective tomb. With the Horde now on Azeroth via the Dark Portal, the First War was in full bloom. Villages were burned to the ground, and Stormwind was on the brink of destruction. Following the conquest of Brightwood, Westfall, and the Red Ridge Mountains, War Chief Blackhand launched a massive offensive against Stormwind City, dismissing Gul'dan's failure at Blackrock Mountain as irrelevant to his inevitable victory. Thousands of Horde soldiers flooded Elwyn Forest, establishing siege lines that encircled the stronghold and cut off all land access. Blackhand commissioned Kilrog Deadeye of the Bleeding Hollow clan and Cho'Gall of the Twilight's Hammer clan to lead the primary assault. After a night of heavy bombardment by siege engines, the Orcish clans charged the battlements at dawn, supported by warlocks who decimated the city's defenders with fellfire. By mid-morning, it appeared to Blackhand that the capital was on the verge of total collapse. However, the tide turned when Sir Anduin Lothar executed a daring naval maneuver, bypassing the Horde lines by sea to land a contingent of Stormwind's knights in the Horde's rear. This surprise charge through Elwyn Forest shattered the Orcish rearguard, creating a massive opening in their lines. As the Bleeding Hollow and Twilight's Hammer clans scrambled to pivot and defend themselves, the massive gates of Stormwind opened, allowing the city's soldiers to pour out in a coordinated counterattack. This hammer and anvil strategy crushed the Horde's momentum, forcing a chaotic retreat in what became their most significant disaster to date. Though a furious Blackhand considered executing Kilrog and Cho'Gall for the defeat, he ultimately spared them to avoid a clan revolt, withdrawing the remaining Horde forces to Red Ridge to regroup. The victory of Stormwind City was not a stroke of luck, as King Lane and Sir Anduin Lothar had been acting on critical intelligence provided by Khadgar, who had gathered the information from Garona. Although Gul'dan was fully aware that Garona was leaking Horde battle plans and cultural details to the humans, he allowed her to remain at Karazhan because the information she brought back regarding Medivh was far too valuable to lose. During their time together at the tower, Khadgar and Garona grew increasingly disturbed by the state of Karazhan, which had become infested with tormented spirits and horrific visions. They noticed a chilling change in Medivh himself. His previous volatile mood swings had been replaced by a total lack of emotion, as if he had completely retreated from his own humanity, causing the very fabric of reality within the tower to unravel. Desperate for answers, Khadgar scoured the libraries of Karazhan and discovered an obscure tome detailing an ancient technique to evoke specific memories through visions. While the spell was initially unreliable and failed to provide direct answers about Medivh's condition, Khadgar eventually shifted his focus to witnessing the true origin of the rift between Azeroth and the Orcish homeworld of Draenor. This attempt was hauntingly successful, as both Khadgar and Garona watched a vision of a hooded stranger confronting Gul'dan and the Shadow Council to orchestrate the creation of the Dark Portal. To their utter horror, the vision revealed the face of the mysterious stranger to be Medivh, proving that the Guardian of Tirisfal himself was the architect responsible for unleashing the Horde upon the world. Scarcely had the troubling vision faded when Medivh became aware of what Khadgar and Garona had discovered, forcing the pair to narrowly escape the Guardian's wrath. They fled to Stormwind City to warn King Lane and Lothar of the treason. During their meeting, Gul'dan attempted to mentally compel Garona to murder the king, an urge she resisted without realizing its source. While Lane struggled to believe his friend's betrayal, Lothar trusted Khadgar's word and recognized Medivh as a threat greater than the Horde. Lothar charged Gavinrad with the city's defense and led a war party, including Khadgar and Garona, to Karazhan to capture or kill his childhood friend. Panicked by the impending assault, Gul'dan reached out to Medivh's mind to find the location of the Tomb of Sargeras before the Guardian could be killed. As the battle at Karazhan commenced, Sargeras assumed full control of Medivh's body and unleashed devastating magic. During the chaotic fray of fire and steel, Sargeras attempted to seize Gul'dan's mental chains on Garona, leaving her so confused she could no longer distinguish friend from foe. Khadgar was nearly killed when Sargeras attempted to rip out his soul. Though the spell failed, it drained the apprentice's life force, prematurely aging him into a wizened old man. Ultimately, Khadgar delivered the final blow by burying a blade in his mentor's chest, an act that banished the spirit of Sargeras into the depths of the twisting nether. In his final moments, Medivh's mind cleared, and he was struck by the horrific weight of the deaths he had caused. He expressed only gratitude to Khadgar, Lothar, and their companions for thwarting the Dark Titan's plans before he drew his last breath. Garona, however, was not there to witness his end, having already fled the tower to an unknown location during the magical struggle. The death of the possessed Guardian triggered a violent explosion of fel energy from Karazhan, which blighted the surrounding lands and transformed Brightwood into the haunted region known as Duskwood. The event also devastated the Horde's leadership. Gul'dan had been deep within Medivh's memories when the Guardian died, and the resulting psychic shock threw the Warlock into a profound coma. Despite this, the intrusion was not entirely in vain, as Gul'dan had successfully gleaned the location of the Tomb of Sargeras and knowledge of various ancient relics of power scattered across Azeroth. Far from the events of Karazhan, Gul'dan's sudden coma threw the Shadow Council into a state of total disarray, leaving them confused and leaderless. While War Chief Blackhand was equally puzzled by the Warlock's condition, he was not entirely displeased, as he had grew weary of the Shadow Council's attempt to subvert his authority. However, Orgrim Doomhammer recognized this chaos as the perfect opportunity to strike. Believing that the Horde had been damned by corruption and reeling from the failed siege of Stormwind, Orgrim decided to challenge Blackhand to a mock Gorah, a traditional duel to the death. He publicly denounced Blackhand as a traitor who had sold the Orcish people into servitude to dark, demonic forces. The challenge was one Blackhand could not refuse without losing the respect of the entire Horde, and without the Shadow Council's assassins to do his dirty work, he was forced to fight. Painted in clan symbols and slick with oil, the two orcs engaged in a brutal duel that lasted for hours. The contest finally ended when Orgrim used his family's legendary weapon, the Doomhammer, to crush Blackhand's skull. Following his victory, the gathered orcs knelt before Orgrim, proclaiming him the new war chief. Orgrim immediately addressed the Horde, blaming the warlock's fell powers for the death of Draenor and outlawing the practice of such magic on pain of death to ensure Azeroth would not suffer the same fate. Despite his desire for complete vengeance, Orgrim's pursuit of the Shadow Council was delayed as the members had already fled to unknown locations. He turned his full attention back to the war with Stormwind, realizing that while he did not relish further bloodshed, the orcs had no other choice for survival. Returning to the dying world of Draenor was not an option, meaning the conquest of Stormwind was the only way to secure a new home for his people. War Chief Doomhammer ordered the clans to prepare for a final, decisive assault, and the Horde began its march toward the human capital before the sun had even set. War Chief Ogrim Doomhammer was determined not to repeat the failures of the previous siege, so he unleashed the full might of the Horde against Stormwind City. Although he briefly considered summoning reinforcements like the Warsong and Shattered Hand clans from Draenor, he realized that every passing day allowed the humans to regroup, making an immediate, overwhelming strike a necessity. As the final battle commenced, the Horde successfully breached the city's walls and surged into the streets. Despite the ferocity of the orcish assault, the defenders of Stormwind managed to hold their ground in desperate urban combat, keeping the invaders at bay for a time. While the battle raged, King Lane met with his commanders in the keep, anxious for news regarding the fate of Lothar and Khadgar. When word arrived that Garona had returned from Karazhan, the king immediately granted her an audience, eager to learn what had transpired with Medivh. However, the psychic trauma Garona suffered during the battle at the tower had fractured her mind. Though she had previously resisted Gul'dan's compulsion to kill the king, the blurring of her thoughts and the lingering weight of the warlock's command finally shattered her willpower. In a tragic moment of mental collapse, Garona succumbed to the old command despite her deep respect for the king, who had shown her kindness. With tears streaming down her face, she plunged a dagger into King Lane's heart, an act witnessed by his young son, Varian. This brutal assassination would forever scar the young prince, cementing a lifelong perception of the orcs as a deceitful and murderous race. In the ensuing chaos, Garona fled the keep and vanished into the fires of the city, while the news of the king's death spread rapidly, causing the morale of the defenders to crumble. Lothar and Khadgar arrived back from Karazhan to find their home in ruins and their king dead. Realizing the city was lost, Lothar took command of the remaining forces and focused entirely on a desperate evacuation. Alongside Khadgar and Gavinrad, they fought street by street to reach the harbor, gathering Prince Varian, Queen Taria, and as many civilians as possible. The retreat was costly. Many were lost to the flames and the orcs, including Queen Taria. Upon reaching the docks, the survivors boarded the remaining ships and destroyed the rest of the fleet to prevent the Horde from pursuing them across the sea. As the refugees sailed away, they watched from the water as Stormwind City was razed to the ground, marking the end of the First War. The Horde stood as the undisputed victors of the conflict, having finally claimed the stronghold they had sought for so long. However, despite achieving this monumental conquest and securing a new home for his people, War Chief Orgrim Doomhammer found no joy in the victory. The cost of the war and the internal rot of the Horde left the new leader far from satisfied with the state of his nation. Following the destruction of Stormwind, War Chief Orgrim Doomhammer chose not to pursue the human refugees, focusing instead on securing his new territory and consolidating control. He sent messengers to Draenor to summon the remaining clans, including the Warsong and Shattered Hand, though he soon received discouraging news that these clans had devolved into infighting and bloodlust. Orgrim's primary internal mission was the total eradication of the Shadow Council, whom he blamed for the corruption of the Orcish race and the death of his friend, Durotan. To locate them, He captured and tortured Garona until she revealed their secret refuge within the smoldering heights of Blackrock Spire. The Horde launched a brutal assault on the mountain, where the Elemental Lord Ragnaros and the Old Gods chose to remain hidden, curiously observing the violence. The warlocks of the Shadow Council were no match for Orgrim's loyalists and were largely slaughtered. One of the few to survive was the two-headed ogre Cho'Gall, who successfully pleaded for his life by arguing that his leadership was the only thing keeping the Twilight's Hammer clan from total madness. Reluctantly, Orgrim spared him, realizing he needed the fighting force and Cho'Gall's ability to establish a rapport with the Dark Iron Dwarves living deep within the volcano. Under the secret influence of Ragnaros, the Dark Iron Dwarves agreed to allow the Horde to use Blackrock Spire as their new headquarters, a move that delighted the Old Gods, who anticipated future chaos. Orgrim also chose to spare Garona. Despite her forced betrayal of King Lane, the Warchief recognized that Gul'dan had been exceptionally cruel to her, and that the assassination had ultimately aided the Horde's victory. He placed her under the supervision of his trusted lieutenant, Eatridge, to ensure her continued fealty. This established a new power structure within the mountain, purging the old warlock leadership while retaining key assets for the battles ahead. As the smoke cleared from the purge of the warlocks, Orgrim faced a reality that reinforcements from Draenor would be limited to only a few disciplined soldiers and ogres. However, the Warchief's focus began to shift toward a new prospect of strength that far exceeded mere numbers. He became aware of a potential weapon rooted in Azeroth's ancient history, a source of power that promised to change the course of the coming conflicts. With Blackrock Spire secured as a formidable base of operations, the Horde prepared to face whatever new enemies might emerge from the north. Throughout the First War, Azeroth's dragons were notably absent due to a 10,000-year-old betrayal. During the War of the Ancients, the dragon aspects, Alexstrasza, Nozdormu, Ysera, and Malygos, infused their essence into the dragon soul to fight the Burning Legion. However, the fifth aspect, Neltharion, refused to empower it and instead used the artifact to turn against his allies. This treachery earned him the name Deathwing and shattered dragonkind. The remaining aspects eventually reclaimed the artifact, but, unable to destroy it, hid it in the Red Ridge Mountains with enchantments preventing any dragon from touching it. Millennia of isolation followed. Nozdormu retreated into the Timeways, Ysera into the Emerald Dream, and a maddened Malygos into his lair, while the Red Dragonflight hunted Deathwing's children nearly to extinction. Deathwing himself entered a deep slumber to recover from the artifact's backfire, which had nearly torn his body apart. The massive magical surge from the opening of the Dark Portal finally roused him. He saw the Horde as a perfect tool to eliminate the mortal races and distract the other aspects, allowing him to restore the Black Dragonflight to glory. Deathwing began a campaign of subtle manipulation to ensure the Horde's success. In the guise of a human noble, he charmed the aristocracy of Lordaeron, using gossip and sorcery to convince them that reports of the Orcish invasion were mere rebel fabrications. Later, he infiltrated the Horde itself as a Blackrock Orc, gaining the trust of Gul'dan, Blackhand, and Orgrim Doomhammer. He recognized that while the Shadow Council served the Legion, their downfall under Orgrim actually made the Orcs more susceptible to the influence of his own masters, the Old Gods. Despite the Horde's victory in the First War, Deathwing knew they were too weak to face a united human front or the other dragon aspects. He realized the Dragon Soul was the key. While no dragon could touch it, the Orcs could wield it to control or destroy his siblings. He began sending intoxicating visions to Zuluhed, leader of the Dragonmaw clan, depicting the Orcs taming and riding dragons, as they once had Rylax on Draenor. This manipulation successfully goaded the clan into seeking out the ancient weapon. Guided by Deathwing's influence, Zuluhead led the Dragon Maw to the Red Ridge Mountains to claim the featureless gold disc. After a brutal skirmish that cost over a dozen Orcish lives, they managed to kill the artifact's guardian, the Red Dragon Oristraz. Zuluhead's primary warlock, Necros Skullcrusher, recovered the relic. Sensing faint demonic energies left over from the War of the Ancients, Necros renamed the artifact the Demon Soul, unknowingly falling right into Deathwing's trap. The breach of the artifact's ancient wards did not go unnoticed. Far to the north, Alexstrasza sensed the disturbance and grew deeply concerned when she received no word from Oristraz. Believing a mortal had foolishly stolen the artifact and that her guardian simply needed assistance in retrieving it, she gathered several of her red dragons and flew south. She remained unaware that she was flying directly into an ambush orchestrated by her traitorous brother. This period also highlighted the tragic state of the Blue Dragon flight, which had been nearly wiped out during Deathwing's original betrayal. Had it not been for Alexstrasza's flight, saving and hatching the remaining Blue Dragon eggs, the lineage would have gone extinct. Because the Blue Dragons were too few and Malygos too insane to fulfill their duties, the Red Dragon flight had taken over the task of safeguarding Azeroth's magical artifacts and places of power, a responsibility that now placed them directly in the path of the Horde's new weapon. The destruction of Stormwind sent shockwaves through the northern kingdoms, deeply affecting King Taranis Menethil II of Lordaeron, who had previously struggled to distinguish fact from the rumors spread by Deathwing. Upon the arrival of the refugees, Sir Anduin Lothar provided a first-hand account of the Horde's devastating power and warned Taranis that the human nations would be systematically destroyed if they did not unite. In response, a historic gathering known as the Council of Seven Nations was convened in Lordaeron's capital city. This assembly brought together influential leaders, including King Gen Greymane of Gilneas, Lord Admiral Dalen Proudmoore of Coltyrus, Archmage Antonidas of Dalaran, King Thoris Trollbane of Stromgarde, and King Aiden Perinold of Alterac to discuss an unprecedented threat facing their world. Despite the gravity of the situation, the council was initially fractured by doubt and political hesitation. While Archmage Antonidas and Lord Admiral Proudmoore supported the formation of a unified alliance based on Khadgar's reports and personal ties to Lothar, other leaders remained skeptical. King Greymane and King Perinold openly questioned the existence of an otherworldly invasion, their minds still clouded by the subtle manipulations and misinformation previously sown by Deathwing. As the kings debated the necessity of a pact and the legitimacy of the Orcish threat, the council's progress remained stalled, leaving the northern kingdoms vulnerable as the Horde finalized its preparations for a massive, renewed offensive.
The nation of Stormwind was defeated. While the Horde secured their new home, the war chief looked to expand rapidly. But with a depleted army, a new weapon was needed. One that would devastate the human race farther than could ever be imagined. Following the conclusion of the First War, Orgrim Doomhammer found himself leading a horde that was victorious, yet vulnerable. While he harbored a deep desire to purge the fell corruption introduced by Gul'dan and Blackhand and return his people to their shamanistic roots, he realized that survival on Azeroth required immediate expansion. Scouts and human prisoners from the fallen kingdom of Stormwind revealed the existence of powerful northern nations, most notably Lordaeron. Doomhammer concluded that a preemptive strike against Capital City was the only way to prevent the human kingdoms from uniting and overrunning the orcs in the south. To bolster his depleted ranks,
Orgrim sought out new weapons and unconventional allies. While the Blackrock orcs attempted to salvage the ruined forges of Stormwind, the Dragonmaw clan focused on a mysterious artifact called the Demon Soul. The clan leader, Zuluhead, entrusted this powerful object to his subordinate, Necros, with orders to unlock its potential for the coming conflict. Simultaneously, the Horde began negotiations with the Amani Trolls. These trolls, longtime enemies of humanity, offered their loyalty in exchange for the rescue of their captured leader, Warlord Zul'jin, who was being held by humans near the town of Hillsbrad. The political landscape of the Horde remained treacherous due to the presence of Gul'dan, who finally awoke from his coma following the fall of Stormwind. Although Doomhammer fully intended to execute the Warlock for his past treachery and the corruption of the Orcish race, he ultimately hesitated. Gul'dan, desperate to save his own life, approached the Warchief with a persuasive bargain. He promised to create a new, powerful weapon for the Horde that could guarantee victory over the human nations, forcing Orgrim to weigh his hatred for the Warlock against the strategic necessity of winning the impending war. Upon awakening from his coma, Gul'dan found his power base shattered. The Shadow Clan was destroyed, and Orgrim Doomhammer had replaced Blackhand as Warchief. Recognizing that his life hung by a thread, the Warlock pleaded for mercy and disavowed the demonic benefactors who had previously guided the Orcs. To prove his utility to a skeptical Doomhammer, Gul'dan identified a critical weakness in the Horde's strategy. They had no effective counter for the powerful spellcasters of the northern human nations like Lordaeron. He promised to create a new breed of warriors capable of standing against human magi and clerics, a proposal that Orgrim, despite his deep-seated distrust, accepted out of strategic necessity, under the condition that failure would result in Gul'dan's immediate execution. During this period of forced servitude, Gul'dan's internal loyalties remained fractured as he was recontacted by the demon lord Kil'jaeden after years of silence. Kil'jaeden ordered the Warlock to support Doomhammer's leadership, viewing the new Warchief as a more capable instrument for the Legion's conquest of Azeroth. However, Gul'dan had grown weary of being a pawn and secretly plotted to betray his demonic masters. Having discovered the location of the Tomb of Sargeras, he intended to seize its godlike power for himself, effectively planning to bypass both the Legion and the Horde once he had the means to do so. To facilitate his long-term goal of reaching the tomb while maintaining his facade of loyalty, Gul'dan convinced Doomhammer to let him form the Stormreaver clan. He argued that this new organization would be transparent and fight on the front lines, unlike the secretive Shadow Council, making it easier for the Horde to monitor his actions. Orgrim granted the request, partially because no existing Orcish clans would accept the disgraced Warlock, but he remained wary and planted spies within the Stormreavers to track Gul'dan's every move. This uneasy alliance set the stage for the Second War, with both leaders attempting to use the other to secure their own vision for the future of the Orcs. To fulfill his promise to Orgrim Doomhammer, Gul'dan sought to create a new breed of warriors whose loyalty would secretly belong to him. He turned to the displaced spirits of his fallen Shadow Council, seeking to bind them to physical forms. To avoid an uprising from the Orcish clans who would view the desecration of their own dead as an unforgivable insult, Gul'dan instead utilized the corpses of fallen human knights from the First War. By sacrificing the Orc necrolytes and using their necromantic energies, Gul'dan and Cho'Gall successfully fused the spirit of the warlock Terrangor into a human corpse, creating Terran Gorfiend, the first of the Death Knights. These Death Knights were tireless, undead necromancers capable of draining the life from their enemies and raising the dead to bolster the Horde's ranks. While the sight of these unnatural abominations deeply sickened Orgrim Doomhammer, he recognized their strategic value as a counter to human magi and clerics. Because they utilized necromancy rather than the land-draining fell magic he had outlawed, the war chief begrudgingly accepted them into his army. However, Orgrim remained deeply suspicious, ordering the Blackrock clan to monitor them closely and secretly planned to execute both Gul'dan and his undead soldiers once the war against Lordaeron was won. The alliance proved to be one of mutual deception, as the Death Knights harbored no true loyalty to the Horde or even to their creator, Gul'dan. They were self-serving entities focused entirely on their own preservation and power. Despite this internal instability, the creation of these warriors provided the Horde with the magical edge it required to begin the march north. With his new weapons of war secured, Orgrim Doomhammer turned his attention toward the resource-rich lands of Cosmodan, home of the Bronzebeard dwarves, to replenish the Horde's supplies for the impending invasion of the northern kingdoms. The Bronzebeard dwarves, a resilient race that had occupied the mountain fortress of Ironforge for over 2,000 years, found their resource-rich homeland of Cosmodan targeted by the Horde. Orgrim Doomhammer viewed the region's vast reserves of oil and metal ores as essential for the upcoming invasion of Lordaeron. Despite a fierce blizzard and the dwarves' tactical demolition of mountain tunnels to slow the invaders, the Horde's sheer numbers and ferocity proved overwhelming. The dwarves, alongside their gnomish allies, were forced to abandon their smaller outposts and armories as the orcs swept through the landscape, leaving hundreds of defenders dead in their wake. The conflict eventually shifted to the capital cities, where the defenders made a desperate final stand. The gnomes retreated behind the impenetrable iron gates of Gnomeregan, utilizing advanced technology and explosives to kill numerous orcs before they could even reach the city walls. Meanwhile, the dwarves retreated to Ironforge, where every defender fought with such bravery that they took 10 orcs to the grave for every dwarf that fell. Recognizing that a protracted siege would waste too many soldiers, Doomhammer called off the direct assaults on both cities. He realized he didn't need to conquer the fortresses to achieve his goals. He only needed to control the surrounding lands. To finalize his control over the region, Doomhammer stationed the Bleeding Hollow clan to blockade Ironforge and Gnomeregan, effectively trapping the dwarves and gnomes inside their respective capitals. With the defenders contained, the Blackrock orcs seized the dwarven forges and mines, blanketing Cosmodan in thick smoke as they churned out a massive supply of new armaments and siege engines. Having successfully exploited the mountain's bounty and replenished his army's supplies, Doomhammer prepared the Horde for the final march north to invade Lordaeron. Orgrim Doomhammer sought to avoid the perilous overland route through the swampy wetlands and the easily defended Thandal Span, deciding instead to launch a massive surprise naval invasion into the heart of the northern human kingdoms. Despite the orcs' deep-seated superstition and lack of experience with the open sea, Gul'dan and his Storm Reaver clan were instrumental in convincing the skeptical clans that a maritime crossing was their best strategic option. To build this ambitious fleet, the Horde utilized the maritime knowledge of their Orger allies to construct massive juggernauts, while the Amani trolls provided instructions on building swift, smaller vessels suitable for river and coastal navigation. The construction of the fleet was further accelerated by a lucrative partnership with the Steamwaddle cartel goblins, who approached the Horde looking to profit from the looming war. Rather than enslaving them, Doomhammer treated the goblins as equals, paying them handsomely with the gold plundered from Stormwind's coffers in exchange for their technology, maps, and shipbuilding expertise. Under the watchful eye of the war chief, the orcs and their various allies worked in secret in a hidden bay in the southwestern wetlands, camouflaging their progress from human scouts to ensure the element of surprise remained intact for the invasion of Lordaeron. The arrival of gnome and dwarf refugees in Lordaeron brought the shocking news that Cosmodan had fallen, signaling that the Horde was rapidly advancing north. Despite this existential threat, the Council of Seven Nations remained paralyzed by political infighting, with King Greymane of Gilneas and King Perinold of Alterac stubbornly refusing to join an alliance for fear of losing their regional sovereignty. The deadlock was finally broken by Turalian, a venerated priest of Lordaeron, who stood with the orphaned Prince Varian Wrynn to deliver a stirring ultimatum. He argued that if the leaders prioritized their pride over unity, they would witness the total annihilation of their kingdoms and be remembered by history as the architects of humanity's downfall. Turalian's impassioned speech successfully swayed the dissenting kings, leading to the unanimous formation of the Alliance of Lordaeron. To ensure the new military coalition remained free of regional bias, the leaders appointed Anduin Lothar, the Lion of Azeroth and a survivor of Stormwind, as the supreme commander. Lothar, possessing no political ties to the Northern Thrones, was viewed as a neutral leader capable of commanding the diverse armies fairly. Upon accepting his new mantle, Lothar immediately began mobilizing the Alliance's collective might, ordering all forces to muster in the Hillsbrad foothills to prepare for the inevitable clash with the approaching Orcish fleet. Recognizing that the Alliance was a fragile coalition of rival nations with different customs, Anduin Lothar sought a unifying force of champions to bind the people together. While the clerics of the First War were brave, their lack of martial training made them vulnerable on the front lines. Archbishop Alonsus Fowl proposed a solution: a new order of warriors who combined mastery of the Holy Light with expertise in traditional warfare and leadership. With Lothar's blessing, Fowl recruited a select group of knights to become the first Paladins, forming the Order of the Silver Hand to serve as beacons of hope and morality for the struggling alliance. The founding members of the Order were distinguished figures known for their honor and resilience. From Lordaeron, Fowl chose the charismatic priest Turalian, the physically imposing Saidan Dathrohan, the zealous Tyrion Fordring, and his own pious apprentice, Uther. To represent the fallen kingdom of Stormwind, Lothar contributed his battle-hardened comrade, Gavinrad the Dire. These men underwent rigorous training, learning to use the light to both mend allies and smite enemies. Fowl instilled in them a code of selflessness, demanding they live simple lives focused entirely on the needs of others rather than seeking personal glory or fortune. To solidify their spiritual mission, Archbishop Fowl presented each paladin with an ancient enchanted librum, representing a core virtue of the Silver Hand. Turalian was entrusted with protection, Uther with justice, Tyrion with retribution, Saidan with holiness, and Gavinrad with compassion. Each warrior was challenged to become the living embodiment of their respective tome. As their training progressed, Lothar was so impressed by their transformation that he appointed Turalian and Uther as his chief lieutenants. Though they remained under Fowl's tutelage for several more weeks, the Paladins were destined to become the ultimate defenders of humanity against the darkness of the Horde. While the preparation for the war escalated in the north, Alexstrasza and her Red Dragons searched for the demon soul to the south. What was planned as a simple recovery task would bring to pass the imprisonment that the Dragon Queen would never expect. With the southern lands dominated by the Horde, the attack on Lordaeron was imminent, sparking the beginning of the Second War. South of Lordaeron, Alexstrasza the Lifebinder and her Red Dragonflight focused their efforts on locating the stolen Dragon Soul, an artifact containing the essence of every dragon aspect except Deathwing. Their search led them to Cosmodan, where they discovered the relic in the possession of an orc named Necros and his Dragon Maw clan. Initially, underestimating the primitive orcs, the dragons descended upon them with the expectation of an easy victory. However, they were unaware that Deathwing had been secretly influencing Necros through visions, teaching the orc how to unlock the artifact's true potential, specifically to enslave the Lifebinder and her kin. Utilizing this forbidden knowledge, Necros unleashed the fury of the Demon Soul, striking Alexstrasza with such excruciating pain that she plummeted from the sky and was subsequently bound in chains by the Dragon Maw. While Necros lacked the power to control the entire flight simultaneously, he realized that by centering the artifact's torment on the Queen, he could force her followers into submission. The Red Dragons were ultimately coerced into serving the Horde's will, understanding that any attempt to rescue their leader or strike back at the orcs would result in Alexstrasza being lashed with the relic's extraordinary power or even killed. Word of the Dragon Maw clan's successful capture of Alexstrasza spread throughout the Horde, greatly pleasing War Chief Ogrim Doomhammer, who saw the Red Dragons as a potent new weapon for his arsenal. However, because it would take time to reliably train the dragons for the heat of battle, Doomhammer commanded Necros Skullcrusher and his clan to occupy Grim Batol. This remote, dilapidated fortress in the mountains east of the wetlands had once belonged to the Wildhammer dwarves, but was abandoned and left haunted by a dark curse placed upon it by the Dark Iron sorceress Modgud centuries earlier. Once established in the depths of the cursed stronghold, the Dragon Maw orcs chained Alexstrasza and forced her kin to remain with her by threatening to harm the Lifebinder if they disobeyed. Utilizing their experience from Draenor in training winged Rylax as battle mounts, the orcs began crafting harnesses and saddles to transform the fearsome red dragons into tools of war. Throughout this period, Necros kept constant watch over his captive queen. Though Alexstrasza vowed to destroy him for his actions, her threats remained hollow as long as the orc possessed the power of the Demon Soul. During her long imprisonment, Alexstrasza began laying new clutches of eggs, which Necros viewed as a golden opportunity to hatch and raise dragon whelps as loyal servants of the Horde. From afar, Deathwing rejoiced in her enslavement and continued to subtly advise Necros on how to best use the artifact to maintain control. Deathwing's primary goal was to use the Horde to further his own plans for the Black Dragonflight, but he also took personal sadistic pleasure in knowing that seeing her children used as instruments of destruction would break the Lifebinder's heart. As the Horde bolstered its forces, the Alliance under the command of Anduin Lothar sought to do the same by calling upon an ancient pact with the High Elves of Quel'Thalas. Centuries earlier, King Thoradin's bloodline, which Lothar carried, had been promised underlying aid from the elves after their joint victory over the Yamani trolls. Despite this oath, King Anastarion's Sunstrider initially dismissed the orcish threat and sent only a token fleet, leading the skilled ranger, Captain Ilaria Windrunner, to defy her king's orders and lead a small group of volunteer rangers south to evaluate the danger firsthand. Lothar welcomed these reinforcements, recognizing their immense value as scouts and archers, even as he faced the disappointing reality of the elves' limited official support. The urgency of the conflict escalated rapidly when scouts reported that the Horde had bypassed the expected land route at the Thandal Span by constructing a massive fleet. This unexpected naval maneuver meant an invasion was imminent and would occur much sooner than Lothar had originally planned. In response, the Supreme Commander ordered the Alliance armies to consolidate at Hillsbrad Foothills, the most probable site for an Orcish landfall. To buy critical time for this mobilization, Lothar called upon Admiral Dalen Proudmoore and the Alliance Navy to intercept and waylay the approaching Orcish vessels at sea. War Chief Orgrim Doomhammer expected the Alliance to eventually discover his fleet, but he remained confident that the Horde could reach southern Lordaeron before a proper defense was mustered. As hundreds of Orcish ships, carrying thousands of soldiers, set sail, they were intercepted near the island of Zoldair by Admiral Dalen Proudmoore and the elite navy of Kol Tiras. Proudmoore, a master of maritime warfare, utilized his superior vessels to easily outmaneuver the crude Orcish transports. The first Alliance cannon volleys were devastating, sinking dozens of ships and threatening to end the war entirely by destroying the Horde army at sea before they could ever make landfall. The tide of the naval battle turned abruptly with the arrival of the Dragonmaw clan's aerial support. Although Necros Skullcrusher had initially protested that the dragons were not yet fully trained for combat, Doomhammer's pressure forced him to dispatch 3 red dragons to guard the fleet under the threat of torturing the captive Alexstrasza. These massive creatures remained at a distance until the Alliance attacked, at which point they descended to bathe Proudmoore's ships in dragonfire. Lacking any effective means to combat such overwhelming aerial power, Admiral Proudmoore was forced to call a full retreat, allowing the scattered remnants of the Horde fleet to continue their invasion. After scattering Admiral Proudmoore's fleet, the Horde made an uncontested landfall at Hillsbrad Foothills, where they found the Alliance defenses in total disarray. Although the Red Dragons had protected the ships, they staged a silent act of defiance by refusing to follow the Orcs inland. Since Necros was still in Grim Batol, he was not present to command them further. Orgrim Doomhammer, unfazed by the lack of aerial support, decided to march his army toward the Alterac Mountains, aiming for the quickest path to strike at Capital City and shatter the Alliance from within. Anduin Lothar anticipated Orgrim's strategy and positioned his exhausted troops to block the routes to the capital. Though he struggled to inspire men who were terrified by their first sight of the monstrous Orcs, the tide of morale shifted only when the newly trained paladins, including Uther and Turalian, rode through the ranks, replacing the soldiers' fear with holy courage. As the Horde's war drums signaled a massive charge, the 2 greatest powers in history finally clashed in the first major land engagement of the Second War, supported by Illyria Windrunner's Rangers and the arcane might of Khadgar. The battle took a dark turn when a corrosive fog rolled across the field and the first Death Knights appeared, led by hooded figures on skeletal steeds. These unholy warriors resurrected fallen humans to fight their own comrades, causing the Alliance lines to crumble under the sheer horror of the display. Orgrim watched the carnage with a mix of unease and tactical satisfaction, realizing that while he distrusted these undead soldiers, their ability to inflict terror was an unparalleled asset on the battlefield. However, the paladins quickly countered this dark magic by unleashing waves of holy energy that cleared the corruptive mists and destroyed the reanimated corpses. This display of the light not only neutralized the Death Knight's primary advantage, but also mended the wounds of the Alliance soldiers, allowing them to regroup and strike back at the Orcish front lines with renewed ferocity. The battle in Hillsbrad became a stalemate, with both sides evenly matched in a brutal struggle for dominance. Recognizing that a prolonged fight in Hillsbrad favored the Alliance's ability to bring in reinforcements, Doomhammer realized he could not break through the guarded routes to Lordaeron directly. He decided to pivot his strategy and move east to find an alternative path to the capital, seeking the assistance of the Amani trolls who knew the mountainous terrain intimately. The trolls agreed to serve as guides, but only on the condition that Doomhammer first fulfill his promise to help them liberate their legendary leader, Zul'jin. Orgrim Doomhammer remained committed to his vow to liberate Warlord Zul'jin, leading a specialized raiding party to a prison camp near Durnhold Keep, while the broader battles in Hillsbrad raged. The rescue was swift and successful, but Zul'jin initially hesitated to join the Horde, fiercely protective of his autonomy as the leader of the Amani. To secure the alliance, Doomhammer promised Zul'jin that the trolls would be treated as equals rather than servants, and he offered the ultimate incentive. The Horde would assist the Amani in the total annihilation of their ancient rivals, the High Elves of Quel'Thalas. Though attacking Quel'Thalas required a detour further north than originally planned, Doomhammer viewed the Amani's support as a military necessity to counter the Alliance's powerful new paladins. He commanded Varrock Saurfang and a rearguard of Blackrock orcs to delay Lothar's forces, allowing the main body of the Horde to slip through a narrow mountain pass into the hinterlands. Guided by the trolls, the orcs moved rapidly through the rugged terrain toward the elven borders, but their progress was soon interrupted by the arrival of Wildhammer dwarf griffin riders, who struck from the sky with devastating lightning and thunder. The hinterlands had long been the domain of the Wildhammer dwarves, a tenacious and independent people who ruled from their mountain stronghold, Airy Peak. Renowned for their deep kinship with griffins, the Wildhammers featured many adept shaman who infused their signature Stormhammers with the power of lightning. Because of their isolationist nature, they remained entirely unaware of the Horde's existence or the ongoing conflict in Hillsbrad until the Orcish army marched directly into their territory. In response to the intrusion, Thane Curdran led his Griffin riders in a series of hit-and-run aerial bombardments, using Stormhammers to whittle away at the Horde's strength while retreating into the safety of the clouds. With the Horde's red dragons still stationed in Hillsbrad guarding ships, Orgrim Doomhammer lacked an immediate aerial counter and realized he could not continue his march north under constant harassment. To bypass the dwarves, the war chief launched a diversionary assault on Airy Peak, which forced Curdran to consolidate his forces for a capital defense. While half of the Orcish army kept the dwarves pinned down in a brutal siege, Orgrim and the remaining half of the Horde successfully slipped away to the north. Curdran's forces, focused entirely on the survival of their home, did not pursue the retreating contingent, allowing the war chief to move toward his next objective undetected. The situation changed when Anduin Lothar and the Alliance army arrived in the hinterlands to reinforce the dwarves, eventually driving the orcs into the forests. Following the battle, Curdran pledged the Wildhammer clan to the Alliance, providing Lothar with a crucial aerial asset to eventually rival the Horde's dragons. From Curdran, Lothar learned he had been outmaneuvered and that Orgrim's main force was already heading north, prompting him to dispatch Turalyon to track them down. Despite this setback, Lothar felt the eastern passes to Lordaeron were secure, trusting King Perinold of Alterac to hold the mountain barricades against any further Orcish advances. Throughout the Second War, Garona was kept under constant surveillance of the Blackrock warrior Eitrig, serving the Horde as both a translator and a soldier. Initially, Garona dismissed her handler as a mindless fanatic loyal to the legacy of the tyrant Blackhand, but she eventually detected a lingering sense of honor within him. Attempting to win his trust, she shared the harrowing truth about Gul'dan, the Shadow Council, and the burning reality that the orcs were merely puppets of a demonic force destined to turn Azeroth into a wasteland. However, Eitrig initially rejected her revelations as poisonous lies, unable to reconcile her words with her history as the dishonorable assassin of the Shadow Council. Following Eitrig's harsh rebuke, Garona ceased her attempts to convince him and waited for a moment to strike out on her own. This opportunity surfaced amidst the chaos of the military campaign in the hinterlands, where she managed to slip into the dense forests and vanish from Orcus' custody. Although Eitrig realized she had fled, he chose not to pursue her, prioritizing the war against the Alliance over a single prisoner. Ultimately, a hidden sense of sympathy played a role in his decision, recognizing that Garona was a product of Gul'dan's cruelty rather than a killer by choice. He allowed her to go in the hope that she might finally find a true home on Azeroth. While the Alliance was occupied in the hinterlands, Ogrim Doomhammer led half of the Horde toward Quel'Thalas without opposition. During the journey, Warlord Zul'jin successfully rallied thousands of Amani trolls from their capital, Zul-Aman, by promising the destruction of their ancient elven enemies. This massive combined force of orcs and magically adorned trolls quickly arrived at the borders of Quel'Thalas, easily decimating the High Elves' outer holdings and threatening the heart of the kingdom. The Horde's momentum faced a challenge when Gul'dan realized that the Amani Witch Doctors and Death Knights were being weakened by a magical barrier called Bandinoriel, or the Gatekeeper. This ancient shield was powered by monolithic runestones that masked the elves' magic and actively dampened the abilities of their enemies. Gul'dan proposed dismantling a runestone to shatter the barrier and use its components to empower the Horde's forces, a plan Doomhammer cautiously approved despite his lingering distrust of the Warlock. Beknownst to Doomhammer, Gul'dan had already subverted the War Chief's spies through threats and bribes, and he was secretly planning to abandon the Horde entirely. To ensure he had enough power to reach the Tomb of Sargeras and defend himself against Orgrim's eventual retaliation, Gul'dan needed the energy from the Elven relics. He was backed by the Stormreaver and Twilight's Hammer clans, but he sought a more formidable force of loyalists to secure his survival during his upcoming desertion. Using pieces of the dismantled runestone, Gul'dan and the ogre mage Cho'Gall constructed the Altars of Storms. They utilized an ancient Highmaul ritual to channel raw arcane energy into selected ogres, transforming them into intelligent, two-headed ogre magi. These new casters were exceptionally powerful and, crucially, held a secret loyalty to Gul'dan rather than the war chief, providing the warlock with the specialized army he required for his secret mission. As the siege of Quel'Thalas loomed, Gul'dan continued to gather intelligence on powerful artifacts he had discovered through the memories of the deceased Medivh. Although he did not have the chance to claim these relics himself, he shared their secrets with the Death Knights to further his influence. With his new Ogre Magi ready and his plans for betrayal nearly finalized, the Warlock simply waited for the perfect moment to strike out on his own and seek the ultimate power hidden within the Tomb of Sargeras. The desecration of the runestone restored the magic of the Horde's spellcasters, allowing Ogrim's forces to launch a devastating campaign towards Silvermoon City. The orcs and Amani trolls pillaged the countryside, causing a level of elven casualties not seen since the ancient Troll Wars. This brutality prompted King Anasterion to officially pledge the full support of Quel'Thalas to the Alliance. This unification was solidified as Turalyon and Illyria Windrunner arrived with reinforcements, with the High Elves and humans once again standing together to prevent the total oblivion of their kingdoms. Despite this new alliance, the tide of battle shifted dramatically with the arrival of the Dragonmaw clan's Red Dragons, which had finally been trained as battle mounts. The Griffin Riders were forced to retreat in the face of these superior aerial predators, and the dragons, many weeping as they were forced to act against their nature, incinerated the forests and Alliance ranks alike. The resulting firestorm forced the Elven defenders to retreat behind the walls of Silvermoon City, where sorcerers summoned a massive, impenetrable shield powered by the Sunwell to protect the capital from both the Orcish ground forces and the dragon's mystical fire. Faced with the unbreakable barrier of the Sunwell, Orgrim Doomhammer decided to pivot his strategy, as his primary goal remained the conquest of Lordaeron's capital rather than a prolonged siege of the elves. He felt he had fulfilled enough of his pact with the Amani by dealing Quel'Thalas a blow that would take centuries to repair, while also successfully integrating the new Ogre Magi and Red Dragons into his active military. With these powerful new assets at his command, Orgrim began seeking a surprise route that would allow the Horde to bypass the Alliance's main strength and strike directly at the heart of Lordaeron. After failing to breach Silvermoon City, Orgrim Doomhammer decided to pivot his forces west toward Lordaeron's capital. To maintain the element of surprise, he planned to bypass the heavily fortified roads and valleys between the two kingdoms, opting instead to lead his massive army through the rugged and treacherous Alterac Mountains. This tactical shift was designed to strike at the heart of the Alliance before they could consolidate their scattered defenses. However, this plan caused a major rift with Warlord Zul'jin and the Amani Trolls, who refused to abandon their siege of the High Elves. Zul'jin's singular obsession with decapitating King Anasterion and seeing Quel'Thalas burn threatened to deprive the Horde of their essential mountain guides. Fearing the loss of these allies at such a pivotal moment, Doomhammer was forced to navigate the stubbornness of the Trolls while maintaining the momentum of his primary campaign. Gul'dan seized this moment of tension to advance his own secret agenda of desertion. He convinced both Orgrim and Zul'jin that the Stormreaver clan had discovered a way to dismantle the Sunwell's barrier within a few days. Doomhammer cautiously agreed to leave the Warlock and his clan behind to assist the Trolls, but he remained deeply suspicious. He ordered the Dragonmaw clan to remain in Quel'Thalas to oversee Gul'dan, giving them express permission to execute him if he failed to march west after the 3-day deadline. As the main Horde force entered the mountains, they were met by King Perinold of Alterac, who had decided to betray the Alliance out of pure cowardice. Paralyzed by fear of the Horde's Death Knights and dragons, Perinold offered Orgrim safe passage through Alterac's secret, unguarded mountain passes in exchange for the safety of his kingdom. This betrayal allowed the Orcish army to circumvent the Alliance's defensive positions entirely, saving them weeks of difficult travel and ensuring they remained undetected. Fortune appeared to favor the war chief as his army emerged from the mountain passes and descended into the Tirisfal glades. Without allowing his soldiers a moment of rest, Orgrim launched a full-scale assault on the walls of Capital City, catching the human leadership off guard. With the Alliance forces still divided between the hinterlands and the distant forests of Quel'Thalas, the fall of the human seat of power seemed imminent as the Second War reached its most critical boiling point. Turalyon and his allies had long anticipated a Horde strike on Lordaeron's capital, but the situation became dire when Orgrim Doomhammer suddenly withdrew the bulk of his forces from Quel'Thalas. While Turalyon raced west with half of the Alliance army, he initially believed the rugged Alterac Mountains would provide enough of a natural barrier to delay the Orcs. However, the devastating news of King Perinold's betrayal changed everything. By granting the Horde safe passage through his kingdom's barricades, the King of Alterac allowed the Orcish army to reach the capital in days rather than months, bypassing the Alliance's planned defenses. Lordaeron's capital city faced a brutal bombardment from Horde catapults, yet it remained resilient under the inspired leadership of King Taranis Menethil. Though not a warrior by trade, Taranis displayed immense courage by taking his place on the ramparts and organizing the defense himself, vowing to die before letting the city fall. His presence galvanized the citizenry, turning the siege into a desperate battle for the very survival of humanity. Orgrim admired the humans' tenacity, but he remained confident that the city would eventually crumble once his expected reinforcements arrived from the east. As the siege dragged on, Orgrim's confidence began to waver due to the unexplained absence of the Dragonmaw, Stormreaver, and Twilight's Hammer clans. The arrival of Turalian's army from the east further complicated the war chief's plans, providing the exhausted city defenders with a brief respite and signaling that the rest of the Alliance's combined might was closing in. Orgrim realized that to secure victory, he needed his full strength immediately, but he had received no word from his lieutenants in Quel'Thalas, leading to a mounting sense of unease that something had gone terribly wrong within the Horde's hierarchy. The breaking point arrived when the Dragonmaw riders reached the capital with the catastrophic news that Gul'dan had betrayed the Horde, taking the Stormreaver and Twilight's Hammer clans to seize the fleet at Hillsbrad. Simultaneously, Orgrim learned that the Alliance had discovered Paranold's treachery and successfully resealed the mountain passes, effectively cutting off any hope of reinforcements from the hinterlands. Doomhammer realized in this moment that the war was effectively lost. Even a successful capture of the capital would be a hollow victory, as his diminished and divided forces would never hold the city against the approaching Alliance tide. Consumed by a righteous fury over being robbed of total victory, Orgrim Doomhammer called off the siege and ordered a full-scale retreat toward the safety of Cosmodan. To cover the withdrawal, he deployed his dragon riders to harass the pursuing Alliance forces while sending the Blacktooth Grin clan on a mission of vengeance to hunt down and execute Gul'dan. Though the war chief hoped to regroup and rebuild his campaign from the south, he knew the Horde now faced the very real prospect of total annihilation, thanks to the Warlock's ultimate act of selfishness. As the Second War raged on, Gul'dan made his way to the Tomb of Sargeras in search for ultimate power. However, what he found was not what he expected. Gul'dan had betrayed the Horde in search for power. Orgrim Doomhammer failed to take Capital City. The Second War was nearing its end, leading to a final standoff between the Horde and the Alliance. Following the departure of Orgrim Doomhammer toward the capital of Lordaeron, Gul'dan convened his supporters to unveil his true objective, the discovery of the Tomb of Sargeras. He successfully seduced the majority of the Stormreaver and Twilight's Hammer clans with the promise of power far greater than anything the Horde's war could offer. However, he faced defiance from the Amani trolls, who remained focused on their siege of the Elven capital, and the Dragonmaw clan, who briefly barred his path. To avoid mutual destruction, the Dragonmaw eventually moved west to alert Doomhammer of the betrayal, while Gul'dan's renegades traveled south through the Hillsbrad foothills to commandeer a portion of the Horde fleet. Unbeknownst to the Warlock, the Blacktooth Grin orcs had already mobilized to pursue him across the sea. Beyond the orcish pursuit, Gul'dan faced the looming wrath of the Burning Legion. Kil'jaeden, blindsided by the Warlock's sudden treachery, which jeopardized a potential Legion victory, prepared to execute his former servant immediately. However, Sargeras himself intervened, ordering the Demon Lord to stand down so he could enact a more poetic punishment. Rather than granting a quick death, Sargeras intended to lead Gul'dan to the very threshold of the power he craved within the tomb. By allowing the Warlock to nearly grasp his heart's desire before violently snatching it away, the Legion's ruler planned to mirror the exact manner in which Gul'dan had sabotaged the Horde's chances for a final conquest. Gul'dan navigated a treacherous voyage to the Tomb of Sargeras, guided by the stolen memories of Medivh. The journey was plagued by violent storms and colossal waves that seemed to resist his progress, yet the warlock remained consumed by the divine energies he sensed radiating from the depths. Upon reaching the site, Gul'dan and his followers channeled their collective magic into a massive ritual that blackened the skies and churned the sea. Through this intense spell, they successfully raised the tomb from the ocean floor, revealing a barnacle-encrusted island dominated by a colossal, imposing tower. As the Blacktooth Grin clan closed in to punish his betrayal, Gul'dan realized he lacked the numbers for a direct confrontation and gambled on the tomb's power for his survival. He ordered Cho'Gall and the Twilight's Hammer to hold the line outside while he led the Stormreaver clan into the structure's shadowy corridors. Unbeknownst to the orcs, the tomb was not empty. Ancient demons, originally imprisoned by the guardian Aegwynn, had survived for millennia by feeding on the lingering power of Sargeras' avatar. These creatures, acting under the direct command of Sargeras, emerged from the darkness to slaughter the Stormreavers and brutally flay Gul'dan alive, ripping his flesh and muscle from his bones, ending his life in a brief, agonized scream. Outside the tomb, the Blacktooth Grin, led by Dalrend and Maim Blackhand, decimated the remaining Twilight's Hammer forces. Cho'Gall managed to survive only by the intervention of a few loyal followers who carried his wounded body to a ship and fled into uncharted western waters. After the slaughter, the victorious orcs retrieved Gul'dan's severed skull from a surviving Stormreaver as a trophy of their vengeance. So, if you've ever wondered why you see Illidan holding Gul'dan's skull, well, this is where the journey of that trinket begins. But more on that later. With the architect of the orcs' demonic servitude finally dead, the Blacktooth Grin abandoned the island and sailed east to rejoin the Horde, leaving the betrayer's body to rot in the shadow of the tomb. Following the disastrous betrayal at the Tomb of Sargeras, Orgrim Doomhammer was forced into a desperate retreat toward Khaz-Modan. Without a fleet, the Orcish army endured weeks of grueling marches and frequent skirmishes with the pursuing forces of Anduin Lothar and Turalyon. By the time the Horde reached the wetlands, the physical and mental toll on the soldiers was immense. The Alliance leaders, sensing the Horde's vulnerability, rallied their combined armies to maintain a relentless pursuit, intending to deliver a final crushing blow to the Orcish invaders. During the retreat, Orgrim received confirmation from Dragon Rider scouts that Gul'dan had been killed. While the war chief felt a grim satisfaction knowing the traitorous warlock could no longer manipulate the orcs, the reality of his strategic situation was dire. The war had already annihilated over 50% of the Horde's total military strength, and the Blacktooth Grin clan was still at sea, leaving Orgrim without a navy. Recognizing that he could not hold Khaz-Modan or achieve victory in his current state, Orgrim sent a messenger to Draenor to demand immediate reinforcements from the remaining clans. To buy time for these reinforcements, Orgrim ordered a consolidation of his forces at Blackrock Spire, a formidable stronghold deep within Horde-controlled territory. He commanded Chieftain Kilrog and the Bleeding Hollow clan to remain in Khaz-Modan as a rearguard to delay the Alliance advance. Simultaneously, he directed the Dragon Maw clan to gather the remaining red dragons and resources at Grim Batol before relocating to the Spire. Orgrim's plan centered on making the Alliance bleed for every inch of ground they gained, while he attempted to rebuild his shattered war machine. However, the Alliance advance proved swifter than Orgrim anticipated, largely due to the efforts of Turalyon and his paladins. These holy warriors worked tirelessly to heal the wounded and bolster the morale of the fatigued human soldiers, allowing them to sweep into Khaz-Modan with unexpected speed. The Alliance forces quickly overwhelmed the Bleeding Hollow clan, systematically hunting them down and driving them from the region. This swift victory effectively neutralized Orgrim's rearguard and cleared the path for the Alliance to continue their march toward the Orcs' primary stronghold. The liberation of Cosmodan resulted in a massive strategic shift as the Bronzebeard dwarves of Ironforge and the gnomes of Normorgon were finally freed from their mountain sieges. Emerging with a desire for retribution, both races pledged their full military might and advanced technology to the Alliance cause. This historic moment marked the first time nearly every noble race of the Eastern Kingdom stood united against a single foe. With the addition of dwarven hammers and gnomish engineering, the Alliance prepared for the final confrontation at Blackrock Spire against the remnants of the Horde. The Blacktooth Grin orcs, led by Dalrind and Maim Blackhand, were intercepted by Admiral Proudmoore near the island of Crestfall while attempting to reach Stormwind. Although the Horde utilized their red dragons to set the Alliance fleet ablaze, Proudmoore refused to retreat, supported by the arrival of Wildhammer Griffin riders. These dwarves utilized their superior speed and lightning-infused stormhammers to outmaneuver the larger dragons, effectively turning the tide of the aerial battle. Ultimately, the Alliance Navy's cannon fire and tactical coordination decimated the Horde's fleet, sinking the majority of their vessels and forcing the surviving dragon riders to scatter and retreat. Despite the decisive victory that permanently dismantled the Horde's naval presence, the cost to the Alliance was devastating. The Red Dragons had inflicted massive casualties, sinking numerous ships and claiming the lives of many sailors, including the Admiral's own son. While Dalrind and Maim managed to escape with a handful of ships, the battle left a permanent scar on the Alliance leadership. The loss of his child transformed Admiral Proudmoore's perspective on the conflict, fueling a deep-seated hatred for the Orcish race that would persist for the rest of his life. From the heights of Blackrock Spire, Orgrim Doomhammer watched as thousands of Alliance soldiers surrounded the mountain in a silver and gold serpent of steel. Realizing that the reinforcements from the Blacktooth Grin and Dragonmaw and Draenor would not arrive in time to break the siege, the war chief felt a momentary surge of despair. However, he quickly suppressed it, resolving that if the Horde was to fall, it would be in honorable combat, rather than through starvation or disease. He stroked the remaining bloodlust of his warriors, reminding them of their conquests over the Draenei and Stormwind, before ordering the massive metal gates to open for one final charge. Orgrim's strategy was not to defeat the entire Alliance army by force, but to strike a psychological blow by killing their leader, Anduin Lothar. Having observed that human soldiers revered their commanders much like Orcish clans followed their chieftains, Doomhammer believed that Lothar's death would shatter the Alliance's resolve. The two leaders eventually met in a hushed pocket of the battlefield for single combat. After a brutal exchange, Orgrim's superior strength prevailed. He shattered Lothar's greatsword and, with a final merciless swing of his hammer, crushed the Supreme Commander's skull. While the death of Lothar initially caused the Alliance forces to flag and fall into despair, that didn't seem to happen. Instead, the young paladin Turalyon refused to give in to sorrow. In a moment of divine intensity, Turalyon unleashed a blinding radiance of holy light that brought the entire battlefield to a standstill. He took up Lothar's broken blade and used his empowered strength to knock Orgrim Doomhammer unconscious. This display of power and faith halted the Horde's momentum and provided a rallying point for the stunned Alliance soldiers. Turalyon then delivered a powerful oration, calling upon the soldiers to honor Lothar's legacy as his symbolic sons and daughters. He reminded them that their commander had never wavered and that victory was finally within their grasp. This speech reignited the light within the Alliance ranks, replacing their grief with a burning desire for justice. Inspired by Turalian's resolve, the Alliance launched a final, coordinated counterattack that completely overwhelmed the Orcish lines, turning the tide of the battle in an instant. As the Alliance crashed into the Horde, the Orcish army finally buckled and broke. Many orcs fled in all directions, some toward the Dark Portal in the south, and others into the surrounding wilderness, while a few stayed to fight to the death. However, Turalian and the other paladins did not grant these remaining warriors the honorable death they sought. Instead, they used their superior numbers to subdue and capture them. By the end of the engagement, the once unstoppable horde was scattered and its leadership was dismantled. In the aftermath of the combat at Blackrock Spire, the war chief Orgrim Doomhammer was taken into custody and bound in chains along with his surviving soldiers. Simultaneously, in the north, King Anasterion successfully drove the Amani trolls out of Quel'Thalas, though the cost of the victory led to future political friction with the Alliance. The Second War essentially ended at the foot of the Spire, with the noble races of Azeroth united and the threat of the Orcish invasion finally neutralized. Terran Gorfind and his Death Knights led the remnants of the Horde in a desperate retreat toward the Black Morass, hoping to find salvation through the Dark Portal. Turalian and the Alliance forces pursued them relentlessly, using the retreating orcs to finally discover the gateway's secret location. Upon reaching the portal, a brutal and necromantic battle erupted as Gorfind's dark magic held the Alliance at bay just long enough for the remaining Horde forces to slip through the rift. Rather than risking his exhausted soldiers by pursuing the enemy into the unknown terrors of Draenor, Turalian halted the advance and focused on ensuring the invaders could never return. Khadgar and his fellow Magi gathered at the base of the looming structure to perform a massive counterspell aimed at unraveling the portal's ethereal threads. As they systematically dismantled the magical rift, a violent backlash of arcane energy triggered a blinding explosion that shattered the stone frame and reduced the gateway to dust. The destruction of the Dark Portal signaled the definitive end of the Second War, prompting an outpouring of grief and relief from the weary Alliance soldiers. With the primary link between the two worlds severed, the noble races of Azeroth fell to their knees in celebration, marking a hard-won victory over the Orcish threat. The news of the Horde's total defeat on Azeroth reached Draenor through Terran Gorfind, bringing with it the realization that the gateway between worlds was shattered. When Khadgar destroyed the Azerothian side of the Dark Portal, the resulting arcane backlash caused the Draenor side to explode, leaving the remaining clans trapped on a dying world. With no enemies left to conquer and resources rapidly depleting, the orcs on Draenor were consumed by a directionless bloodlust. The once mighty war machine now faced the grim prospect of a slow, agonizing extinction as the Horde began to consume itself from within. On Azeroth, several large groups of orcs managed to evade capture by the Alliance and went into hiding. Kilrog Deadeye and the Bleeding Hollow clan, having failed to reach Blackrock Spire or the Dark Portal in time, retreated into the wilderness of the Black Morass to plan their next move. Similarly, the Dragonmaw clan remained entrenched at the fortress of Grim Batol, where they continued breeding and training enslaved red dragons. These scattered remnants represented a lingering threat, though they lacked the unified leadership necessary to challenge the victorious Alliance. A new faction began to coalesce at Blackrock Spire after the Alliance forces withdrew from the region. Dalrend and Main Blackhand, sons of the former warchief, led the survivors of the Blacktooth Grin and Blackrock clans back into the mountain stronghold. The brothers blamed Orgrim Doomhammer for the Horde's failure and sought to reforge the Horde under their own banner. While they managed to secure a pledge of support and dragon reinforcements from the Dragonmaw, their false Horde was ignored by Kilrog, who believed his destiny lay on a different path. The aftermath of the war also led to a profound spiritual crisis for many individual orcs who had survived the slaughter. Eitrig, the former handler of Garona, was among those who fled into the northern wilderness alone. Reflecting on the lies of Gul'dan and the demonic influence of Kil'jaeden, Eitrigg came to realize that the Horde had brought nothing but doom to his people. Consumed by shame and a sense of betrayal, he officially disavowed the Horde and sought out a secluded place where he could live out his remaining days in peace, away from the violence that had defined his race. Ultimately, the end of the Second War left the Orcish race fractured and broken across two worlds. On Draenor, the clans were trapped in a cycle of rage and starvation, while on Azeroth, the survivors were split between those seeking to restart the war and those who simply wished to disappear. The Alliance had won a total military victory, but the presence of hidden strongholds like Blackrock Spire and Grim Batol ensured that the shadow of the Horde would continue to loom over the Eastern Kingdoms for years to come. While victory celebrations initially swept through the cities of the humans, dwarves, gnomes, and high elves, the jubilation quickly gave way to the grim reality of a decimated continent. From the Hillsbred foothills to the forests of Quel'Thalas, the Eastern Kingdoms were left in ruins, with villages razed and roadways choked with the dead. For the survivors, the conclusion of the war did not bring immediate peace. Many were haunted by the trauma of what they had witnessed, the loss of entire families, or permanent physical disabilities. The emotional struggle to find inner peace proved to be a far more arduous battle than any military engagement they had faced against the Horde. Now serving as the supreme commander of the Alliance, Turalyon found himself burdened by the loss of his mentor, Anduin Lothar. Yet he refused to succumb to despair. Recognizing that rebuilding was the only way to restore normalcy, he gathered the leaders of the Alliance in Lordaeron to pool their resources for the recovery of their war-ravaged nations. Notably, the Kingdom of Alterac was excluded from these proceedings due to its previous betrayal, leaving its fate a subject of ongoing debate among the human monarchs. Amidst this era of reconstruction, personal bonds also deepened, specifically between Turalyon and the Elven Ranger Illyria Windrunner, whose relationship was forged and tested by the hardships of the conflict. A significant portion of the Alliance's reconstruction efforts was directed toward the restoration of Stormwind, which stood as a powerful symbol of humanity's resilience. King Tyrannus Menethil of Lordaeron took a leading role in this initiative, pledging his full support to the fallen kingdom and the young Prince Varian Wrynn. While some refugees were too traumatized to return to their former homes and chose to remain in Lordaeron, others, including Varian, returned to the south to rebuild their lives. Turalyon personally oversaw the repatriation of the citizenry and ensured that the teenage prince was surrounded by experienced advisors to prepare him for his eventual ascension to the throne. While the political and structural rebuilding took place in the south, the Order of the Silver Hand and the Church of the Holy Light focused on the humanitarian crisis in the north. The Paladins, originally formed to combat the Horde, transitioned into a role of healing and support, providing care for the sick and shelter for those broken by the war's atrocities. By coordinating with religious leaders, they worked to mend the social fabric of the Alliance. These combined efforts across the Eastern Kingdoms represented a unified attempt to rise from the ashes of the Second War and establish a future defined by the cooperation of the noble races. While the Alliance focused on reconstruction, a deep-seated hatred for the Orcs persisted, leading to a period of relentless hunting and internal political division. Illyria Windrunner, driven by the loss of countless elves, dedicated her life to tracking down and killing orcs who had evaded capture, a sentiment shared by many humans, elves, dwarves, and gnomes who combed the wilderness for vengeance. This state of affairs forced the Alliance leadership into a bitter debate over the fate of their prisoners. While Stromgarde and Gilneas demanded mass executions, King Tyrannus of Lordaeron argued for mercy and the establishment of internment camps. The Kirin Tor of Dalaran supported this moderate approach, wishing to study the orcs and the demonic magics to better prepare for any future conflicts. The Alliance eventually reached a compromise to fund a network of internment camps overseen by the celebrated soldier Daneth Trollbane, though the agreement was fraught with tension. High-ranking veterans were placed in charge of individual sites, including Aedalis Blackmore of Durnhold Keep in the Hillsbred foothills. During the First War, Blackmore had discovered an infant orc named Goel and brought him to the fortress. In secret, he began raising the young orc, whom he named Thrall, with the intent of molding him into a loyal general to lead an orcish army against the other human nations, eventually allowing Blackmore to crown himself king. Despite the relative success of the camps in maintaining order, the financial burden of their upkeep became a major source of friction among the member nations. Gilneas, in particular, viewed the cost of keeping their enemies alive as a pointless drain on resources, especially while simultaneously funding the massive reconstruction of Stormwind. This resentment over the orcish welfare began to erode the unity of the Alliance, planting the seeds for the eventual departure of Gilneas from the Coalition. The internment system thus became a fragile solution that prevented immediate bloodshed but created long-term political instability. Ultimately, the formation of the camps represented a shift in the Alliance's identity from a purely military coalition to a governing body capable of mercy and scientific inquiry. By choosing imprisonment over execution, the human nations sought to prove their moral superiority over the savage horde. However, the internal corruption of leaders like Blackmore and the fiscal exhaustion of nations like Gilneas ensured that this peace was built on a shaky foundation. The decision to spare the orcs would have unforeseen consequences for the future of Azeroth, as the very prisons meant to contain the threat became the training grounds for its eventual rebirth. Following the Second War, the newly titled Archmage Khadgar remained at the site of the destroyed Dark Portal, where he discovered that the threat of Azeroth had not truly vanished. Despite the physical structure's destruction, a lingering dimensional rift continued to leak volatile fel energies from Draenor into the surrounding black morass, causing the environment to wither and decay. Khadgar found that the rift stubbornly resisted his attempts to close it, creating a permanent bridge that allowed the orcish homeworld's corruption to bleed into the Eastern Kingdoms. He warned the Alliance leadership that as long as this connection existed, the possibility of a second invasion remained a constant danger to their hard-won peace. To combat this persistent threat, Khadgar secured funding and resources from the Alliance to construct Netherguard Keep, a formidable stronghold situated on a hilly outcropping overlooking the rift. From this vantage point, Khadgar and his fellow Magi worked tirelessly to neutralize the spreading fel magic and monitor the dimensional tear for any signs of activity. While the rest of the world moved towards reconstruction, the Archmage remained a solitary sentry, frequently musing on the horrors that might still linger on the other side of the veil. His vigilance proved prophetic, as the mysteries of the Orcish homeworld were destined to resurface far sooner than the Alliance anticipated. The Second War had ended, and with the Horde leaderless, one would rise to claim the title of War Chief, an orc that would bring devastation to his homeworld, an orc named Ner'zhul. Following the Second War, the situation on Draenor was catastrophic as the world continued to succumb to the spreading decay of fel energies. The Orcish clans, still gripped by a demonic bloodlust that had no outlet, began to tear themselves apart through internal conflict. This whirlpool of chaos was particularly fueled by the insatiable violence of the Warsong and Shattered Hand clans. In this era of desperation, the elder shaman Ner'zhul emerged as the reluctant leader of the remaining orcs. Haunted by visions of death and the failure of his previous leadership under the Burning Legion's influence, Ner'zhul lived in a state of deep despair in Shadowmoon Valley. He even tattooed a skull onto his face to symbolize his status as dead to his people, a practice shaman long used to mark failed apprentices. While Ner'zhul saw only doom for the Horde, the Death Knight Terran Gorefiend was not prepared to give up. Gorefiend realized that while conquering Azeroth had failed, the knowledge Gul'dan had extracted from Medivh's mind revealed the existence of powerful artifacts that could change their fortunes. Gorefiend specifically targeted 3 items: the Book of Medivh for its knowledge of blending magics, the Eye of Dalaran to amplify power, and the Scepter of Sargeras, which possessed the ability to open gateways between worlds. His plan was to use these tools to create new dimensional rifts, allowing the Horde to abandon the dying Draenor and settle on entirely new, unsuspecting worlds. Gorefiend and his Death Knights cared only for themselves and desired a new world to assert sole dominion over, but they knew they needed the Horde's help to escape. Executing this plan required the cooperation of Ner'zhul, as he was the only figure with enough influence to unite the fractured clans. Initially, Ner'zhul was vehemently resistant, distrusting Gorefiend due to his past as an ally of the treacherous Gul'dan, and questioning how a few relics could save the orcs. However, Gorefiend eventually wore him down by appealing to his desire for redemption and explaining how they could flee their dying homeworld for the countless worlds in the cosmos. Ner'zhul finally relented, seeing a fresh start on a fresh world as the only way to atone for his past mistakes and the guilt of allowing the Legion to sink its claws into his people. He then gathered the clan leaders, including Grommash Hellscream of the Warsongs, Kargath Bladefists of the Shattered Hand, and Fenris of the Thunderlords. Ner'zhul was stunned at how easily they agreed, as Hellscream, Bladefist, and Fenris had been forced to sit out the First and Second Wars and thirsted for any battle. To begin their campaign, the Horde needed to reopen the Dark Portal, which existed only as a diminished magical bridge. Terran Gorefiend told Ner'zhul that restoring the rift would be simpler than the initial opening, and the necessary power could be drawn from the Skull of Gul'dan. This was fortunate news, as the skull had been brought back to Draenor by refugees and had passed between orcs as a fought-over prized trinket. After claiming the skull, Ner'zhul and the Death Knights began their great convocation to reconstruct the Dark Portal. Ner'zhul could only hope that the Alliance would be unprepared for what was coming. During the final months of the Second War, Garona wandered Azeroth while struggling to reclaim her mind from the lingering mental chains of the Shadow Council. Despite the Dark Presence trying to bend her thoughts, she eventually gained enough control to seek out the only person she still trusted, Khadgar. Infiltrating Netherguard Keep under the cover of darkness, she reunited with the mage and confessed her actions during the war, including the assassination of King Lane. Khadgar was able to sense the mangled remnants of Gul'dan's spellwork within her, which confirmed a troubling reality. Since the enchantments remained potent, at least one member of the Shadow Council was still alive on Azeroth and maintaining control over Gul'dan's former puppets. Over the following months, Khadgar met with Garona in secret outside the keep to systematically unravel the Shadow Council's hold on her psyche. His efforts were successful, granting Garona true freedom for the first time in her life. In a show of gratitude, she pledged to help Khadgar hunt down the remaining Shadow Council members on Azeroth. Khadgar, who had grown increasingly concerned by strange energies radiating from the nearby rift, accepted her offer and asked her to remain hidden in the area as his scout, while he investigated the possibility that forces on Draenor were attempting to expand the gateway between worlds. Before long, Khadgar sent a message to many of the Alliance's leaders, asking them to meet in Nethergarde Keep at once, despite the reluctance and focus on rebuilding after the recently ended Second War. Once the leaders arrived at the keep, they understood Khadgar's urgency after seeing the devastating effects of the fell energies, which had turned the southern half of the Black Morass into a wasteland the garrison called the Blasted Lands. The northern portion of the Black Morass, which was still teeming with life, had been renamed the Swamp of Sorrows in honor of those who died in the Second War. The site of the Blasted Lands served as a sobering reminder of the dark forces the Alliance had stopped and what they might be forced to face again. The truly bad news came when Khadgar informed the leaders of unmistakable surges of fell magic where the dark portal had once stood, leading him to fear the orcs were attempting to expand the rift to pass through it. Despite being war-weary, the gathered leaders agreed to give Khadgar their full support, having no intention of allowing the Horde to gain another foothold on Azeroth. Turalyon, who was in the midst of helping Stormwind rebuild, began coordinating the military effort and tasked the prominent veteran Daneth Trollbane with leading a small army to the Blasted Lands. In the meantime, Turalyon planned to rally the rest of the Alliance forces for a march to the south to meet the potential threat. Unfortunately, the preparations were almost too late, as the Horde's invasion of the world was already underway. Just a few weeks after Khadgar's initial warning, Ner'zhul successfully used the energies of the Skull of Gul'dan to expand the rift between Draenor and Azeroth. Grommash Hellscream immediately led the vanguard of the invasion, including the Warsong, Shattered Hand, Thunderlord, and Laughing Skull clans, into the Blasted Lands alongside Terran Gorefiend and his Death Knights. Upon arrival, they began constructing a physical frame to stabilize the Dark Portal so it could remain open without a constant magical drain. They also reunited with Kilrog Deadeye and the Bleeding Hollow clan, who had survived in the Blasted Lands since the end of the previous war. After Kilrog provided vital intelligence on the state of Azeroth, Gorefiend sent the Weary clan back to Draenor to rest, just as Daneth Trollbane's small army arrived to contest the site. The ensuing battle was a brutal, close-quarters slaughter that Daneth's outnumbered forces could not win, leaving him as the sole survivor to retreat back to Nethergarde Keep. While Daneth believed he could contain the orcs within the region until Alliance reinforcements arrived, he was unaware that conquest was not the Horde's primary goal this time. The Orcish soldiers maintained the appearance of preparing for a full-scale invasion as a diversion, while Gorefiend, Chieftain Fenris, and a specialized hunting party of Death Knights slipped away unnoticed to search for the powerful artifacts. Although the Alliance military failed to guess their true purpose, Garona was not deceived and began tracking the party to discover what they were seeking. After the Second War, Deathwing remained in hiding, reflecting on a landscape where the Red Dragonflight and Alexstrasza remained enslaved by the Dragonmaw clan, while the other aspects stayed paralyzed by fear of the Demon Soul. As the rift to Draenor began to expand, the Black aspect quickly deduced that the Horde's renewed presence was a mere feint rather than a true conquest. Intrigued by this shift in strategy, he decided to intervene in mortal politics once again to manipulate the Alliance's response. He assumed the human guise of Lord Davil Prestor, posing as a charming and pragmatic cousin to the royalty of the traitorous kingdom of Alterac, and traveled to Lordaeron to insert himself into the heated debates regarding the nation's future. Operating as Lord Prestor, Deathwing gained the trust of King Tyrannus and the other human leaders, who found his selfless interest in the Alliance's stability refreshing. He subtly pressured the Alliance to establish martial law in Alterac, a move designed to fracture their military focus and weaken their ability to respond effectively to the Horde's activities in the south. This political maneuvering was not merely for chaos, it was a calculated distraction. Deathwing recognized that any attempt to openly rebuild the Black Dragonflight on Azeroth would be immediately thwarted by the Alliance or the other dragon aspects, necessitating a more secluded base of operations for his ultimate endgame. Deathwing eventually concluded that the solution to his flight's restoration lay beyond Azeroth, on the Orcish homeworld of Draenor. He reasoned that the other dragonflights would be unable to threaten him there, and the blighted state of the world was of little consequences since dragons did not depend on the land in the same way as mortal races. With this new objective in mind, he sought to re-establish contact with the Horde to facilitate his move. By leveraging the internal turmoil he had sown among the human nations, Deathwing prepared to use the orcs once again to secure a safe haven where his dragonflight could return to its former power and glory. As battle engulfed the Blasted Lands, Terran Gorfind led a covert hunting party north to begin his search for the 3 artifacts. At the onset of his mission, he only knew the location of the Book of Medivh, which was situated in the Kingdom of Alterac. To expedite the long journey, Gorfind traveled to Blackrock Spire to seek the assistance of Blackhand's sons, Dalrend and Maim, hoping to gain access to the Red Dragons controlled by their allies in the Dragonmaw clan. However, the meeting was a failure. Dalrand had declared himself the war chief of a true horde and mocked Ner'zhul as a coward, refusing to provide any aid to Gorfind's cause. Just as the mission seemed stalled, Gorfind was approached by Deathwing, who offered an alliance that would change the course of the hunt. Deathwing provided his own black dragons to transport the Horde's raiding parties in exchange for the Horde transporting precious items back to Draenor. As a gesture of good faith, the dragon also revealed the exact locations of the other 2 relics, the Eye of Dalaran within the city of Dalaran, and the Scepter of Sargeras deep within the tomb of Sargeras. With no other viable options, Gorfind accepted the deal and split his forces into 3 distinct groups to retrieve all the artifacts simultaneously using the Black Dragonflight as transport. Gorfind personally led the raid on Alterac to claim the Book of Medivh, anticipating heavy resistance due to the martial law Deathwing had previously encouraged. However, the Alliance occupation forces were completely unprepared for an aerial assault by dragons and the unholy power of Death Knights, leading many soldiers to flee in terror. Inside the castle, Gorfind encountered King Perinold, whose sanity had been intentionally eroded by Deathwing to ensure the dragon's Lord Prestor persona remained unchallenged in Lordaeron. The erratic king, lost in his own fantasies, agreed to hand over the artifact if Gorfind would wipe out the Alliance soldiers occupying his city. Amused by the Mad King's requests, Gorfind secured the Book of Medivh and fulfilled his end of the bargain by unleashing the Black Dragons upon the local garrison. The Alliance soldiers stood no chance against the relentless onslaught from the skies, and the entire force was eradicated. With the Book of Medivh in his possession and the city in ruins, Gorfind and his followers made a swift retreat. The resulting chaos in Alterac served Gorfind's purposes perfectly, further dividing the attention of the human kingdoms and buying the Horde precious time to secure the remaining instruments of power. While the Alliance reinforcements led by Turalyon arrived to bolster the defenses of Nethergard Keep, the conflict ground into a bloody and perplexing stalemate. Alongside Khadgar and Danath's soldiers, the human forces successfully contained the Horde, yet an air of suspicion hung over the battlefield as the orcs seemed to be holding back their full might. Even as more Alliance troops arrived and pushed the siege back into the open landscape of the Blasted Lands, the orcs continued to fight with a bizarre tenacity, sacrificing warriors to hold strategically useless ground. This behavior led Khadgar to form a troubling theory that the entire invasion was merely a massive distraction designed to buy time for a hidden purpose. To uncover the truth, the Alliance forces captured and interrogated an enemy warrior, with Turalyon using the Holy Light to compel the prisoner to speak. The captive's confession confirmed Khadgar's worst fears. The Horde's new leader, Ner'zhul, was not interested in a traditional conquest of Azeroth. Instead, the main invasion force was acting as a sacrificial feint to mask the movements of small, covert raiding parties that had already spread across the continent. These groups were searching for powerful artifacts under the Alliance's nose, and with the prisoner unable to provide specifics on their targets or current locations, the human leaders were left with no way of knowing how close the Horde was to completing its mysterious mission. North of the Blasted Lands, Terran Gorfind grew increasingly frustrated as his secondary hunting parties struggled to locate the remaining artifacts. Upon joining the force tasked with infiltrating Dalaran, he discovered that the Kirin Tor's powerful protective wards were successfully masking the magical signature of the Eye of Dalaran, preventing the Death Knights from sensing its exact location from a distance. However, the Magi were unaware they were being targeted, having enchanted the relic as a general security measure rather than in response to a specific threat. Deathwing, utilizing his superior draconic senses to bypass the magical interference, pinpointed the artifact's location and launched a massive aerial assault with his black dragons against Dalaran's outer defenses to create a chaotic diversion. While the city's Magi were occupied defending their home from the Dragonflight, Gorfind and a small elite group of Death Knights slipped through the streets and located the enchanted vault housing the Eye of Dalaran. Gorfind's violent shattering of the containment wards alerted Archmage Antonidas, one of the Kirin Tor's most formidable leaders, who rushed to the vault with a detachment of Magi to intercept the thieves. A fierce battle erupted within the vault, but the Death Knights leveraged the element of surprise to kill one of the Magi and secure the artifact before making a desperate exit. Although Antonidas attempted to give chase, the Horde raiders quickly reunited with the Black Dragons and disappeared into the clouds, leaving the Archmage with no choice but to send an urgent warning to Khadgar. The third hunting party faced a significant logistical challenge in reaching the Tomb of Sargeras, as the distance was too immense for Deathwing's black dragons to fly without resting. With no islands along the route for the creatures to land, the hunters were forced to find alternative transportation. They targeted Menethil Harbor, formerly the site where Warchief Doomhammer built the Horde fleet, which was now a heavily fortified Alliance port under the command of Admiral Dalen Proudmoore. Despite the high risk of engaging the Alliance Navy, the hunters felt they had no choice but to attempt to steal ships, relying entirely on the element of surprise to succeed against such a formidable maritime power. However, the Horde's advantage was compromised by Garona, who had been stealthily tracking the Death Knights since their meeting with Deathwing. Recognizing that this specific group was headed for the Tomb of Sargeras, she chose to follow them to Menethil Harbor, and orchestrated a clever way to warn the humans. Knowing the guards would not listen to an orc, she scrawled a warning note in their language and intentionally led the harbor sentries on a chase, dropping the message for them to find. This warning ensured that when the Black Dragons finally attacked a few hours later, the Alliance was not caught entirely off guard, leading to a bloody confrontation that hindered the Horde's efforts. The hunting party only managed to seize a few small, slow vessels that were ill-suited for the open ocean, making their subsequent voyage to the tomb slow and miserable. Upon arriving at the Tomb of Sargeras, they were forced to fight through the same swarms of demons that had famously slaughtered Gul'dan, resulting in heavy casualties for the Orcs and Death Knights. Despite these losses, they successfully retrieved the Scepter of Sargeras, a powerful artifact capable of tearing the fabric of reality. With the prize in hand, the few remaining members of the party began the arduous journey back to the Eastern Kingdoms to reunite with the rest of Ner'zhul's forces. When the hunters finally returned to the Dark Portal to meet Gorfind, they found Deathwing waiting with his precious cargo, massive enchanted carts that were shielded from both sight and magic. Although Gorfind cared little for the contents of the heavy containers, Deathwing was satisfied, as the carts actually held a massive clutch of black dragon eggs. The plan was for the Horde to transport these eggs to the safety of Draenor, where Deathwing intended to personally oversee the rebirth of the Black Dragonflight, far from the interference of the other aspects. With all 3 artifacts secured, and the deal with the dragon complete, the Death Knights prepared to cross back through the rift to their dying homeworld. With the Horde now in possession of the 3 artifacts, Ner'zhul prepared to save his people from a dying world. What he didn't expect was the Alliance to intervene. In this final episode of Volume 2, we'll take a look at the destruction of Draenor, and furthermore, what exactly happened to Turalyon and Illyria. Terran Gorefiend anticipated that the Alliance might attempt a counter-invasion of Draenor following the Horde's successful theft of the artifacts. To prevent this, he left behind a significant defensive force in the Blasted Lands, primarily composed of Warsong orcs led by Gromosh Hellscream and the Mok'Nathal Rexxar. With this rear guard in place to hold the rift, Gorefiend and the rest of the Horde returned to their homeworld to begin the next phase of Ner'zhul's plan. Their departure did not go unnoticed, and the sinister nature of their activities, involving dragons and stolen relics, left Khadgar deeply unsettled as he struggled to piece together their true objective. The full scope of the Horde's plan was finally revealed after the Alliance captured a Death Knight, whom Khadgar interrogated using potent arcane magic. The prisoner confessed that Ner'zhul intended to use the stolen artifacts to open multiple new portals to other worlds, allowing the Horde to abandon their dying planet and begin a new cycle of conquest. Horrified by the prospect of other worlds suffering the same fate as Azeroth, Khadgar and Turalyon agreed that they had a moral obligation to stop the Horde. However, they harbored private fears that the war-weary soldiers of the Alliance might not have the stomach for a high-casualty campaign on a foreign, hostile world. To test the resolve of their people, Turalyon raised his banner and called for the formation of an expeditionary force known as the Sons of Lothar, dedicated to ending the Horde threat forever on its own soil. The call was answered by a majority of the Second War's most revered heroes, including Illyria Windrunner, Danath Trollbane, and Kurdran Wildhammer, who converged on Netherguard Keep. While Garona wished to join the expedition, Khadgar convinced her to remain on Azeroth to hunt down the surviving members of the Shadow Council. With their leadership and army assembled, the Sons of Lothar launched a massive assault, smashing through Hellscream's warriors and clearing the path to the Dark Portal. Upon stepping through the rift, the Alliance soldiers were met with the shocking, desolate reality of Draenor. The once lush Tanaan jungle had been transformed into the Hellfire Peninsula, a scorched red wasteland that served as a grim testament to the Horde's destructive influence. Initially, the expedition encountered no organized resistance, as the Orcish clans had never expected the Alliance to be bold enough to pursue them into their own domain. However, this period of quiet was short-lived, as news of the human invasion quickly spread through the shattered landscape of Draenor, alerting the various clans to the arrival of their enemies. Upon arriving at Hellfire Citadel, Terran Gorefiend presented the stolen artifacts to an anxious Ner'zhul, who was already receiving reports of Alliance forces pouring through the Dark Portal. The war chief was stunned to discover that the precious cargo Gorefiend had brought back belonged to Deathwing, who had secretly crossed into Draenor alongside his flight, disguised as orcs. The encounter was tense, as Deathwing's immense power terrified Ner'zhul, and the dragon immediately demanded the skull of Gul'dan for his own purposes. Realizing he could not resist such a being and having already used the skull to reopen the portal, Ner'zhul surrendered the relic to the aspect. In a show of friendship, Deathwing left a detachment of black dragons to help the orcs defend the citadel before departing for Gorgrund to hide and empower his clutch of eggs using the skull's lingering energies. With the artifacts secured, but the dark portal now under Alliance control, Ner'zhul was forced to find an alternative location to conduct the ritual for opening new gateways. He identified the Black Temple as the only other site situated on a convergence of ley lines powerful enough to support his plan, and ordered the majority of the Horde to begin the march toward that location. To buy himself the necessary time, the War Chief tasked Bladefist and the Shattered Hand clan with staying behind at Hellfire Citadel to serve as a sacrificial barrier against the advancing human army. This move signaled the final phase of Ner'zhul's desperate gambit to abandon Draenor, leaving his most loyal warriors to face the brunt of the Sons of Lothar's wrath. Khadgar and Turalyon identified stopping Ner'zhul as their highest priority, believing that his defeat would cause the Horde's plan to escape to other worlds to collapse entirely. Under the assumption that the War Chief was still within Hellfire Citadel, the Sons of Lothar launched a massive, coordinated offensive against the stronghold. Although Kargath Bladefist and the Shattered Hand clan had prepared for a week-long siege, their defenses crumbled in less than a single day, due to simultaneous strikes from Dwarven Griffin Riders and ground infantry. Even with the assistance of Deathwing's Black Dragons, the orcs were unable to withstand the added magical might of Khadgar and his magi, forcing Kargath to abandon his post and flee into the surrounding wastes. Despite their victory at the Citadel, the Alliance leaders found no time to celebrate, as the presence of Black Dragons and the discovery of Ner'zhul's departure signaled a more complex threat. Khadgar realized that while Ner'zhul had moved southwest with the primary artifacts, the Skull of Gul'dan, which the Archmage required to permanently seal Draenor's side of the Dark Portal, was radiating from a separate location to the north. To address both objectives, Turalyon made the strategic decision to split the Sons of Lothar into two groups. Khadgar, Turalyon, and Illyria Windrunner led a detachment north to reclaim the skull, while Daneth Trollbane and Kurdran Wildhammer pursued Ner'zhul to the south, setting the stage for a chaotic series of battles that would soon overwhelm both factions. Ner'zhul and the Horde were dismayed by the rapid fall of Hellfire Citadel, yet they initially believed their superior knowledge of the terrain would allow them to outpace the Alliance. This confidence proved short-lived when Kurdran Wildhammer and his Griffin Riders discovered the War Chief's army at the edge of the Bone Wastes, west of Shadowmoon Valley. The dwarves launched a relentless aerial bombardment that threatened to annihilate the orcs in the open, forcing Ner'zhul to seek a more covered route. Terran Gorfiend suggested a dangerous path through the ruins of Auchindoun, a Draenei tomb city filled with intact crypts and tunnels that led directly toward Shadowmoon Valley. Despite the haunted and twisted nature of the holy site, Ner'zhul felt he had no other alternative but to lead his forces into its dark corridors to elude his pursuers. During the retreat into the tomb, the Griffin Riders launched a daring assault that resulted in a significant blow to the Alliance. Kurdran Wildhammer was knocked from his mount and captured by the Horde. He was quickly dragged into the depths of Auchindoun, where Kilrog Deadeye subjected him to unspeakable torture in an attempt to extract information about the Alliance's military strength. Despite the agony, the stoic dwarf refused to speak, buying time for Daneth Trollbane's ground forces to arrive at the site. The situation was grim for the rescuers, as the tight quarters of the tomb negated the Alliance's numerical advantage and allowed the orcs to utilize their knowledge of the terrain to set deadly ambushes. The Alliance's rescue efforts received a boost from an unexpected ally named Grizek, an outcast Arakoa who had been shadowing the Sons of Lothar as they pursued the Horde south. Grizek harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Horde, specifically Kargath Bladefist's clan, which had destroyed the Arakoan capital of Skyreach and cast the survivors into the cursed Seathic Hollow. Having been warped by shadowy energies into an outcast, Grizek sought vengeance and offered to guide Daneth's soldiers through the labyrinthine city. With the Arakoa's expert guidance, the Alliance troops were able to navigate the tomb safely, bypass Horde ambushes, and eventually locate and liberate a battered but living Gul'dan Wildhammer from his captors. As the Alliance secured Gul'dan, they discovered that Ner'zhul and the bulk of the Horde had already vanished, leaving only Kilrogg Deadeye and the Bleeding Hollow clan behind. Kilrogg had purposely volunteered for this mission, not out of mere loyalty, but because of a vision he had received years prior during a ritual that foretold the exact circumstances of his death. He recognized that Auchindoun was his final battlefield and intended to sell his life dearly to ensure the warchief's escape. The Bleeding Hollow warriors threw themselves into a frenzied final stand against the Sons of Lothar, turning the sacred halls of the Tomb City into a site of chaotic and bloody slaughter. The conflict culminated in a brutal duel between Danath Trollbane and Kilrogg Deadeye that echoed through the stone corridors. After a fierce exchange of blows, Danath managed to strike a lethal wound, plunging his blade through the Orc chieftain's throat and ending his life. With Kilrogg dead, the remaining Bleeding Hollow Orcs either surrendered or fled into the wastes, effectively ending the clan's presence as a cohesive fighting force. Though the Alliance had won the day and rescued their comrade, Kilrogg's grim sacrifice had achieved its primary goal. The delay provided Ner'zhul with the critical window he needed to safely reach the Black Temple and begin his final ritual. Gorgrin's inhospitable terrain served as the perfect refuge for Deathwing to hide his black dragon eggs away from those who could not fly. While the land appeared barren, it was fiercely defended by the territorial Grahn, led by their mightiest giant, Gruul. Usually solitary, the calamities of Draenor had forced the Grahn to unite for survival, and they met the draconic intruders with surprising ferocity. Deathwing, however, arrogantly dismissed the Grahn as mere pests, focusing entirely on caching his unhatched children while his dragonflight engaged the native giants in a brutal war of attrition. The Sons of Lothar arrived in Gorgrond amidst this chaos, searching for the skull of Gul'dan and finding a landscape littered with the impaled corpses of black dragons. Though the Grahn initially viewed the Alliance as a threat, Khadgar and Turalyon managed to demonstrate their shared enmity toward the Dragonflight. They struck a strategic bargain with Gruul. The Alliance would help defeat Deathwing in exchange for safe passage through the region. To lure the aspect into the open, the Sons of Lothar launched a preemptive strike on the largest cache of dragon eggs, destroying as many as possible to provoke a direct confrontation. When a vengeful Deathwing appeared to unleash his molten fury, Gruul seized the opportunity to scale the mountains and engage the aspect in physical combat with his bare fists. Simultaneously, Khadgar unleashed a devastating arcane assault, specifically targeting and ripping away the metal plates bolted to Deathwing's spine. The damage was catastrophic. Molten energies began to burst from the dragon's broken form, spilling fire across the valley. The agonizing pain forced Deathwing to drop the skull of Gul'dan, and fearing for his life, he abandoned his eggs and his plans, fleeing Draenor entirely by flying back through the dark portal to Azeroth. Following the Aspect's retreat, the battle continued between the Grahn and the remaining black dragons, leaving most of the flight dead or dying. Amidst the lingering violence, Khadgar and the Sons of Lothar successfully retrieved the skull of Gul'dan, but immediately began a hasty retreat from the area. They feared that without the dragons to focus on, the territorial Gruul and his followers would quickly turn their aggression toward the Alliance soldiers. This narrow escape allowed the expedition to secure the relic they needed, while leaving the giants to finish their bloody work against the stragglers of the Black Dragonflight. In the aftermath of the conflict, Gruul reasserted his absolute dominion over Gorgrond, his legend cemented by his defiance of the Aspect. His followers granted him a new title, the Dragon Killer, in honor of the day he nearly brought the Master of the Black Flight to his end. While the Alliance had what they came for, the victory came at the cost of earning Deathwing's eternal hatred, particularly toward Khadgar. With the skull of Gul'dan finally in their possession, Sons of Lothar could now turn their full attention toward Shadowmoon Valley and the ritual being prepared at the Black Temple. After recovering the Skull of Gul'dan, Turalyon used Khadgar's portals to swiftly transport the Sons of Lothar to Shadowmoon Valley, where the two halves of the Alliance army reunited outside the Black Temple. They arrived to find the remnants of the Orcish army heavily entrenched, prepared to sacrifice themselves to buy Ner'zhul the time he needed to complete his ritual. Sensing volatile magical energies lashing out from the temple's heights, Khadgar realized that a traditional siege was impossible. The Alliance was forced into a desperate, direct assault against the defenders in a race to reach the war chief before he could tear open the fabric of reality. Atop the city's highest tower, a reckless and desperate Ner'zhul utilized the Eye of Dalaran, the Book of Medivh, and the Scepter of Sargeras to tap into the powerful ley line nexus beneath the temple. Lacking the necessary skill to control such immense power, his spellwork spiraled into a catastrophic chain reaction that blasted far more holes in reality than he had intended, destabilizing Draenor's very foundations. As Khadgar and his magi fought their way to the summit, they managed to reclaim the Eye and the Book, but Ner'zhul and his inner circle escaped through a rift with the Scepter of Sargeras. In his selfish flight, the war chief left his world to be torn apart by the uncontrollable fissures erupting across its land and seas. Khadgar successfully recovered most of the stolen artifacts, but he quickly realized that the unstable rifts opened by Ner'zhul were already tearing Draenor apart. The resulting destructive energies threatened to blast through the Dark Portal and devastate Azeroth as well. After a grim consultation with Turalyon, the leaders of the Sons of Lothar reached a harrowing conclusion. To protect their homeworld, they would have to destroy the Dark Portal from the Draenor side, effectively trapping themselves on a dying planet. Despite knowing this was a mission they would not return from, the legendary heroes, including Khadgar, Turalyon, Illyria, Kurdran, and Daneth, did not hesitate. Because the chaotic magical energies hampered Khadgar's ability to teleport, the group was forced to fly griffins across the collapsing landscape to reach Hellfire Peninsula for their final stand. Upon arriving at the Dark Portal, the Alliance expedition found a scene of total desperation as the remnants of the Horde scrambled to flee the impending oblivion. A violent crash erupted outside the gateway as the terrified orcs fought to keep their only exit open, while Turalyon and his soldiers formed a protective circle around the Magi to fend off the assault. Working under immense pressure, Khadgar and his fellow sorcerers channeled the raw, volatile power contained within the Skull of Gul'dan to sever the link between the two worlds. Their spellwork triggered a massive explosion that successfully shattered the Dark Portal's stone frame and neutralized the threat to Azeroth. But the victory offered no safety for the heroes as the world continued to break apart beneath their feet. The magical upheaval unleashed by Ner'zhul's recklessness reached its catastrophic peak as violent earthquakes shattered the continents and the very fabric of the planet began to dissolve. With the Dark Portal gone and Draenor literally falling apart, Khadgar and the remaining Sons of Lothar made a desperate leap into a nearby open rift, uncertain of their destination or their survival. Moments after they vanished, the world of Draenor, a realm once shaped by titans and home to the ancient apexes and orcish clans, was finally ripped asunder. The once vibrant world was reduced to a cluster of floating fragments, marking the tragic end of a world and the beginning of the long exile for the Alliance's greatest heroes. The orcs who managed to escape through the Dark Portal before its destruction brought devastating news to their kin on Azeroth. Draenor was gone. The revelation that Ner'zhul had sacrificed his entire race to save himself left the remaining Horde members in a state of shock and grief. For Grommash Hellscream, the news was deeply personal, as he believed his son, Garrosh, had perished in the Mag'har camp. Refusing to surrender, Grommash led the Warsong clan to the Swamp of Sorrows to regroup, convinced that peace with humanity was impossible. Meanwhile, Dalrand and Maim of the True Horde used the vacuum of power to solidify their claim as the rightful successors to Blackhand, while the Dragonmaw clan and Grim Batol believing their leader Zuluhead to be dead, fell under the command of Necros, who continued the brutal enslavement of Alexstrasza. Other survivors were utterly disillusioned by the Horde's corruption and the loss of their world. The Moknathal Rexar, believing his people were extinct, abandoned all loyalties and retreated into the wilderness of Azeroth to live a life of solitude. In the Alterac Mountains, Drekthar and the Frostwolf clan sought a similar isolation, focusing on survival and avoiding the Alliance's wrath. This period of quiet allowed Drekthar to successfully rekindle his connection with the elements, using shamanistic powers to protect his people in their harsh new home. These disparate groups chose to distance themselves from the endless cycle of war that had led to their world's demise. Unaware of the destruction of Draenor, Cho'Gall and the Twilight's Hammer clan remained fixated on the whispers of the old gods. Driven by these dark voices, they sailed toward the distant continent of Kalimdor with the intent of ushering in the Hour of Twilight. However, their movements were not as secret as they believed. The assassin Garona had successfully picked up Cho'Gall's trail. Committed to Khadgar's final request to eliminate the remaining Shadow Council members, Garona followed the cultists across the Great Sea to the mysterious lands of Kalimdor, ensuring that the legacy of the Council would not go unchallenged even in the New World. The conclusion of the Second War and the closing of the Dark Portal left the Alliance in a state of solemn victory and deep mourning. As the orcs who fled Draenor surrendered and were moved into internment camps, the political debate over their fate intensified across the human nations. However, the true focus of the Alliance remained on the Dark Portal and the heroes who had not returned. As years passed, with no word from the expedition, the members of the Sons of Lothar were presumed dead. In their honor, massive statues of Turalyon, Khadgar, Illyria, Kurdran, and Daneth were erected at the gates of Stormwind City, bearing plaques with messages from their loved ones to serve as a permanent reminder of their ultimate sacrifice to save Azeroth. In the wake of the war, the geopolitical landscape of the Eastern Kingdoms was forever altered, shifting from individual guardians to collective defense. The Council of Tirisfal was disbanded, and the Alliance remained unified, sharing resources and military strength, while the Silverhand trained a new generation of paladins to safeguard the land. Meanwhile, the Kirin Tor dedicated themselves to studying the imprisoned orcs and their magic, wary of the remaining Horde elements hiding in the wilds. Though a period of relative recovery began, the world remained fundamentally changed by the conflict, with the Alliance and its new protectors standing ready for the inevitable turmoil that lay ahead in Azeroth's future.
Thank you so much for watching this video. If you like this kind of content, make sure to like and subscribe. And if you'd like to support the work that I'm doing, please check out my YouTube, Patreon, or Twitch memberships. And a big shout out to all the names on the screen here. You mean so much to me. Thank you so much for your help. And with that, I'll see you guys next time on the Tales of Azeroth.